Test, test, test. Okay. All right. Test, test, test. Hey Tim, what's up, buddy? Yeah, so Tim, you have to set up push to talk. So, Tim, if you're looking at my screen, you're gonna have to come to user settings. So you're gonna have to click this button right here. I went a little bit too fast. You're gonna have to click user settings right here, and then you're gonna have to come down to voice and video, and then you're gonna have to click push to talk. And then when you click push to talk, you can press a button in order to record the keybind because you're gonna have to press that button to talk. I have it on push to talk because if I just had it on open mic, then what would happen is it would be 100 people's mics all open all at the same time. So you have to press that button in order to talk. So typically the push to talk button is normally T on your keyboard. I think it's normally T on
All
your
right, so can
keyboard.
you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now, my man. Hey, you're live.
All right, we good to go now. Yeah, I didn't have the hotkey set up.
There we go. What's up, man? Good morning.
Another day, brother, another day.
Yes, sir. I saw that you sent out the code for 90% off with Apex.
Yeah, I logged into Apex just to take a look around at it, and then I went on Google and typed in Apex Trader code, and it said save 90. Went in and tried to buy an account, and it accepted the 90 save 90 code.
Oh wow, yeah. But yeah, man, appreciate you for sending that out. Well, before I get too sidetracked, did you have a question or did you just want to say good morning?
Good morning.
Oh, okay, 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 okay. Did you have any trade setup questions or anything like that? This is your first time
Yeah.
logging on and asking what you got.
I don't have any questions per se. I just watching the market do what the market's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I
Um,
do got some.
I do have one question about Apex.
Talk to me.
Y'all say
Whatever
that
you
you
got.
buy multiple Apex accounts, but is there a way to be able to buy multiple at one shot versus individual accounts multiple times over?
No,
You got to
there is
buy it
not,
one at a
unfortunately.
time.
All
What
right,
they
too easy.
yeah, what they have in place is they do it like that so that someone doesn't accidentally buy 100 accounts when they only meant to buy 10, or 10 when they only meant to buy one, or 11 when they only meant to buy one. So that saves them from liability. So every single time you have to make sure that you click on 50K trade of a account, and then you have to put in the card information every single time. Now you can save the card information to your computer, so the checkout process will only take like literally like it should only take like 15, 20 seconds, but you got to check it out every single time. They do it like that on purpose every time.
Now, how does the what's the difference between the settings that they have on there, like secure payment card 5 and secure payment card 1.
Great question. So it's nothing more than just a different. So like if it charges your card, it's going to say Apex Trader Funding, uh, Austin, Texas, and then for like secure payment number one, and then two, it's going to say um, uh, Apex, Apex, Texas. So it's the same thing. However, what it is it's just a different card processor. So so what happens is a lot of people like to buy accounts like by the bulk, but like literally like 20, 30, 40 times in a row. And so your card processor, this happens to me, your card processor is actually going to block it if it comes from the same exact name, like for the same exact name for the same exact amount multiple times in a row. So it's going to look as though it's fraud. So like if you get blocked for any specific reason, and let's just say you're 2 or 3 accounts short of what you're trying to get to, then you can switch over to the second processor, and more than likely it'll still process it, even though it's the same amount. If that makes sense, you understand what I'm saying? So so that's what that is. It's all still the same thing, and it's all still coming from Apex, but it's basically the same thing, because your car company is going to look at it weird if like if you buy, 100 Apex evals at $16.70, 100 times in a row. They're gonna in any normal human or any computer system is going to flag that as fraud. So that's what that's in place for in the event that you want to switch it over, or or in the event that the second one I think has like the Amex option. So the second processor has the ability to process American Express cards, whereas like the first one doesn't. But they all process Visas and Mastercards. That's what that is. Hopefully you heard me on that
I mean, I got you.
one. Okay, yeah. And I also wanted to make one more announcement. Guys, it's clearly obvious that they're running a 90% off sale right now because it's after what? It's after the CPI, and it's after most people like to blow their accounts. Do you think that's a coincidence? Guys, even me, CPI, now I still did eval instant pass, but even me, and I'm like, you guys still did eval instant pass, but look, now since it's done, what did I say? Now they're running a 90% off sale now. Now the accounts are back to $16. Whereas 2 or 3 days ago, they were like $100 an account. They're doing that on purpose. So now they know that people are going to get back to normal trading, and they know that the market's not going to be weird. So people aren't going to be blowing their accounts. So now they're going to drop the price back down to $16 now. It's crazy. Shiloh says Apex is running a 90% off sale right now again. So so the moment CPI day ended, where people where they know that the market's going to be doing weird shit, they ran it again. Shiloh, bro, he said, Singram said, bro, what's the market doing? I don't know. I got to analyze right now. Let me see. But good morning. Good morning, Brandon. Good morning, everybody. Grand Rising, Matt Blankert. How you doing, man? How you doing, Matt Blankert? What are we thinking this report is going to do? I think that they're going to take the all-time high out. That's what I think.
There's no reason for it not to, especially for it staying in this area overnight. Like I got into an argument, not an argument, but like a little
With who?
whatever with somebody over in the waiting room, like because they're like, oh yeah, it's gonna drop. We're gonna see all time highs next week,
Yeah.
and after reading the insider plan and everything, and then like seeing what the hell I know, and like it's just good to see that my bias was correct, and it's just
Yes.
like, yeah, fuck you, kid.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like you'll know that at least for the psychological aspect and in regards to where they could potentially go and where they're more than likely going to go, you'll know that you are progressing in your trading journey when I send that out and when you read that and when you go, oh my goodness, that's exactly what the hell I was thinking.
It's
Let
just
me
it's
not
just
do
great
that.
to know. It's a
Yeah,
really encouraging for sure.
yeah, yeah. I know. That's why I tell everybody to read that because, guys, because look, they just tease this all-time high again here. If you think for a brief second in your mind that they're just going to randomly just full blown out reverse this market with just dump this 2 or 3% without at least taking out that liquidity up there and where this line is, then I have a black beach to sell you. So yesterday for the 350 macro, they teased it like that on purpose, and they slightly dumped it, but they kept it here in this exact same spot for the entire Asia session. That's not a coincidence, and that's why they did that. They're doing that for a reason because there's people that are shorting this market for no rhyme or reason, and they just wake up on the middle left side of their bed and they go, hey, man, you know what? This looks like a good day to short because we've been going up for 4 or 5 days in a row. Hey, my RSI is saying oversold during New York session. Let me short this and let me buy puts. I'm sorry, my RSI is saying overbought. Let me let me buy puts, and they don't know what they're doing. They don't. Like, guys, this market does not have to go down. People don't understand that. Now, is it going to usually go up or down in a straight line? No, I'm not talking about in a straight line, but it can shoot up in a straight line and just go sideways and then just go higher again and then slightly pull back like 3/4, 1/4, or a third of a percent, or at the most like 0.5%, and then 2 days later shoot up a full percent again. So we really didn't lose no progress. We're just making full steam ahead. This market does not have to go lower. And until I understood that, that's when like once I fully understood that, that's when I just fully threw away RSI. And that's when I just fully just stopped trying to guess. Like we had a steaming hot CPI, almost a steaming hot CPI, and it came in above estimates, and we're at the all-time high. And they shot it up and they squeezed it at the all-time high of the all-time high of the all-time high yesterday on SPY. And the jobs report came in hot. But people's but people but people don't understand that. So like the news traders yesterday was for them. They got fucked. That was for them. Because they're sitting here and they're trying to guess this and they don't know what's going on. And they can't explain it. Well, there is no explaining. It's just they're just trying to target a specific liquidity level. And that was what and this level right here is what was in the pre-market plan. So when they took this out over here at 2044 right here, the market never went higher because they just wanted that day was the day that they wanted to take out that data wick high from the other day. Right here. And that was that. Guys, that's not a coincidence on as to why I had that data wick high there. The market never went higher from this tick from where I had it at on that 1 minute candle. See, they're currently trading up 4 million bond. Cleopatra, no pumping. I gotta block you. I gotta block you. I'm not, today I'm not even giving a warning to that. Any
Hell
pumping,
yeah.
yeah. Any pumping, I'm really not really fucking around too much today. All right.
We locked in today, huh?
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm
Hell
not.
yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, man. I'm not even gonna give a warning. Like, if you're sending weird stuff, trying to pump coins, I'm not even gonna explain it. Just straight get the blocking. Anyway, um, so so that's why when we took it out here, we never went higher because that was where the computer was just programmed to take price to. So when they took this out, they just repriced this level right here. So I knew that they were going to come back here. That was the only reason why CPI didn't dump. If we didn't have this data wick high, that flash data wick high from PPI, we would have dumped. So that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. I'm trying to get people to understand that you need to understand that no matter what happens, this market's going to do what it's going to do. It does not matter how many buyers or sellers or really the data that comes out outside of it being obviously ridiculously egregious. Like if CPI was estimated at like a 0.2 or month over month, and it came in at 1%, then yes, we're going to dump. Of course, that goes without saying. It came in 5 times hotter. But if it's somewhat in the ballpark, or like if it can somewhat be misinterpreted as slightly bad or slightly good or just normal bad, then they're still going to do what they're going to do. That's why you still have to pay attention to the data, because if it comes in 5 times hotter, then yes, we are going to do what it says it's going to do. It's not just going to fully like CPI can't be 2.9% year over year and it come in at 6%, and then you expect the market to to pump. No, of course not. Don't work like that. But like if it's close, they're going to do whatever it is that they're going to do regardless. So then that's when you have to start looking at liquidity. And you have to go, do we have any interesting points up or below? So like, for example, we have this CPI data wick low right here. Guys, it is the same exact thing on as to why I said that the market was kind of going to, it's the same exact thing on as to why I said that the market was going to come here. So this right now, in particular is just telling me that, hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? They're just going to come back for this at a later time, sometime next week. Sometime next week, they're going to take out this CPI data wick low. And my guess is that they're probably going to do it during Powell. That's just what I'm thinking. That's just what makes the most sense to me. I'm just being honest. So that's just what makes the most sense to me. Just being for real. Anyway, so them teasing this like this is is very very confusing. Um,
Order submitted. Order submitted.
it's a test order to make sure that my
Order canceled.
So they just made another all-time high today on QQQ, and they swept that level that I was expecting them to sweep during the 350 macro yesterday, but they just teased. So they teased this level right here during the 350 macro yesterday, and then they pulled it back. So they took out this level over here at 8 a.m. and then they re-swept it again during New York on the first minute of the day. So they're just dancing this around here. I actually expect them in 10 minutes or in 7 minutes actually, in order for them to take this out. That right there is the all-time high. It would not surprise me one bit if they did that. If they just shot this up into here, and then like they shot it up, and then they pulled this back in the range for today. That's what would make the most sense to me. I'm just being honest. Thanks, Exo Michelle, for the lightning bolts. Hey, I want to start. I want to start a challenge on TikTok, and I want you guys to try and send, well, not immediately, but but throughout the stream, just try to send 10 comments, just 10. Whether it be a question or something, anything, anybody, just make it 5 to 10 comments, just maybe five. How about we start out with five a day? Something simple. Yeah, Exo Michelle's probably up to like 2 or 3 already. Good morning, though. Happy Friday. What's up? What's up, Tune? Brandon says we got you. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. So yeah, just 5 comments. I would put it up there at the top, but I think that we're adults, and I think that you don't have to have a robot telling you how many comments you made, because you know when you commented or not. I think that would be good. Do you know if I have to wait the full 8 days for a payout? Yes, you do. You have to wait the full 8 days, but you can achieve it in 5 days, though. So you can get it in 5 days. So you can get the amount in 5 days, and then you can just flip the other 3. Just go in one MNQ and just enter into buy or sell for like $1 or 50 cents, really quickly. But yes, you have to wait every 8 days. So at the most, you can only do one payout or 2 payouts a month. But over the course of 2 months, it'll average out to like, maybe, I don't know how many that is. Over the course of like 2 or 3 months, it'll average out to like, you might be able to sneak an extra payout in there. Toon says, I'm on my funding now. Good job, Toon. Great job, Toon. What exactly is the payout rules? That's on page 3 of the Knowledge of Community page. The link is in the FAQ. So you might have to go to, because there's a lot of different things there as far as the payout rules. So I can't really explain all of the FAQ rules to you from Apex. You're just going to have to read it. But just go to Apex and just click on FAQ, and they have it there, Toon. But however, the biggest thing that you have to be concerned about is you don't want to lose more than 30 to 35% of the account balance in one trade to still be eligible for a payout. Other than that, they really don't have any rules, and you can't go above five, which is why I knew I was tripping yesterday, because you can't on the oversizing. You cannot go over 5 minis and still be eligible for a payout. That's how I knew yesterday I was tripping. So yeah, I did a 10 contract because of the confidence that I had, and I was so I immediately deemed myself ineligible for the payout. So I was screwed anyway on that yesterday. Oh, he says, well, I'm on Top Step, but yeah, I'll check in. Okay, yeah. Yeah, congratulations, Toon. I don't I really don't know too much about the rules with Top Step, but Top Step has almost no rules really, other than the consistency. You really don't have to worry about too much with them. Where Apex is a little bit more strict. A little bit more strict as far as what I just said. This data comes out in about 3 minutes. I think they're going to shoot this. I'm just being honest. I'm just being 100% for real with you. That's just what I think. They're hanging this out up here at the top for a reason. There's a reason for everything. There's a reason for everything. And I think they're about to liquidate a lot of people and hurt a lot of people. That's just my first guess. But great job, Toon. Proud of you. Proud of you for taking your time and getting there. You're learning, brother. Yeah. Congratulations to him, Exo Michelle. Congratulations to him. Big time. About 2 more minutes here before this releases. Hmm. About 1 more minute. Got another 15 more seconds. What happened? Let's look at the data. Discord can see my whole screen. Michigan consumer sentiment dropped. So that's not good news. The sentiment, the sentiment was very underwhelming. So it was below expectations. So the consumers have less confidence. So that's not good. It can't. 1 year came in at 4.8, and the 5 year came in at 3.9, which is above expectations. So this is not a good data release. As you can tell, it was not a good data release, but they're still keeping this market here. Um, so you're gonna have to wait for this to be digested. This is what I think that they're going to do. I think that this market is bearish from that information presented, and I don't think that they're going to go much higher off of this information. But I do think that before they do that, though, I think they're going to make an all-time high right here, and I think they're going to shoot this because there's a lot of orders being created right now above here, and I think that there's a lot of people that are reading this and they don't know how to trade, and I think that they're putting orders right there. So I think that they're going to trigger those orders and shoot this shit up. And then once they shoot it up, then I think that they're going to start to pull us back into range at some point today. And how they do that, that's going to be our job to figure that out specifically. I'm just being 100% honest with you. That would be my initial guess. So I think that within the next 8 minutes, we're going to see a candle up in here. One way or another, we're going to see a candle, and they might even go to 586 on QQQ. And then we'll start to pull us back in the range here. That's just going to be my personal guess. That's just what I personally think. That's what I personally think. Good morning, WP. Good morning, Latanya. Jay says, I messed up last night. Damn, they blew all my profits this week. Very upset with myself. Okay, what happened, Jay? What was the problem? What happened last night? What were you doing last night? Were you trying to trade this chop during Asia? Is that what happened? What happened? Good morning, Latanya. ES already tapped 65.94, which beat yesterday's HOD. Yep. I don't think that this has anything to do with, I'm going to be honest, I don't think this has anything to do anymore at this point in time with ES anymore. I think the NQ has an agenda, and that agenda is here. That agenda is here. That agenda is here. That data wasn't like groundbreakingly horrendous. It was bad again, but it wasn't groundbreakingly horrendous, which is what I told you guys earlier. So, with that being said, I think that they have an agenda here. That's just what I'm thinking. Tune says, thank you, brother. Hell yeah. Congrats, man. Soprano says. Says, thank you. Manny says, sup, man. What's up, Manny? See what Jay says. One bad trade, then got emotional. Yeah, that happened to me yesterday. Over leverage. That's what happened to me. Man, just had to walk over there. That's what happened to me. Asia's a no-go for me. Yeah, I don't like Asia, because look at this. So, from 7 o'clock until God knows what time, from 7 o'clock until 4 o'clock, look at this. We stayed in the 0.10% range on Asia. 100 ticks. That can be very deceiving, and it can really, really fuck with your mind. That can really, really fuck with your mind. Hey, did you take any trades after one yesterday? No, I did not, man. I did not. I sat there and I ran my mouth. I talked a little bit. Gave people a sob story yesterday. I didn't, Brandon. I did not. I did not. Looking good to hit that new all-time high. Yes, this right here is where I think that they're coming to. I no longer think that this has anything to do with this anymore. There's no real driver here on ES, really. I lied. I lied. There is. The all-time high of the all-time high on ES is 6,600. That is a perfect. That is a perfect a round hole number. They're going to take that out. They're going to take that out. This right here is where they're trying to come to. There's two major draws on liquidity above right now. That's what they're trying to go after right now. They're not going to let this stand, especially not during New York. 6,600 is where they're trying to come to right now. I'm being honest. That's just where they're trying to come to. So as a matter of fact, on a pullback, I might try and align myself with this. I'm just being 100% real with you. That's just what I think. Who sent something? Someone said I might have to steal this. Oh, let's talk about that. Profit is profit. Stay in the green. Stay disciplined. Yeah. You know, that's fire. I'm glad that Diego sent that. I want to buy this right now, but I made a mistake yesterday by trying to short the bottom. I want to at least try and learn from that for a little bit more than a day. I'm being honest. Even though I think they're going to take this out, they're so close to this. That ain't nothing but 64 ticks. I think they're going to do that. Guys, this right here is the major draw on liquidity. Just this algorithm does not like the fact that it stopped yesterday at 6,600 on the dot. You see this 52-week range, 6,600. It does not like that. It does not like that. It does not like that. I'm being honest. It just does not. So that actually is brewing the perfect storm for NQ to shoot to the all-time high and ES to go up higher, all at the same time. So this right here is where they're coming to. So they can actually accomplish two things in one swoop. They can take ES here and then not make this perfect and smash this call resistance level at 6,600. And then they can also take NQ to the all-time high in one swoop. And more than likely, it's going to come on a really, really, really fast candle. That's just what I'm thinking. The only reason why I'm not buying this right now is because they could very well tease just like how they did here and then pull this back here. But they're using this 1 minute BISI to shoot this higher. I think that they're going to go for this just like how I said about 20, 30 minutes ago. That's just what I think. Jack says, I'm short. Okay. You like trying to do the opposite of what I'm trying to say. I noticed that, Jack. You could have waited a few more minutes and gotten a better entry. Because they're about to shoot this into the all-time high, Jack.
Yeah, I wouldn't have went short here.
Yeah, Jack.
I wouldn't have done nothing.
Yeah, Jack, this is dangerous. I'm being honest, Jack. This is dangerous. You better be short trying to get a quick scalp. Pulling on Superman's cape, Jack says. Yeah, I agree, Jack. You're pulling on his cape and you're holding on. At least you know it though. But sometimes it's okay. Like at least it at least you know it. Like at least you're like, hey man, you know what? I'm pulling. Hey man, I'm tugging on Superman's cape a little bit here. Can you go a little bit more into why you aren't going long right now to catch the move? Because it's the all-time high, the all-time high. And if you try and catch breakouts, they could pull it back. So you got to be careful because they could dump on your head. So like they have to give you a setup. Just because I can tell what they're aiming for, that doesn't mean that they're giving me something to where I can play within some decent risk parameters. If that makes sense. Yeah, stop. You're gonna blow up the account, Matt says. Yep, you will. Because I'm telling you what they can do. They can just give you a guard flush candle down in here, and then they'll go sideways, and then they'll shoot it up in like 2 candles. You know, so you gotta you have to have something where you can manage your risk and where you're not buying the top or shorting the bottom. Enzo. Brandon says buying the all-time high is dangerous, so you have to have confirmation to buy it. Yes, you do. It's the all-time high, so it's very, very dangerous. Trading the all-time high is arguably the hardest thing that you can do. I'm serious. Because trading the all-time high is almost like trying to trade. It's almost like trying to trade quarterly OPEX almost. Because it'll dump randomly and then it'll stop on a dime for no random reason because it's the all-time high, and then they'll just start shooting it, or they'll just go sideways. Or they could just keep squeezing it up in a straight line, or the God knows do what for whatever God knows amount of time, because it's the all-time high. So like you really don't know what liquidity levels that they're reaching for. So it's very, very dangerous because it's at the all-time high, so they could dump it a 0.25% down and then still be at the all-time high to just randomly try and find a BISI or a SIBI below. They could very well just do that. So we don't know. Like that shit can be very dangerous. Like right now, like even if I bought this right now, like they could very well just dump this and flush this and it still come up higher. Because this right here ain't nothing for a pullback at the all-time high. This ain't nothing. Look at SPY. Like, just look at this move. Just look at where SPY is. And just like look at where ES is. Look. So like if I bought this and if they flush this down into here into this 15-minute BISI, then they could just come back up and retarget it again. But then like if I short this here and like if I short this here, like right now, if I decided to short this, they could very well just shoot this up into here like this, like 0.5%, and it wouldn't be nothing, and you know you would blow up the account. So yeah, you know, it's dangerous. That can be very very dangerous. Like you gotta have some balls in order to be doing that. Jack says, Jack might be, yeah, he might be cooking here. He might be cooking here. But just from what I know, I just know that that's dangerous. Like that is extremely dangerous in order for you to be trying to short that, knowing that there's a round hole number right here. And just look at this. 6,600. That is ridiculous. If they leave that, they're just gonna come back for this next week. From just what I know. Hmm. That data that came out, that data was not good. The only thing I think that's going to be taking this market higher is this all-time high draw. And I just know that that would just hurt a lot of people. That and there's a perfect whole number right here at 6,600. And I just know that this market does not like those things. Other than that, other than that, I am expecting them to do this. This is what I'm expecting them to do. Michigan consumer sentiment at 10. Expect them to make new all-time high on NQ. 58, 55, 8, 5, 584, 88 on QQQ is screaming to be swept. They just swept that. So the only thing left is the all-time high. And then I also didn't see that ES has a perfect round hold number at 6,600. That will not stand. So it's at some point today or sometime next week. If they leave that alone today, that's the most bullish thing that they can do for this market. Expect a new all-time high break and a pullback into range tomorrow. So I'm expecting them to pull this market back at some point today. This market is screaming to pull back into range. However, there's a higher drawn liquidity right now. Daily time frame distortion until Powell, like multiple days. So Powell is next Wednesday. So like they might just dance it around on Monday and Tuesday. And this market to begin to shift dynamics afterwards. Yeah. That's what I think. That's just what I think personally. It's just what I personally think. They're bouncing this market up this 1 minute BISI here. I think that they're dancing us around here for a reason. And I don't think that this is a coincidence. So I'm going to watch this. Just quick taking a long scalp on this inverse. Okay. Manage your risk to that inverse then. Manage it to the inverse, CJ. Good job. Manage it to the inverse. Good morning, Nah. How you doing? I don't know what the fucking guy seen, but puts was a good decision, Jason. Chuckles, I'm in danger, right? Tim says I'm long for the ES to 6600. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, man, look at that. I'm telling you, man. But that data was not good. But you got to manage your risk somehow. And I don't see what I can. We tapped to this 15-minute Bissy right here. This mini 15-minute Bissy, but hmm. 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 I think they're coming here. I'm just being for real with you. That's just where I think that they're coming to. I think they're going to target this. They're going right now. Who is this Powell guy? Blazing Wood says. Good morning, kidder. Is it Jack said, yeah, it was an A plus setup. Yeah, it was not. They probably want data lows. I think that they want the all-time high first before data lows. That's what I think. And I think that they want this round hold number right here on ES 6600 before data lows. I'm being honest. There's a round hold number here that I think they're targeting because the all-time high is 6600 on the dot. Uh-oh. That's what that alert was. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're at the all-time high now. Wish I held my longs. 9 points from all-time high. No, we're at the all-time high right now. This market's the all-time high. So my thesis was correct. Calm $40. Playing it mega safe to my big loss. Okay, good job, Jay. Great job, Jay. Yep, gotta build that confidence back, Jay. They're at the all-time high now. They've done it. So just because that they've done that, that does not mean that I think that they might necessarily be finished. So they completed one. So they completed everything. They completed everything that I thought here from last night that I sent out. So if you're looking at this shit, and if you're like, man, that shit don't make no sense to me. You need at least. I'm not saying you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to pay attention to this, but you need to at least be considering this. I did not send any downside targets for a reason. Look, there's no downside targets in here for a reason. So listen, if your site, if you woke up and if you were like, man, I need to short this today, you need to be rereading this. Michigan Consumer Sentiment at 10 a.m. Guys, this shit had nothing to do with good or bad news. They were just going to go there regardless. Expect them to make a new all-time high on NQ tomorrow, as in today. This was sent out last night. They've done this. Expect a new all-time high break again. I repeated it, and then a pullback into range tomorrow. So this is what I'm expecting to happen, and now at some point. How and when we get there is our job as a trader. To figure that out, to then manage our risk accordingly. All right. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. He says 24,100 is too perfect for me. What we got? 24,100. Nah, we just made a new all-time high, kidder. What do you mean 24,100?
No, Blazing Woods said something about it going to 24,100.
Oh. You said 24,100. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
nah.
and I just said that's too perfect.
Yeah, nah. They're not just gonna tap into 24,100 immediately at 24,100 to just reverse this market. I think, I think now that it is all on ES at this point in time. Because so now we don't have two draws liquidity above. We really only have one because they just made a new all-time high. So right now they're just trying to digest what the fuck they just did. This market, this algorithm is trying to digest what it just did. That's why it's not shooting up. It's trying to digest itself because it just triggered a lot of orders just now because a lot of people shorted it and they put their stop at the all-time high at that level there. So they might. So logically speaking, I'm talking about psychologically speaking. If you ask me what makes sense is they shoot this up just a little bit more in order to target 6,600. And then once they do that, then they will engineer a way in order to fully reverse this market today at some point in time today. That's what I personally think. That's just what I personally think. They've completed all objectives on NQ. So NQ was fueling ES. But now I think that ES is going to start fueling NQ to go higher. And I think that they're just going to start just randomly finding liquidity zones above on NQ. The only thing keeping this market above right now is this right here on ES. This perfect number is 6,600. If it was anything else, I think they would fully reverse this market. I'm being honest. That's what I think. Just being 100% honest. That's just what I think. That's what I think, personally. There's nothing above here. There's nothing here. We're at the all-time high, the all-time high. There's nothing here. You just have to watch this. Just have to watch this. And this. This right here is the next major draw on liquidity. There's a call resistance 0 to T, and a gamma wall 0 to T. And they stopped the market on a dime yesterday at 6,600, and they left that there. It does not like that. It is going to try to attack that with every being, with every part of its programming, every fiber of its being, of its microchips, whatever you want to say. Trading all-time high is dangerous. Did you close that short, Jack? Or are you still gonna hold on to it? Or are you willing to hold on to it? What you thinking, Jack? I just want to know what you was thinking, or not what. I already know what you were thinking. You were thinking short, or you went short. What I want to know is like, are you still short, or was it just small size and you're just willing to hold on to it? No, I'm still in it. F it, he says. Okay, not bad. Okay. Well, luckily for you, I think that luckily for you, I personally think that most of the damage has been done. The only thing I think controlling this market right now is 6,600. That's the only thing that I think, personally. That's it. Great job, Tom. Great job, Murdoch. Great trade. Way to take that trade I was talking about. Great job. Great job, Murdoch.
My bad, E. I had just popped back in, gang.
No, you
Yeah,
good.
I
What up?
dropped a little trade.
Oh, word? Yeah. Great job. Great job, guys. Great job. Great job to the people inside Discord. Great job.
Yo, E,
Yo, talk to me.
you heard me?
Yeah, I
What
can
I
hear you.
said?
What up?
No, you heard what I said before. I don't know if nobody heard me, but I said I dropped that trade. I know you just seen it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
I
said,
had
yeah.
popped off.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, man. I said, good job to you. Great job. Great trade.
I know it's dangerous because it's at all time high, bro. This shit kind of like ugly, bro. Like there ain't no type of
Yeah, but
balance where I can find some resist. You know what I mean? Like some,
yeah,
you know what I mean? A good entry, bro.
yeah, but you still manage your risk off that though. It was still pretty good. You were still keeping it tight though. That's the most important thing. Hold on, quick guys. I gotta make a quick phone call. Hold on.
Dude, I was on my phone and I didn't even see that trade. I could have took it. I was on my phone spamming likes on TikTok.
Believe it or not, I had took that off my phone, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I just use the shit for motivation now, man. Like I had to like do a whole change in my for you page so it's nothing like either like basketball or just motivation stuff. So if I hop on there, like I don't spend a lot of time on there. I see something motivational and I'm like, fuck. Like I gotta get off. Plus I'd be posting stuff too and got like a little like tiny little following of traders.
Bro, it's like when you understand what E talking about, like understand where price is going and understand price action, bro. That shit is crazy. Like you just can see it. Like literally though. I'm serious.
I'm here, guys. I'm here, guys. They're going up higher nonstop. This right here is where I think that this right here is where I think that they're trying to go to. This is bullish. I want to know how I can play this. I want to know how I can play this. Because they're going without me. I don't want to buy the all-time high, the all-time high. Hmm. What's this? Hmm. 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 Wonder. What can I manage my risk off of down here? There's really nothing here. Or else I would take this trade here. All right, see you later, Tim. See you later, Tim. National Guard on Monday? Where you going, Tim? Are they sending you to Memphis, Tim? Tim, are they sending you to Memphis? Because I saw that the National Guard is going over there to Memphis. I said, hell no. Oh, okay. Heard that they're going to Memphis. Thank you for your service, man. Thank you for your service, Tim. My father's retired Air Force. Thank you for your service. I'll be back on Monday and ready to make money, he says. Okay, yes, sir. We'll see you Monday. Good job. Before I let you go, though, Tim, did you close that trade out in profit? What happened? Close it out in profit? How'd it go for you? Of course, they let you do a payout, Nubs. Yeah, Nubs, you're good. Oh, yeah. He said, oh, yeah, stop loss of 100. Okay. So you made some money. Okay, you made some money, Tim. Okay, good job. Way to make a little bit of money. Good job, Tim. We'll see you on Monday, Tim. You've got to take the limit order off, Nubs. Yeah, Nubs, you got to pay attention on that one. Yep, got to pay attention on that one. Got to pay attention on that one. Hmm. I don't really have anything to manage my risk off of over here. Hmm. Yeah, smart decision, Nubs. Smart decision. Smart decision, Nubs. Smart decision. Yeah, It's all right, Nubs. It's all right. That happens. Nubs, you have to understand, trading all time high is very, very difficult. It's not easy. Not easy. Come on, Pop. You going all right? Yeah. So, what we got? Nub says, yeah, I know. I remember last time we were in all time high. It was terrible. Yep, because you'll get this. Marcus just starts acting weird. And it can very well tease you. And it could dump on you at any moment. There's no Bissy right there for me to manage my risk off of. So I don't necessarily like that. I was considering taking a trade to then target this little internal right here. I was considering taking that. But there's nothing from like they could very well come down here and sweep this. And that would be a terrible R to R. So that's why I didn't take that. As you can tell, I was looking at it. But the only drawn liquidity above is this. That's it. I'm a little bit cautious about buying the all-time high, especially after that data release. I'm a little bit cautious. What's been going on with Lulu? It's dropping like a rock. They're gonna make me hold a Lulu for like 6 months. Tie up all my money. Not all my money, but you know, you get the point. Tie up my money. I don't like that. Does anyone else blow at the wicks on the screen? Yeah, those memes are funny though. I don't do that, but those memes are funny because I see people enter into positions and they blow at them, praying to God that it goes up higher. Nah. That is funny though. That's funny. Hmm. Says, I think it works, Lala says. Could be. I'm a very superstitious kind of guy too. Very much so. It's just me. Like, whenever weird stuff starts to happen, I go, huh, that's like stupid weird. What's going on with that? Hmm. And whenever weird stuff starts to happen, I'm like, that today just must not be my day. That's okay. Look at that. Hmm. Money all time high, the all time high. I think NQ going to 104 right now. I think that they're gearing up. But I also think that a major move down is coming too. I'm gonna be honest. This is the only thing I think keeping this market elevated right now. Is them tapping into this right now. That's what I think is the only thing keeping this market elevated. So right now I am at a decision crossroads. I'm at a position of, do I start looking for short scalps? I'm at long scalps to then maybe target some internals like here or here or or this external like here? Or do I wait for them to complete this objective here? That's just where I'm at right now, specifically with this. And they're also in time distortion right now. So if I would have entered this trade 20 minutes ago, 25, almost 30 minutes ago, I'd be in the same spot right now. Literally, I'd be in the same exact spot. So that's what I'm thinking about. So I'm looking at this. But they're in time distortion right now. If I had to put a guess on it, God knows what they're going to do. I just know that this is the only drawn liquidity above right now. And I feel as though that they're going to pull this market back in the range tomorrow. I mean, today. That's just what I feel. I'm being honest. That's just how I feel. Look at the QQQ. It is at the all-time high. Look at this. They're trying to go higher now. But ES is not playing along. ES has been in this disgusting pattern since 4:30 this morning. Look, this is disgusting. It hasn't done anything. It's crazy. Hmm. Excuse me. So, man, this all-time high bullshit BS is mad annoying. I hope we done with that soon. Yeah, they have to complete an objective above first, unfortunately. Ken says, what's your bias? I think I'd already explained that. It's not necessarily a bias. Because I don't believe in biases. That's where I start to differ from ICT a little bit. Now, obviously, we're down 2%. Then clearly, they're showing me it's a red day. It's bearish, of course, right? I mean, if Trump sneezes and said tariffs on for everybody, and we dump 3%, well, yeah, of course I'm bearish, right? But I don't necessarily have a bearish bias. I would more so say draws and liquidity. Which one is more strong? That's how I look at it. Trevor says, good morning. Took long at 24.28, up 1,200 across 5 accounts. Good job, Trev. Jack says, if it doesn't dump now, I'm taking the L. Okay. Why would you even enter, 7V says? I think he entered because he was trying to hopefully hope it was going to dump. But I told him that it was a higher drawn liquidity up here. I told him that we were going to take out the all-time high. So if it would have just pulled back and he would have made some profit, that would have just been a lucky draw. Just full-blown luck. You got to try and do away with luck. I prayed dumps today. Had long since 5:30, then closed out. I'm sick. A win is a win, I guess. Okay. Michelle says, I've learned hoping in this market never ends well. Yeah, no, it never does. It never does because this market is not going off of hope. It's only going off of where can it go to fill orders. And this right here, I think is the major draw on liquidity right now on where they're going to answer Ken Dick's question. That's what I think. I think that they're coming here. 6,600. The HOD from yesterday was 6,600 even. It was 6,600 even. That is not going to fly. This market just does not like perfect. So I think that they're going to take that out and then they're going to start to pull us back in the range today. That's just what I think. So he is correct. ES hasn't done anything since 5:30. ES really hasn't done anything since, he is correct, but probably since about 4:30 this morning, an hour before that. It hasn't done anything. It's just been going sideways. NQ has done something, but that's because NQ had this higher drawn liquidity over here. So when I sent out in Discord, NQ was trying to do that right here. All right, guys, I didn't send out any downside targets for a reason. Expect them to make a new all-time high on NQ tomorrow, which was today. Sent out last night. These areas were screaming to be swept, and they swept them. This is no longer on NQ right now at the moment. Expect a new all-time high break and a pullback into range. Guys, this is just market behavior. It's just understanding the psychological aspect of this market and what they like to do from back testing years and years and years and years and years and years worth of data. And me understanding how this market likes to behave. And then I tie in ICT to it, if that makes sense. So that's what's going on. All right. So I expect them to pull this market back. And when they do, it's going to get kind of freaky. So as of right now, guys, they're shooting this up on not good news. The consumer sentiment was poor. Inflation was projected to go higher. CPI yesterday was not good. And they made new all-time highs 2 days in a row. The drawn liquidity yesterday was the data wick highs right here. And then they were so close to the all-time high that the new drawn liquidity was the all-time high because a lot of people had orders there. And now they took out those, and now the next drawn liquidity is this. I mean, it's really just that simple. I promise, it's just that simple. It's just that right now they're just doing sideways time distortion so they're fooling you. And they're making you think one thing, and then probably in like 2 or 3 candles, then they'll take it out. But I think that right here is where they're going right here. It's just what I think. I don't think that this is any more in NQ because NQ is in full blown price discovery mode right now. NQ is in full blown price discovery. So it could just keep going higher nonstop in a straight line. No one knows where it's going to stop at. That right there is why you don't short all time highs. Because when they make a new all time high, they're typically going to make it in rapid succession. So it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. That's how that typically works.
Hey,
What's been
can you hear me? Top of it, everybody. What's going on?
You said what, King? Crypto?
Like I was just saying, I haven't looked at the screen, the charts or anything. I just had you playing, because I've been trying to get my other Apex, not my Apex, my Tick. I wanted to get a Tick account, and something's going on with one of my debit cards, which is my crypto Coinbase card. So anyway, long story short, I just looked at the chart. And I'm like, wait a minute, I never seen nothing like this. The way NQ is just shooting up, right? Now, this is me just thinking. Because this is how I've been feeling. I feel like I'm a major pool of liquidity. Whenever I decide to enter a trade, the market reverses. Right now, NQ is all the way at the top. And it's like, let me say something. I'm tempted to enter a long right now while it's going long, just to see if it'll reverse because I entered the trade. Just the way I'm thinking.
I did that with micros, and that's totally not true, dude. You're just like, it's
I'm
just
claiming that it's not true.
It's not
Bro,
true.
I've lost.
You're in your head, bro.
thousands. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get out of my head. That's why I haven't.
It will see your orders though. Like it doesn't see your stop losses or your take profit, but it does see orders.
Right? Is it me or I'm bugging? Because it seemed like, bro, I've been robbed. I feel like I've been robbed.
But you also have to remember, you place a trade, you say you put your stop loss at a certain FVG, guaranteed there's thousands of other people that have the same stop loss in the same position. You know what I mean?
Stop putting stop losses. Like, I'm not even gonna do it. I'm like, I know someone sees what I see. I know someone placed a stop loss here. So I said, let me stop putting my stop losses in these certain places, and I try to not jumping on the exact trade, or when I do jumping on the exact trade, I see how the market decides to say, fuck you.
I'm not gonna lie, like my first week or second week actually trading, I think I thought the market was against me like that too. So I literally bought like a shit account for like $60 just to test that out, just to blow the account, test it out. Come to find out, it's simply not true. It just sees orders all over the market.
Yeah, I'm praying that if I enter this long, and I'm not even using my account, I'm about to, because I only got one PA now. I done went through about 24 accounts, bro. So I'm tight right now, and I'm just being honest, and I'm transparent, just like my bro. When I decide to go live on my platforms, I'm going to be a completely transparent, as I just like I always been. Like I said, I've stopped going live and been focusing on building up my knowledge in this area, because this is the area I prefer. I don't like gambling, but this is my little form of gambling to a degree, and even though it's a profession, it's still, you have to make the right decisions in forms of everything, and like I said, I want to go into a trade just to see if it does it. And I've been avoiding the charts all day. I have one PA account. I wanted to get another PA account before I decide to go back in, because I don't want to just have a basic payout. You know what I mean? I wanted to have 5 and 10, but actually those didn't work out. So we're going back to the drawing board. I'm still riding with everybody. You already know I ain't
Go for that basic payout first. Fuck it.
Right. That's it. That's all I'm doing. My goals are going to be so short. 250 for the tick, right? You need to have at least 250 to get 1 point on tick. You need 10 points. That means you need 10 positive days of 250 positive on tick. Any bad days, you don't lose a point. I done read between every line there is on these pages and everything, but I'm just letting everyone know, if you decide to get a tick, know that you got to make a $250 profit. That's why I messed up on my day one. It was 248. I said, wait a minute. So I'm like, all right, let's go harder the next day. And it seemed like the market wasn't listening to me. So we're gonna go ahead and do this again, man. It's not a problem. I'm just riding right now.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm about to enter. I'm gonna look at this chart for the second. Well, this will be my third time looking at it since I started. Since I got back on the computer, I've been over here trying to get that Tick account. But yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, this is unusual. How high? I'm looking for any. I'm like, wait a minute, there's no other highs. No, this is the high. This is the high, and it's just going higher. And I'm like, let me just go ahead and get ready to test it. But before I do it, I wanted to let everyone know I might be the factor. I might be the draw liquidity. Just let y'all know. Just take all my money. Just take it all. As soon as I press the damn button, that's what's going to happen. Everybody know. I'm letting y'all know right now. This is who it is. I am the draw liquidity all this week. This whole damn week, everybody ate. But
Yeah,
I
you want to know
didn't.
why? Yeah, you want to know why? You want to know why? Because we at the all-time high, brother. Brother, look,
Yeah, bro.
trading
It's crazy
this
right
King
now.
Crypto, I promise you, is not easy, because it fucks with your head. Because here's the deal. Because even me, I was looking. Even me, I was looking at taking this position here, and as you saw, it just played out, and I can tell where they're getting ready to go. But this market's moving weird, and they're not giving you anything that you can solidly manage your risk off of. So, like, if you buy this, then like psychologically, bro, I'm buying the all time high. Like, and so like if they dump this, then you start looking at
You
this and you're
gonna
like, oh my
go
God,
on
they can
your
come all the way down
ass.
here.
Yeah, then you're
So
freaking
shit.
out.
So shit. Let me close this trade out. And then you close it out, and then we're at the all time
And it
high.
goes
And then it
up.
just so consider look, guys, look, I'm explaining like this. When you're at the all time high, like if you buy shit like this, and like if they dump this just a little bit, you zoom out and you start looking, you're like, oh my God, they can go all the way down here. Let me close it out. But we at the all-time high, so they'll just keep doing this and it's going up. So it's very confusing. And then also when we're at the all-time high, like if you try and short this shit, they'll just do this. Cause it's in price discovery mode. So like if you short this all-time high here, they'll just keep going up in a straight line like this nonstop. And then like they'll stop you out and then they'll randomly stop it at a random level. It's called price discovery for a reason. So people don't understand that. Exo Michelle says
That joint look crazy. I'm like,
S&P
ugh.
7,000. Yeah, maybe not this week or next week, but maybe. That wouldn't surprise me.
And
Exo
give you
Michelle
that
says,
if
does
you can't
anyone
do,
else,
take that account and continue.
Exo Michelle says, does anyone else have, quote, stop, you're going to blow your account, stuck in your head when trading now? Yep, that's stuck in my head because that's what I think about. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
She says, Exo Michelle says to King Crypto, if you're quote tight right now, she says, maybe just think about it a little bit and maybe stay off the charts to avoid emotional trading. She says, just sister to brother advice. So she was just thinking about you. And
Tell her I appreciate it. That's why I haven't looked at the chart since I blown my accounts. And like I said, I just been listening, and someone told me to look at the chart, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's crazy. And and I've been just trying to get my my actual. I want to have more PA accounts before I decide to come back in, like really go in. And I do understand the payout methods, the time frames, and all of that, which I have to calculate all the way down, like we say, to a tick. I got to do this to a tick. So, he already understands a little more. But yeah, this is why I'm a little frustrated. It's not like, what I mean, I'm a quitter or anything like that, but I do know to reset back up, assess everything, and that's why I've been with it. And I've just been like, dang, is this market really drawn just to me, or is it, I don't want to believe that. You know what I mean?
It
That's not
seems
what I
like
want to
yeah.
believe.
Yeah,
You know what I
it
mean?
seems like it fully King Crypto, but I promise you it's not. It is literally only trying to fill orders. And what it is what you're looking at is not within the risk parameters that you're willing to risk in regards to the objective that they're trying to complete. So for example, if you bought this right here, expected them to take this liquidity out over here, like if you bought this top here and then they dumped it and then they stopped you out because your stop loss was like right here, for example, because you was only willing to risk $200 or $300, and then they shot it back up. Like the a normal person's gonna think, well, damn, bro, like they just dumped it in order to fill my order, and now they're going up higher. No, they're not doing that. It's just that It's just that you took a position with not within the risk parameters of what they're trying to show, but they're still going to complete that objective. So, long story short, that's the entire name of this game, and that's why I love this game. And it is a game because we can make thousands of dollars a day, tens of thousands of dollars a day doing this from a computer. This to me is a video game. But what it is the name of the game is they have to give you something that you can take to then manage your risk off of while you are understanding their overall objective. So you have to understand their liquidity objective, if that makes sense. So even right now, even though they're pulling this back right now, I'm unsure about even taking this because of the fact of the news that's came out so far today. So I'm unsure about taking that today. Because they're teasing us again and they're just slightly pulling us back. They haven't given me something where I can necessarily sink my teeth into. Because they could just very well come down here and just flush this and then take me out and then continue to go higher like they have been before. So I still think that the overall drawn liquidity is here. That's why I have that there. And so anything in the meantime, I just don't believe them. So they're just going to have to prove it to me. So could I take a long here and then try and target this? Yeah. But at the same time, though, my overall objective, I think that they're going to pull us back into range today. And I think that the only reason why this market is being elevated right now is because ES wants to take out 6,600. But am I willing to risk losing thousands of dollars because of that? In order to prove this small objective point. So I actually want to see them take this out and then show me something to the downside so that I can align myself with that new objective. So long story short, I'm going to add this. They are so close to completing this new objective here that I actually want them to prove to me that they've completed it. And then once they've completed a new objective, then I will try and align myself with that next objective, if that makes sense. So that's something that I try to keep in mind whenever trading this market. That's what I try to do. Enzo says check NQ. NQ is in full-blown price discovery mode right now. I'm sorry, it's just in full-blown price discovery mode. So we don't know what the hell NQ is going to be doing here. We don't know. So these FVGs and these businesses and these civies have a lot less weight at the all-time high and in price discovery mode right now. It's just a lot less waiting. Because they could just randomly get a green shoe candle or a random dump candle and then they pump it again. So we don't know what's going on with that. This algorithm is behaving very weird whenever it's in price discovery. It's price discovery for a reason. So the probability of trades drastically go down. So that's why I'm looking at ES, because ES has the next major drawn liquidity. I only trade NQ unless it's gap fill Thursday on ES with confirmation. But until proven otherwise, this right here is where I think that they're coming to. Until proven otherwise, that's just what I think. They're gonna have to dump and flush all of this shit and like attack this low in order for me to not think that they're gonna come back here again today. But then if they do that, then I just know that they're going to come back sometime next week. That's just what I know. That's how I keep on knowing that they're going to go to all-time highs again and again and again and again and again. Because they just keep on teasing it. So I just know that they're just kicking the can down the road for the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. The most bullish thing that they can do is actually pull this market back without taking out 6,600 on ES. That's the most bullish thing that they can do for like Monday or Tuesday. So you have to understand that and sort of kind of manage your risk around that. Just being honest. Exo Michelle says, you got this, King Crypto. She says, you got this. She says, it starts to pull on your psyche. Been there.
Thank you so much.
He says, thank you so much, Exo Michelle. So in a normal situation, if I didn't think that the drawn liquidity was here, I would actually consider a short here because we had a major sweep of liquidity over here. I might be able to target some lower, like I might be able to try and target this. But we're at the all-time high, so they could just shoot this and just invalidate this. It's price discovery. So the same rules that apply and like the same behavioral patterns that apply when we're not at the all-time high does not apply at the all-time high. It just doesn't, unfortunately. It's weird. Like, it's very weird. Actually, it's like it's weird because almost all dips get bought. It's in like a weird programming, almost. Like I can't even begin to explain it. It's just ridiculously weird. And like I don't want to buy this right now because it's at the all-time high, so they could just flush just to then just target lower liquidities and then just go higher. So this is very concerning here. I'm being honest. Under normal circumstances, I would actually try and short that. But I don't think this applies to normal circumstances. We're at the all-time high. They're just going higher. So this is what I'm saying. Like, it can be very, very, very deceiving. So like you have to have modest TPs at the all-time high. You have to be a little bit more patient. Like in my brain, that 1 and that 5 minute Sibi almost means nothing. It's just there from just what I've seen. If we weren't at the all-time high, that would be a little bit different. Under normal circumstances, I would short the fuck out of that. But I just think that they're just going to shoot this past that 1 and that 5. I seriously think that 1 and that 5 is just going to register as though it's like not even there. Like they're just going to shoot that shit. Like they could do anything here. Like this is dangerous. This is just very dangerous waters. It's very unfortunate. And I hate trading the all-time high. I just do. I hate it. You see that? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they'll come here, reject it, stop on a random diamond, and shoot it back up. You don't know what these people are trying to do up here. Look at this clusterfuck. Look at this. Look at this. We're in the same. We're at the same spot as we were at 925. We haven't done anything. This market's just moving weird. You got a super red candle, but there's no continuation. Got like a little bit of a red, but there's no continuation. Now this is probably just meant to just trigger orders, and now they're probably just going to go higher with this. So normally speaking, like if you saw this rejection of this 1 and this 5, like you would short this, right, with confirmation and use this as your stop. But we're at the all-time high in this price discovery, so they could very well just do this and then just come up here like this and just keep going higher. You don't know what they're gonna do. No one knows. And like, this is what I'm saying. Like, it'll play out like this in order to deceive you, because it's in price discovery. It's trying to, right now, this algorithm is trying to hunt orders, and it doesn't know where it's going to go. So the only thing it knows is just to go higher. That's what price discovery is. And then it'll go higher until it feels as though it can't fill any orders to the upside anymore. And then once it feels as though it can't fill any orders to the upside, then that's when it will just reverse. So the only thing controlling this market to fill orders is this. This right here is it. That right there is the remaining piece to this puzzle. So the only thing left to decipher is how strong is this pull on this liquidity right here? Do they want to fill orders right here at this level so badly, so badly, to the point to where they're going to hijack NQ and take it up in a straight line furthermore, to then fill those orders on ES, and then once they do that, then they'll reverse this. That is the only answer to this question that remains. That's it. And I think that's the only piece of this puzzle that's left to decipher. There's nothing else to think about. There's nothing else to think about. They're fooling around. Look at this. They rejected it for 1 minute and then they came back, like how I told you. So like, these imbalances with confirmation are not going to work the same. They're not. That's why I don't like trading on time high. And at the all-time high, support and resistance damn sure doesn't work. It damn sure doesn't work because there's nothing for you to go off of. What you got? There's no levels. There's nothing there. What are you going to do? RSI doesn't work because it's the most overbought it's been overbought. So what you going to do with that? How you going to manage your risk off order flow? How you going to do that? Because you don't know which order that they're going to be trying to fill when they could dump it on your head and stop you out. Wick-off strategy doesn't work. They disproved that. So what you going to do? Bull and bear flag patterns? Looks to me like this bear flag right now is breaking out to the upside. I mean, there's nothing here. They automatically become less effective. Everything. Just being honest. This is what I'm thinking. Jack says I took an L, by the way. It's okay, Jack. Jack, no one's perfect. It's all right. No one's perfect, Jack. No one's perfect. No one's perfect. I took an L yesterday, Jack. So normally speaking, I would actually consider shorting this 1 and this 5 right now. But I just think the ES is trying to go here. I'm being honest. I think the ES is trying to go there. And we're in price discovery, so this right here is just, like, they just might stop it there for like 60 seconds and then they'll just go higher. So I would just essentially be adding more fuel to the fire. And I don't want to do that. I got to be a little bit more selective. This is dangerous. I still think that they're going to reverse this market. But the only drawn liquidity above is that 6,600. That's the only reason why this market is not dumping. If they start to reverse this market in a serious manner, like in a serious manner here, they're just going to come back for it on Monday or Tuesday. It's just that simple. That's why we have to take it piece by piece. Took a long and left the runner, Shiloh says. Okay, Shiloh, good job. Move that to break even. Move that runner to break even, Shiloh. Good job. Murdoch says no, for real, dead ass. Nice sent the diamond. Thanks, Nye. They were expecting this 1 and this 5, but I still don't believe them. I just don't. And I could buy this, but I still. But I just think. I just think that they made. I just think there's no reason for them to go higher, except for ES. But I don't want to put my account on the line for this. Because look what they did yesterday. They teased it to the tick. They touched it to the tick and they reversed it. You would have took a loss yesterday if you were putting your account on the line. They were praying for a breakout. I don't want to be an orb trader and get fucked. I don't want to do that. This market wants to pull back into range. Like how I said last night. But this is the only drawn liquidity above, the only one remaining. They just took out the all-time high, guys, on NQ. They've taken out everything above. But one thing you need to understand is this. Just because the all-time high is 6,600, as you can see where my cursor is right now, that's not like a data wick high right now. So like they can come back for this on Monday or Tuesday. Everything that needed to be completed was above. Everything that needed to be completed here was here, guys. Everything that needed to be completed was this. Guys, they don't give a fuck about data. If it's good news, then they'll pump it. If it's bad news, then they'll pump it. If it's good news, they'll pump it. If it's bad news, they'll pump it. If it's bad news, they'll dump it. If it's good news, they'll dump it. Their only objective is to fill orders. So they don't give a fuck about any of that. That's why I intentionally said, hey, who gives a fuck? That's why I didn't mention the data. The only time they give a fuck is when it's like a ridiculous outlier, like I said earlier. Like if CPI is estimated to come in at 0.2% month over month and it comes in at like 2%, like 1%, then they'll dump it to hell. But other than that, they don't give a shit. They really don't. They're just trying to fill orders. That's why people that like to trade news and try to interpret it, because I used to try and do that too, they get fucked. I'm just being honest. I'm being for real with you. Expect them to make a new all-time high on NQ tomorrow, which was today. They did that. And I said that it was screaming to be swept. That was the all-time high on QQQ. This is what I'm expecting. Expect a new all-time high break, check. And a pull back into range tomorrow. I'm repeating this again for like a third time. Daily time distortion until Powell. And this market to begin to shift dynamics afterwards. Considering tomorrow's a Friday, which is today, we are at all-time high. I think we should take it piece by piece and take B and A quality trades, not D's or C's. Let's get back to the fundamentals and reestablish confidence in our tape reading. That's what I think. That's what's going on. So, we have multiple 15-minute bissies here. B's and A's only, Kidder says. I agree. I agree. I think they're going to start heating this up. But I don't want to jump the gun too early on this. What's happened to this 15-minute bissy here? Look at them reject this 1 and this 5. Hmm. Hmm. And this market is moving like Asia, so it's confusing you. It's moving like Asia because we're very we're in price discovery, and then two, we are deep in positive HVL. So every buy order that comes in is immediately is damn near immediately being met with a sell order. The market maker is hedging itself. So for every buy order it fills and it books, it 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 literally hedges itself with a sell order. It's called volatility suppression. It's just suppressing volatility. Um, and then VIX is mm, dropping like a rock. VIX is at VIX is at 1465. Blaze says, "Does the market make a new high once a month?" What do you mean by that? The market doesn't have to make a new high. It just seems though it's making a new high once a month because we are in a full blown bull market. But people still think this is a bearish market. People still haven't gotten over the notion that we've been in a bull market this entire time for years. We've been in a bull market damn since for forever. They don't understand that concept. But a lot of times people also don't understand this. People don't understand the concept and the notion that this market is rigged to only go up over the course of time. People don't understand that. People don't understand that SPY and QQQ, it's rigged to only go up. They don't understand that. I'm not talking about for a day or a few weeks or even maybe a year. I'm talking about over the course of like a decade, 2 decades. It will only go up. You can debate me on that if you want to. You can try and debate me, but I know I'm right. It'll only go up. That is the only absolute thing that I know about this financial market. It's just rigged to only go up. Because the things that comprise it, if they don't go up, then they just get removed. And they get replaced by things that do go up. They have an agenda. It's true. So 100 years from now, when we're all long dead and gone, SPY will be at like SPY will literally be at like 1,500 or 2,000, and there's going to be some 15-year-old kid 100 years from now looking at us and going, "Damn, what the hell was Gramps doing back then in the day trading SPY at 650? Damn, I wish I was alive back then to buy that. Lucky bastard." That's what he's going to say 100 years from now. It's true. The same way y'all are looking at it right now, y'all are going, "Man, 650 is kind of elevated right now." Forest for the trees. What do I think? They're just doing time distortion right now. They just made a new all-time high on NQ, so they're just trying to digest this a little bit. That's all they're trying to do. So don't be fooled. Don't don't sit here and randomly think I need to buy puts. I need to full port short this. Don't do that. We're at the all-time highs in price discovery. You get an FU candle out of nowhere. The longer that they hold us down here going into 1150 leads me to believe that they're going to use the 1150 macro to then take out that liquidity on ES. He says, how does the all-time high do on 1150 macro? 1150 macro is bullish like 85% of the time regardless. And honestly, it might honestly help it because it's bullish. And the all-time high is in positive HVL, so an influx of volume just might shoot it up. But I was just getting ready to say that just now. What I think is if they hang this around here towards this top at the 1150 macro, expect them to possibly shoot this. I'm like, that's just what I would think until proven otherwise. That's just what I would think. However, one thing to keep in mind is this. This isn't a major draw. Like it's not like it's less minimal. Now, it's a perfect whole number, yeah, but you don't want to put your hopes and dreams on perfect whole numbers. The stronger drawn liquidity was them taking out the all-time high today. That's why I didn't mention that in the pre-market. That's why I didn't mention 6,600 in the pre-market plan. It's still there, and I saw it, but it's just like, if they get close to it, then they'll do it. But if they leave it, then they'll just come back for it on Monday or Tuesday. Then that lets you know, man, you know what? I don't need to be buying puts 2 or 3 days out because this is still bullish. So they've completed almost every single objective to the upside now. I think that this market wants to pull back in the range, but that's the only reason why it's not. If that makes sense to everybody, that's the only reason why it's not. You answered my question while I was typing it. Yeah. Forming a double bottom. Double bottoms and double tops don't exist. They only exist in order to fool you so you can put orders there so that they can smash them and trigger them, Juliana, or Jill. It's true. Let us come back from at a later time. Or immediately smash them. People that look at double bottoms and double tops, they might get lucky, super lucky initially, but it really doesn't work out in their favor at all over the course of time. Because it's just nothing more than liquidity to be swept. Because why would you put an order, why would you put a stop loss or execute a trade at a point where they're trying to smash to fill orders? Just stop and just use that. Just stop and just use that concept and that logic. Why would you do that for? If you know for a fact that that 95% of people are going to be transacting there, why would you put orders there? Or why would you put a limit order there? What makes you think that it's going to stop there on a dime? There's no rhyme or reason. They're going to smash that and create pandemonium and trigger orders, and then they will consider reversing it. But they'll blow your account first. So when I see double, triple tops or bottoms and perfect double tops and bottoms or quadruple tops, I think to myself, they're going to come back for that at a later time. And there's nothing you can do to stop that. Like, for example, this yesterday. When I saw this yesterday on stream, and when I said that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damn near top, I said that's how I drew that pre-market plan. And I said this. That's why I did this. And I gave 0 downside targets. I said expect them to make a new all-time high tomorrow, because that's like a triple top, quadruple top. I said it. Not only that, I said it's screaming to be swept. That's what I said. So the people that decided to short that shit, look where they're at now. They're underwater and they're nervous and they're scared. So it's not a good idea to do that. Excuse me. So it's not a good idea to do that. It's just not. I'm, I'm, I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I've studied this market's behavior. So I'm just interpreting it for you. That's it. So this shit right here was that right there. This right here was the cheese. That right there was the cheese for everybody. They wanted you to think, hey, okay, we rejected here on this 1 minute candle. Let me short this right now and let me buy puts for tomorrow. But they just saved it for the next day, which I told you they were going to do yesterday. What did I say, guys? What did I say yesterday? I said the most bullish thing that they can do is not take this out during the 350 macro. And they did it today. We're in price discovery now. And it had nothing to do with the data either. Because the data came in hot and they just took it up. Because people had orders here, so they just wanted to fill those orders. You don't ever want to get in the way of them trying to complete their number one objective, which is to fill orders. You need to understand where they're going to fill orders, and then you can take a trade within that to then manage your risk. Or you wait for them to complete the number one objective, and then you align yourself with the new objective that you think they're getting ready to do, to then target a new objective. That is literally the basics of trading. That's it. There's nothing more. There's nothing less to it. That's just that. Anyone else telling you differently, I'm sorry. They don't know what they're talking about. Because if you don't understand liquidity and where they're trying to fill orders, then what the fuck are you doing pressing that button? What are you doing? The concept of buy low, sell high doesn't apply. Trading is simple, but it ain't that simple. You need to ask yourself and you just say, can a 5 or 6 year old toddler do this? And if a 5 or 6 year old toddler can do it, then it's probably not a good idea to do. Like drawing a trend line or looking at a flag, bull or bear flag, or putting like a Fibonacci line from top to bottom and just blindly putting a limit order at 0.618 or 0.5 randomly, the halfway point, stuff like that. Just stuff that just requires you to turn your brain off. Those are the things that you need to be thinking about. And then the other thing that you need to be thinking about is, are 95 to 98% of other people doing this? And if they're doing it, then I need to ask myself, are the 95 to 98% of the people that are doing that, are they successful in doing this endeavor? And if the answer to that is no, then you don't need to be doing what the fuck they're doing. You need to actually you need to actually understanding what they're doing is actually probably a good thing, so that you can figure out the truth, so that you can know what not to do. So like when people say, hey, I'm getting ready to short this, I think in my brain, I go, well, they're probably getting ready to get liquidated, so let me try and figure out where they could potentially go. I normally do that, but we're in price discovery, so I can't figure that out right now. So that's my question. So that's the answer to that puzzle in particular. That's what you need to start asking yourself. Is 90 or 98% of people doing this? And if they're doing that, where are they going to admit defeat at? And so which means where are they going to take this market to? So yeah. Trading is weird. It's weird like that. because you need to understand the most important. Well, not the most important thing is liquidity, which is understanding where they're trying to go fill orders, because that's the number one objective. But you need to understand the most important psychological aspect of this game. This market is going to do the most obvious thing in the least obvious way to hurt the most amount of people. Because the most amount of people don't know what the fuck they're. It's not like it's trying to hurt them on purpose. It's just that they just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Just being honest. And it's going to do the most obvious thing because it's just going to do the most obvious thing. But it's not going to do the most obvious thing in the most obvious way because people would get too scared. And they wouldn't fill orders. So it's going to do the most obvious thing in the least obvious way. And then consequently, it's just going to hurt the most amount of people because they keep doing weird shit. It just is what it is. Just being honest. Because if the most obvious thing in the most obvious way would be for them to, let's just say, break out this all-time high, then they would just do this in a straight line up 1%, and then 2 minutes later they would just dump it down here to take this out, and then 3 minutes later they would come up here like this, and then they would just keep doing this nonstop. To then just feel like in the most obvious way. But they're not gonna dump this market 1% and up 1% in a straight line nonstop like that. People would be too scared. No one would put their money in, and then they wouldn't fill orders, and they wouldn't make money off this spread here. They don't give a fuck about commissions. Commissions don't exist. That's your broker. Your broker still has to pay into this spread here. That's what they're trying to do. That's what this algorithm is programmed to do. I'm just being honest with you. That's it. That's all they're doing. So if they did that, too many people would be too scared. The last time that happened that you remember, Trump said tariffs on, fuck everybody. And then the market dumped 15-20% over the course of like a day or a day and a half. Like it was dropping like a rock and people were scared. And in 60 seconds, you were getting 3 and 5% candles in 60 seconds. No one was buying and no one was selling. So the market was trying to fill orders, but it was searching for orders to fill, but it couldn't do anything. So it was dumping like 5% in 60 seconds. I haven't seen that since the sickness. They'll block me if I say C19. But you get the point. The algorithm will block me because it's monitoring my words. But I haven't seen that since then. But that was the last time that it was a legitimate free for all market where nothing was rigged, where like it was legitimately about buyers and sellers, and they were going from point A to point B up and down in a straight line. But then too many people got too scared, and then, guys, Trump is a very prideful guy. He did not change his reasoning because he wanted to. He came out himself and he said it. I saw him say it on a plane because it's my job to listen to him because I have to know what he's getting ready to say because I have to understand how, the temperature of this market. And I saw him say on a plane, and they say, sir, this one lady said, sir, on Air Force One, it said, sir, the market's down like 20% since you said tariffs. What's going on? And he said, well, it's just like medicine. Sometimes you got to take it, and sometimes you got to. I'm paraphrasing. But he was like, it's just like, the stock market's just like medicine. Sometimes you got to get more sick before you can get better. And then when he said that, the market dumped like another 10% instantly. But then too many people started getting scared, and then his advisors came to him and said, "Sir, people are starting to wake up from this matrix that they're in, sir. They're starting to realize that their money's not real. What's going on? We need to change that." And then he came out and he was like, "All right, guys, hey man, okay, you know what? We'll put a pause." And then when he put a pause, this right here is what happened to the market. Look, I'll show you. You want to know what happened to the market? That was this. You see this right here? When he said those words, the market pumped 12% instantaneously. Like in a straight line. There were 1% 60-second. There were 1% 60-second candles. And then look what happened ever since. Look, the computers turned back on, and the market just kept going higher nonstop. That was just that. These are daily candles right here. This right here was when he made that decision. So he started talking crazy, and then he was like, we need to take more medicine. Sometimes it got to get worse before it get better. And he said that, and then this is what happened. And then people started getting scared, and the market dumped 20%, like how I said. And then he said, whoop. He sneezed, and he said, oh, never mind, guys, my bad. I was just joking. And then we went, and then we did this. And the market pumped 45% in like 4 months. The entire market pumped 45%. And we're back at the all-time high again. So this is rigged. It's just that you just don't understand how it's rigged. Look at that. We never look back. We never went back. So that's a real life interpretation of what's going on. And I know some people are probably thinking, hey, bro, well, we got to go back there someday. Do we? No, the fuck we don't. We could just keep going higher indefinitely for forever. All gaps don't have to be filled. I used to believe that bullshit when I first started my trading journey. I used to believe that, but they don't have to be filled. Look at this market. Look at this. Look at this clusterfuck here. Look at this. Look at that candle. All gaps don't have to be filled. If you think that we're going to come back to 220 on SPY to then fill these gaps from down here, to fill this gap from March, I got a beach to sell you in the middle of Idaho and it's black. We're never going back there. We're not. Ever. They would print another $10 trillion for us before we come back there. The market just dumped 15% and then they turned the printers back on. People started getting scared in California for a little bank run, and they created a bank drop for like 500 billion and gave banks indefinite money supply. This market is rigged to only go up. You see this dump right here? This is when people started getting scared. And then they printed like $4 trillion they printed 4 or 5 trillion out of thin air. This right here was the moment Powell blinked. And this is giving me goosebumps thinking about this right now. But this moment right here, when they swept this daily liquidity right here, was when Powell blinked. And Powell and Trump both blinked. And they said, oh shit. No, wait, I'm sorry. Not that. What the hell was this? That was February 2020. Yeah. That was COVID. When Trump came out, and when was that? Yep. When Trump came out and he said government shutdown and people got scared, we did this in a straight line nonstop. And then he blinked. And then Powell blinked, and they just printed 4 or 5 trillion out of thin air. It's giving me goosebumps to think about. And look what the fuck happened ever since. Look. This market, this is not a shit coin that you're looking at or garbage disposal coin. The market went up 120% in a straight line. We never pulled back. I'm serious. And you want to know what this was right here? This right here, I'm assuming, this top right here was a shift in monetary policy right here. That was why we decided to go lower right here. And then this moment right here was when Powell decided to start to cut rates again, and he blinked, and we just went higher like this. I remember that vividly. It's 11:50 macros coming up right now. Let me get back to the scheduled programming. So they've been pulling us back this entire time until this 11:50 macro here. We're at the LOD almost. Here. We're basically at the LOD on this 1150 macro here. So I would consider a long play on this 1150 macro. However, I don't like the fact that they have these succeeding candles here, which leads me to believe they might try and tap into here before they go higher. So the 1150 macro is bullish 90% of the time. I mean, not 90. I'm sorry, 80 to 85% of the time. It's 1150 macro right now. What are they doing? So they've been pulling it back so far into this macro. They've just been dancing us around here. Bullish. I don't have like a 1 to really manage my risk off of. There's a 15 here. I want to take a position, so they're going without me on this 1150 macro. They're going without me right now. AC says I tapped in. Okay, good job. This is bullish 85% of the time. But I'm still a little bit nervous about this because we're at the all-time high. How do I want to play this? Mike says I did it too for 25 ticks. Yeah, I think 25 ticks for 1150 macro or something like that is a pretty decent play. I'm not gonna lie. Not bad, Mike. Not a bad little play, Mike. Good job, Mike. Good job. I'm going to
order submitted.
I'm going to take a flyer on this 1150 macro on a long. I just entered into a long, and it's only going to be for 25 ticks. I'm using the power of this 5 and this 15 here to try and just target 25 ticks off this 1150 macro, just using just the sheer power of my back testing here. Using this 1150 macro. I just want to just see. The quality of this trade is about a C+. 25 ticks. I'm in with Mike. And I'm going to target this liquidity, this little internal right here. So about 25 ticks or so. 2 contracts. Decent, normal entry-level size.
Order filled.
Okay, not bad. I was in with Mike. Quality of that trade was about a C+. All the trades we took yesterday were D's. So like if you notice, whenever I give a trade and it's like a C+, it really plays C+. C+s play out about, I'd probably say about 70% of the time. My B's play out about 85% of the time. My A's have played out literally like 95% of the time. Quality of this trade, because we tapped into this 15 right now, was probably about a C+. That 1150 macro was nice, Mike said. Yeah, I know. That's why you got to study it inside Discord. That's not on the Knowledge of Community page. So, but it's not meant for you to ridiculously overstay your welcome. Like, you don't just buy that and go, well, we're going to go up 15, 20% now. No, it can be used for you to just make a quick $1,000 or $2,000. And then you reevaluate. So they haven't given me shit all day, and then they gave me a situation where they pulled it back this entire time into this 1150 macro. And because of what I've back tested, I know for a fact that, hey, you know what? I like my chances for at least a specific amount of ticks. So with that being said, what do I like my chances with? I like my chances on 80 to 85%. And we're at their all-time high, so they're probably going to keep going higher. So that's not bad, guys. This is a perfect example on how to trade the 1150 macro. They tapped into a 5 and a 15 here, and they pulled it back. I think this is a perfect scenario for that trade. So as of right now, if you're still in that trade, you need to bring it back to break even. You need to at least bring it to break even, and you need to be starting to scale out. AC says, quick $200 across 5 accounts. Good job, AC. Great job. So at a minimum, you need to pull it back to break even. And where this market can start to fuck you at is right here. So you need to be out right now as they're tapping into it. You need to be scaling it, maybe front running it by like a tick or two. Just made a little 50 or 5 micros. Get my account slowly back up. Now down 600. Nubs says, okay, Nubs. Not bad, Nubs. Good job. Made a little 50. I took profit, AC says. Did anyone else take that 1150 macro? Wait to alert me, Mike. Oh, wait, hold on. Who was that sent that alert out? Oh, wait to alert me, Nubs. Guys, we just tapped into this 1 and this 5 here. That's why I said this market can start to fuck you at. So you got to be out there where this market can start to hurt you at. So you may have wanted to front run it by like a tick or two. Or at a minimum, you need to have taken like 75% off on that trade. Shiloh says break even on it. Oh, he says break even. How you break even, Shiloh? What happened? Oh, you moved it to break even and they stopped you out? You trailed it? What happened, Shiloh? Nah, they should have. Oh, okay, because you got in a little bit late. On that one. Okay. Wow, they teased your TP by a tick. That's why you got a front runner by like 1 or 2 ticks. Man, that's tough, Shiloh. That's tough. See, they took you out on break even, but they teased it to it. They actually went by it, but they didn't feel it. AC says, I took profit. Anyone else doing a lunch sweep? I took it, but got out of break even. Missed my TP by a tick and completely went through it. Yep. TP also hit. Got in a little late. Used the 1 mini Bissy and stop loss. And TP at 094. Okay, yeah. I trailed it since you was close to it to TP. Okay. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I don't think it's going to hit ES high. Not going to lie. Enzo says. They got to prove it to me. I think that the overall drawn liquidity is lower, but I think that the only reason why we're not dumping is this. But they could do anything. We're at the all-time high, and it's a Friday. Just closed out. Went back smaller lots on MNQ. $7, $8, $80 ain't bad. $80 ain't bad, Exo Michelle. Just keep on stacking. Yeah. So, I don't fault you at all, Michelle, for downsides a little bit because we are at the all-time high. So, great job the way to manage your risk and way to stack them up. Now, let's see what 1208 brings. Now, the problem with 1208 is this. We're at the all-time highs. So automatically, all shorts get downgraded a quality in the trade. When we're at the all-time high, all shorts get downgraded because VIX is ridiculously low, so we can get hit with time distortion, and then there's going to be less follow-through. So 1208 can very well happen, but we got to be on alert. Definitely a win is a win, she says. Yes, I agree, Michelle. A win is a win. Builds confidence. Happy Friday, by the way. Yes, sir. Happy Friday to you too, AC. Great job. So they're tapping into this 1, this 5, and this 1 here. That's what they're doing now. Way to manage your risk, Michelle. Seriously, great job. I like the fact that you went smaller. I like that. Latanya. Is Latanya in here? Latanya, did you take that trade with us and pass that account? Because Latanya did eval instant pass, but she did it with the web trade copier. And guys, it cut it a little short. So I'm not saying that in order to give out her business, but what I'm saying is if you're doing that web trade copier, you might have to front run it by like, I mean, you might have to overrun it by like another 2 ticks or so, 2 maybe 3 ticks, because it cut her off like $90 short. So you're gonna have to think about that. All right. So that's something to think about if you're using those web trade copiers with eval instant pass. So I just wanted to make that public announcement for the people that's inside Discord, and then for the people that's inside Discord on TikTok. So if you're doing one of the web-based trade copiers and you have a Mac, it's not going to be as absolute as the Replicano. You might have to add like an extra 2 ticks to it. Went from blowing accounts to consistently winning, so thank you. No problem, Michelle. I'm glad that you're a part of our community. Seriously, you've seriously been like a great supporter of the Insider family, and you've seriously been literally like a sister to me. All this is I seriously hope to meet some of you guys one of these days. Seriously. You know, I'm a little bit upset though with Bedhead because Bedhead went to Vegas, and how dare that jerk take his wife to Vegas and not me?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I'll just tease it. He knows I'm teasing guys. Congratulations to Bedhead, man. He got married, tied the knot, and went on spent some time with his wife, man. Oh man. So we need a meet and greet for the Insider family. Yeah, we do. We do. As long as it's not in any one of those cities like Chicago or Memphis, I'm not gonna do no meet and greet there. Yeah, no Chicago, no Memphis, and no New Orleans. So if Shirley's from New Orleans, we're not going there. Yeah, or Florida. Well, certain parts of Florida are nice, but there are certain parts like where I'm not stepping a foot down there. Shirley said, "Oh man, Shirley, I'm sorry, I'm not going to New Orleans. I'm not going there. It's dangerous down there. There's a lot of ignorance. Wherever Trump is sending the National Guard to, I'm not going there because it's clearly dangerous. No Memphis. Yeah, nah, hell no, I'm not going to Memphis.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoa.
Hell no. Now, I have been to Memphis specifically. I've been there, and the actual city part looks nice. Like the actual part where the city where like the Grizzlies play at. Like Memphis has like a really nice feel to it. But still though, I still think it's dangerous. So we're not that bad, Justice says. I don't know. Memphis is not good from what I've seen. I'm being honest. I love New Orleans, and Memphis wasn't bad. See, guys, like here's the deal. I was more so just being sarcastic a little bit, but guys, listen. Here's the fact of the matter. I'm gonna be honest with you. Here's the fact of the matter. Guys, wait, on a side note, before we get too sidetracked, remember where I said that this market can seriously begin to start to fuck you at, so you need to be out here? There was a reason why that was the case, because there was a 1-5 and a 1 here. So the 1150 macro worked and we made some money off that, but we needed to be out where this market can start to hurt us at. That's what I mean when I say at the all-time high, you have to take profits whenever you have them, and you have to reevaluate. And you have to take it piece by piece. And you have to wait for solid setups to form. That's what I mean. All right? So that's why I said don't hold it trying to get 20% in one move, like 20% off of an NQ contract, and you expect the market to double in like 5 minutes. Cannot do that. So this right here was a perfect call for us, right here, for us to get how many ticks? Like if you would have moved the break even, now was a perfect call for 70 ticks. Based off of that, decent trade. The trade almost, guys, you know it's a good trade when it literally doesn't even go into drawdown at all, like immediately. So the problem with the 1208 lunch sweep, Michelle, is this: is they're dumping it into 1208. So if they were shooting this up into here into 1208, then maybe we could consider that. But considering we're already tapping into multiple BISTs, it just fully invalidates it. So 1208 is null and void as of right now. Tap, share, and comment, guys. It'll boost his live. Thanks, Michelle. I love New Orleans. And maybe members. Okay, yeah. Brookster says, yes, they are. As in, yes, Memphis is bad, she says. I'm assuming. I'm trying to get an Airbnb in the mountains in Gatlinburg. I've never heard of Gatlinburg. Where's that at? But the point I was getting ready to make is this, guys, is almost, long story short, guys, look, I'm not shitting on no city. Guys, because every city has its positives and negatives. Some cities are far worse than others, of course. But guys, as you'll start to notice, not as you'll start to notice, but one thing that I've begun to notice is this. One thing that I have seriously begun to notice is this, guys. Poverty is a major driver of determining whether or not that a city is good or bad, or an area is good or bad. Because what it is now don't let me lose you here. So before you turn your brain off, you have to understand this. This is just human psychology. Whenever people are forced into survival mode, like survival mode as in like they're barely surviving, and like they don't have like the mental capacity and like the mental bandwidth in order to explore other things, they tend to do things outside of the standard deviation. They tend to turn to crime. They tend to do things that are just, that just breeds ignorance and violence. So, so almost every city has, some of the best cities in the world have some of the worst areas because of that. So it's not necessarily having to do with like an area. It just has to do with really cities that have just a high level of concentration of just, of poverty, so to speak, because that's where crime tends to manifest. You really don't see crime really manifesting in super rich areas for a reason. I'm serious. And one of the things that I seriously started to understand from just understanding economics and just understanding these things is it really doesn't really have anything to do with, like, guys, I'm gonna be honest, the whole people that say the 13 percenters and 13% of blacks make up whatever the percentage of the crime and this and that, it's because the minorities don't have this, they don't have the same economic standings. Like, they don't have the same economic foothold. So they're almost forced into poverty, or because they're forced into poverty, they commit more crimes. But I really don't see highly well-to-do minorities just committing crimes. They don't. It's really only the ignorant ones and the ones that don't have a solid job. Like, if you was a CEO of a company, are you gonna be sitting there doing all this weird shit? You're not. if you got a solid job and a solid family, you're not gonna be doing no drive-bys and getting no face tattoos. You're not gonna be doing that. Like, you just not. You're not. You know what I'm saying? So, and then if you got a solid income doing, you know what I'm saying, bro, you're not gonna be committing no violent crimes or no doing no murders. You're not. If you do, you're mentally unstable. And Tennessee, very nice. Yes, Gatlinburg is. I gotta look that up. Shirley says true. On my bucket list for sure. I travel a lot, and that's one place I love to see. Nice, bedhead. Yeah, I'm from Bam, and Memphis is worse. You from Birmingham? Yeah, Birmingham, Alabama is not good either. Very low income area on average as well. And Birmingham, Alabama is not good. Any city that they really like to put the first 48 on is not really necessarily a good city. And I think Birmingham, Alabama is one of the first cities that the first 48 used to. It's a TV show that documents murders. That's where they got their footing at. Memphis, too. Atlanta got put on there. Tulsa got put on there. They would do Chicago, but I think that they're just too scared to go to Chicago. Like, they don't even want to film in that clusterfuck. Jackson, Mississippi, yeah. Whisper Trade says Jackson, Mississippi, yeah. Got to stay away from there. Like any one of those places. They got the shooter. Yeah, I know. I heard about that. But he's a very controversial person, and so we're not really gonna really delve too deep on him, because he's very controversial, and I really don't care too much up or down about him. I'm gonna be for real. I'm talking about what's the guy's name? What's his name again?
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk. Yeah. So he's very, very controversial, and in some things he says he has a point, but in other things he's also rage baiting people, in order to just for dramatic shock and effect. And I'm gonna be honest, I really don't care about all of that political stuff, because at the end of the day, I only care whether or not that these numbers are going to keep printing. So everyone else can keep all that weird stuff, and man, I'm looking at my timeline, and like people are, people are being divisive and this and that, and and chiming in on him and this and that. And man, bro, you only causing division between you and the people that you care about. Like, at the end of the day, who gives it? Like, I'm serious. Like, who gives it? Like now, listen. I apologize to his family, because man, he had a beautiful wife and and children, beautiful children, and this and that, and they will never be without a father. So at the end of the day, whoever was preying on that man's downfall, that's kind of messed up. Because those babies are now without a provider, and that wife is now his wife is going to have to figure that out by herself, and that's messed up. So, but outside of that, I mean, dude, at the end of the day, I mean, how is that really seriously affecting us? You know what I'm saying? I mean, guys, you're really only hurting yourself whenever you're doing these things. Because if someone pumps their fist and they say, hey, I like Charlie Kirk, and you start frothing at the mouth because you hate Charlie Kirk, and if it's your best friend, then you're gonna be looking at him sideways. And then you're not gonna want to be friends with that person because they prefer or because they like listening to a guy that they've never met and that you've never met. And so, I mean, it's just you're just causing unnecessary division and drama in your life. For why? To me, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, I'm gonna cut my brother off, man, because he likes listening to Charlie Kirk speeches. Bro, wait, why? For what reason? I mean, bro, it's an opinion at the end of the day. Who cares? But I mean, that's just me. So anything that breeds division or confusion or controversy, I try to stay away from. And that includes people hating and loving Trump. I really don't care. The only reason why I listen to him is because he's the most powerful man in the world. And if he sneezes about tariffs, this market's going to drop 2%. So I got to pay attention to that. But other than that, these numbers right over here are going to keep printing, and I'm going to keep making my money on a daily basis. So I really don't care about anything else. Only thing I don't like about it was all the people who were celebrating his death, Kidder says. Yeah, I agree. I just think that's wrong. Someone can have very different beliefs as you, but in order for you to celebrate their death, like people were literally like crying tears of joy when for a man that got assassinated in broad daylight and he got sniped. And that man had a family at the end of the day. At the end of the day, he was a human. And he didn't like unalive anybody himself. Now he made some very controversial statements, but we're not going to get into that. But at the end of the day, I mean, you don't pray for the death of someone like that. Like that's because they have a different belief system as you, or if they do, you don't do that. Like that's just, to me, that's just very inhumane. And I just think that just lacks judgment. You know, you can disagree with somebody and then just keep it moving. I mean, like, what's it to you? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's it to you? Like, these people act, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, what's it to you, man? Like, come on, bro. I mean, it's like, seriously, like, what's it to you? No matter who or what, it's just wrong. Even with the school shooting that happened the day before. Mentally deranged, in my opinion. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, bro. You know, guys, this world is just crazy in general. Who's getting ready to say something? Yeah, man. This world is just crazy, man. Like, I just saw a video like 2 days ago of a guy. He was just sitting behind a woman.
Bro.
This woman from Ukraine, and he literally just took out a knife and he jabbed her 3 times in the back of her neck. On the
Man,
train.
he did that shit so nonchalantly too. That shit is scary.
Off. Yeah, and he just walked off, and that poor innocent woman was just killed for absolutely no reason. You know what I'm saying? And
terrifying, bro. Terrifying.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. This world is absolutely insane. Man, where are they coming to? So yeah, man, so like I looked it up and I did research. It doesn't excuse him, but he is fully mentally deranged. He literally has schizophrenia.
Oh yeah, it's not his first time. I think when I read into it a little bit, he was released like 12, 15 hours prior of the stabbing as well.
Yeah, he's mentally deranged, and so he tried to call for help, but they were like, "What can we do for you?" Like, because he said he was hearing voices and shit like that, and then like he asked his sister and on the call, and he was like, "That woman was reading my mind." But that poor innocent woman didn't do nothing to that man. Nothing to that man. And there were people that were actually saying, yeah, man, that's what she get because she from Ukraine. Like, I was on X and I was reading these comments. Bro, people are insane.
That's crazy, bro. I don't care what you believe in. You're black, crazy. White, yellow, Asian, Mexican. I don't care, bro. Never wish death upon anyone, bro. Ever.
Yeah, never. Yeah. People were literally saying that damn refugee, she don't need to be here anyway. It's about time.
Did you see all the stuff that's going over in Nepal?
You said where?
Over in Nepal, man. Like
never, nah.
Dude, they're like overthrowing their government.
Not even aware of that. I'm not even aware of shit. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Shaquana says status is etc. She says, I don't think anyone should celebrate with his death. However, I don't agree with the talks of statuses, etc. Yeah, I agree, Shaquana. I don't agree with, I don't think anyone should celebrate anyone's death. I don't think so. We're all human beings. And no one's perfect, and no one's gonna agree fully with anybody. They pick and choose what to highlight when it supports a bill. Transgenders, ICE, etc., Juliana says. Yeah, I agree. That's why I stopped caring about politics. That's why I stopped caring about news. I'm serious.
Because it's not like how it used to be, for sure.
Yeah, because because they're going to pick and choose what they want to talk about, when they want to talk about it, and what they want to highlight and what they don't want to highlight, just to further an agenda. And then, and then in the midst of them doing that, they're going to do whatever it is that they want to do. So, so like they might incite riots and then and then sway the general public one way, but then these politicians are going to do whatever the hell it is that they want to do regardless, and pass whatever bills that they want to do regardless, in order to further their agenda. So I just think, as me as a normal human, why would I want to concern myself with that? Like, I got more important things to be dealing with and to be trying to figure out than to be pulling my hair out and to be arguing with my brother or my sister or my mother or my daughter or my son or my nephew or my cousin or my mother-in-law or my dad-in-law about their political beliefs and about what they think a politician should do in order to pass a law, or that politician's beliefs that they've never met before.
And they don't have no power to do nothing about it but talk.
Yeah,
and
you really don't got no power to do nothing. You really
don't talk with me.
Yeah, you really don't have really any power to really do anything. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have power in mass. Yes, we do. But that's why but I'm gonna be honest, I think that that's why they keep us divided. Because if we all banded together, and like, guys, that's why they keep us divided like 50-50 between Democrats and Republicans. And then like they got the, the liberal, like the whole, like that little 1 or 2% there in order to, sway it, either way. So, that's why I think that they're doing that. Because can you imagine if 100% of the Democrats and Republicans got together? Like, I'm talking about like us, that make up 99.9999% of America. And we got together and we were like, yo, we're being taxed without representation. This is wrong. For every $100 I make, I got to give $40 of that to the government before I can spend it. And then when I do spend it, I got to give another 8% to that. Like, that's like, so 50% of my money is gone before I can do anything, like before I can benefit at all. Like, where the hell is all my money going? This is wrong. Or, hey, what's going on with these laws? Or, hey, what are they putting in our food? On as to why like heart disease is going up and like obesity is going up. Like, what's going on with this food that they're putting out and that they're feeding us, guys? Like, what are they doing with our children? Like, can you imagine like if all of us just banded together? Bro, the rules would change within weeks. Like, instantly. Like, the government would change. But they make you think that we have power because they keep us divided and like they just keep you distracted. And then like whatever they get done furthering an agenda and causing division, then they just move on to the next thing. That's just literally what they just do. And then after that, it's just all ends well and ends well. Juliana says, together we do have a lot of power. Exactly. Yeah, I know. But what it is they keep us divided. Like, this Charlie Kirk thing is going to keep so many people divided, and people won't band together. Trump, everything going on with Trump is just going to keep people divided for like the next 3 or 4 years. But they just keep on doing this song and dance over and over again nonstop. 16 years ago now, I was younger. I was ridiculously younger. But 16 years ago, 20 years ago, it was Bush. Now it's Trump. Before then, it was like Reagan. They just keep on, and then like it was Obama. And then it was Biden. Like, they just keep on just repeating this song or dance over again. And then over the course of like 30, 40 years, they just, the people whose voice could have done something, they just get too old, and then they just get phased out. And then they just repeat the process over and over again nonstop. That's literally all that's going on. That's it. So this shit has nothing to do with Trump at all, and has nothing to do with Biden. So the people that suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, to where they're a little, they're people that I actually know, as a matter of fact. Like a good friend of mine, she starts frothing at the mouth the moment that I mention Trump, and I haven't voted for him. Well, I haven't voted never, but because of what I just said. But she literally starts crying the moment I say, "Hey, did you hear what Trump said?" And she's like a lifelong friend of mine, and she starts crying the moment Trump's name is mentioned. And so I try to tell her, I was like, "Hey, you're suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. What's going on?" Like, I didn't even say anything bad, and she was like, "Don't tell me anything about that man. Don't do it." And I'm like, I wasn't even trying to push him on you, like, at all. Like, did you hear what the law that just? Don't do it. And I was like, okay, hey, it's okay, Well, okay, so what'd you hear about? Did you hear about the music video that came out? And I just got to change the subject. And I'm like, uh-oh. And for no reason, she's never met him. But this is just what she's just been going off of. I'm serious. Blue says, what does she say about the market? She has no idea about what's going on with this market. I think that she's tapped into the matrix. She's tapped into the matrix. She has no idea what's going on with this market. Blue Maddie. We rather take the time to post opinions rather than educate ourselves on how to actually facilitate. I agree. Because everybody's got an opinion, but don't nobody want to band together. It's weird. Ask her about Labu. I don't even know what that is, Jack. I'm going to be honest. Check, please. She mean check, please, you're right. Oh, yeah. Ray says run. Ray says run. Check, please. Nah, I wasn't on a date. Like, she's just a girl that I just know. Like, she's just a good friend of mine. Like, like, this was just over the phone. And so, like, I'll send her, like, a voicemail message. Like, I used to send her a voicemail message, and I was like, and I was like, hey, and it's like, how like you can see like the transcripts. It's like if I send a voice message with iPhone, like it transcribes the message. So like she'll read the transcription, and like she'll read it, and like this has happened dozens of times. So like if I like say like just the word Trump in there, because she knows I don't care about Trump and I don't dislike him. So like I like sometimes like we'll just randomly talk about something that just happened, and I'll be like, hey, something, and like I could be talking about anything over the course of like a 60-second or 90-second voicemail message, and like she'll see it, and like the transcription before she listens to the tone. And if it has the word Trump in there, she's done this numerous times. She will message me and she will say, hey, that has Trump in there. I'm not going to listen to that voicemail message just to let you know. And I go, dude, what I told you was important. Just listen to it. It has nothing to do with Trump. Like I was like, I just got sidetracked a little bit. And she was like, no, just try again. And I'm like, oh, okay. So then I just ignore it. And I was like, oh, okay, next thing. So I guess so. I tell her all the time. I go, well, I guess I'm just not going to talk to you today. Next subject. So she refused to listen to anything like involved with his name, like even if like it's beneficial to her, like, you know what I'm saying? Like seriously, like I was like, hey, this was like 4 years ago. I was like, hey, Trump's getting ready to, to give out stimulus checks, and she refused to take advantage of that, even though it was gonna, like, she was literally cutting her nose off to spite her face. And I was like, you can get like $1,000 a week right now, because Trump just did. I don't care. I won't take the money. She said that. I was like, that's strange. That was wild. That's called derangement syndrome. That's derangement syndrome. She could have gave it to me, Shirley says. Yeah, I know she could have. I didn't take advantage of that though, because that was the only time where I really wish I was unemployed and like I wish I had a job. Seriously. All this aside. Yeah, all this aside. Because I've never worked a W-2. Like, I've never had a job ever in my life. Ever. Like, this is what I do full time. So, you know, I went from playing basketball professionally, well, college basketball at a high level, and then I turned pro, and then I got hurt, and then I started my own hedge fund from my clients, because I told you guys who my clients were, who like my best friends were. Because, guys, like I know people that got like 10, 15, $20 million just sitting in liquid assets just sitting inside of an account. And these athletes don't really know much about investing. They don't. So my clientele just lists, like they allow me to do that. But then I was like, man, I'm making these people a lot of money. Shit. So then I started figuring out about prop firms. And I was like, damn, I could make an NBA level salary from my house. And I really don't got to answer to nobody. And, so like that changed when I saw like a 19-year-old kid making $150,000, $200,000 every day. And I was like, holy shit. Imagine if I just did like 10% of what he's doing. I'd be good. So then that's when I started getting into this. And then like that's when I bought all my clients out as far as their shares, and then I started this. How did I get hurt? Well, my first injury started when I broke my foot, so that took me out for about a year. And then my next one was when I was doing something I was normally doing. I went up for a rebound, went to go get the rebound off the rim, and this one dude was battling me for it, which was stupid. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. But then what happened was I was being slightly clumsy and I fell a little bit. And then he fell over the top of me and he tripped. And then he landed on my knee and forced it in the opposite direction. So then that was when I tore my ACL fully, my MCL fully, my LCL fully, partially tore my PCL, partially tore it like 70% of the way. And then I dislocated my knee, so like it just completely got dislocated, like that, like the whole knee got dislocated. But then that wasn't the worst part. The worst part of it all wasn't even the ligaments being torn. Everything was gone. Everything was gone. But that wasn't the worst part. Was I fully when I dislocated it dislocated in such a violent way to where it ripped all of the cartilage from the inside of the knee. So all of that cartilage needed to be surgically removed. So, and you can't grow cartilage back. So that was where it really ended for me fully, because I wasn't able to do what I could do before. Because I was just ridiculously athletic and I couldn't do that. I mean, like I could still jog now, but I can't really do nothing close to what I used to do. So he says, I'm surprised they didn't pick a person for investing. What do you mean by that? Investing in what, Jack? Stem cells. Yep. Yeah. I got Ray. I got my cartilage sent off to a lab, so they're holding it. It's like they're growing it for me, because the doctor said in about 10 or 15 years, my knee's gonna start to give out, and it's like I might have to have cartilage replacement surgery. So they are growing the stem cells back. So yes, you are correct. But your body doesn't naturally recover on its own. More so, that's what I meant to say, Ray. Ray. So yeah, every ligament in my knee was destroyed. There was nothing keeping my knee intact. So like I would lean over to the side and it would fall off, like fully fall off the bone. It was the most excruciating pain I've ever been in my life. That was when I realized that I was actually human. Before then, I thought I was a mutant. So like, I seriously thought like I was a mutant. So I thought that death didn't apply to me. But when that happened, that was when I stopped hopping inside my M4 and I stopped going like 185, almost 190 miles an hour, or well, like 188. That was when I stopped doing things like that. because for the first time in my life, like I seriously experienced pain, and I'll never forget my understanding of what I thought death was. Because right before I had my surgery, he put he put I'm assuming it was morphine or whatever it was that they decided to put you to sleep with, and I was talking to him, and I was like, man, doc, doc, I'm so happy, man. I was like, you know. And I was like, Doc, man, no, not happy. I was like, Doc, I'm happy I'm getting ready to get it fixed, man, but I'm a little nervous, man. What you thinking? And he told me, he was like, hey, man, look, like, I'm going to talk to you for like the next 30 to 45 seconds. But just to let you know, you're not going to remember anything. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, I'm going to talk to you for the next 30 to 45 seconds, but you're going to be gone. And then, like, when he said that, like, I got scared because the way he said that scared the shit out of me. And I was like, okay, well, when am I going to wake up? And he was like, I'll wake you up. And then I was like, oh, okay, so what about?
Dude, like, that's exactly how it was for me.
Yep. And but before that happened, I cried though. Like I cried because when he said that, like it scared the shit out of me because I was like, oh my God, like what happens if I don't wake up? And I was like, so I asked him, I was like, Doc, what happens if I don't wake up? And he was like, no, you'll wake up. I'll wake you up. And I was like, okay, so what about, like with like tears in my eyes and like, it was like, and like I woke up and I woke up and I was like,
up or no?
Huh?
Did you cry when you woke up or no?
No, I didn't because I woke up and I asked him, I was like, Doc, when are we going to the operating room? What's going on? And he was like, E, look at your leg. And I looked down and I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, here, take the cover off. And like he removed it. And he was like, it's already done, man. And I was like, hold on, what's going on? I thought that you were taking me to the operating room. What's going on? He was like, you've been out for like the last 4 hours. He was like, your leg was the worst leg that I've ever seen. He was like, I'm a military doctor and I come from a military background. And the only thing that I've ever seen that was worse than this was when his exact words, because I'll never forget it, he was like, was when I seen people's legs blown up by IUDs. Like literally, he was like, you'll be able to walk again. But this was insane. He was like, so much stuff was destroyed in your knee. He was like, I couldn't even, he was like, all of the ligaments was so destroyed that I seriously could not even surgically repair it. So I was like, so what does that mean then, Doc? And he was like, so what I had to do was I had to cut your quad. And so I had to, so he was like, so I had to surgically, he was like, I had to reinvent an ACL for you. And I had to reinvent an MCL for you. So I had to, so he was like, you see that? He was like, there's a scar on your leg right now. He was like, you'll see it whenever you take the cast off. But he was like, I had to splice your quad because there was no ACL or MCL left. He was like, you destroyed everything whenever you dislocated it. And he was like, and I had to go into your knee and I had to surgically remove all the cartilage because it looked like a grenade went off in your knee. So all of the cartilage was just floating around your knee and we can't have that. And he was like, but I have it collected. And he was like, you know, we can pay to have it sent off to lab for you. I was like, okay. But I wasn't really talking because I was still high on that morphine. So like I was saying some weird shit, but my caretaker was there at the time. So she was more so speaking for me on my behalf, but I remember what he was saying specifically. But yeah, now look, he didn't talk to me for at least like 30 minutes after I woke up. But no, long story short, guys, what I was saying it ties into what I was saying was I didn't realize how fast time goes when you're not conscious. Like that was crazy. So now I fully believe that when you are no longer conscious and when you're not alive, time is both instant and infinite at the same time. It is both instant and infinite at the same time. Because 3 hours went by and it felt like 1 second. It felt like a split second. And like I just woke up and like I was just here again. Like I had no idea I was alive or dead, and I wasn't even brain dead. Obviously, I wasn't. I was just asleep, and so like I had no idea what was going on, and like I didn't feel any pain or anything. Like there was just nothing. It was just nothing there. Like nothing just existed. Like everything just went black. It was insane. So like imagine like what happens whenever you're brain dead. Can we make a trade? Talk about the market, Angelo says. What are we doing here, Angelo says? Angelo says, dude, make a trade. Talk about the market. What are we doing here? He says. Can we make a trade? Talk about the market again. Crazy Bitch says, discipline over dopamine. Yo, I told you that's what people think. Yeah, Unc yapping. He yapping. What's he talking about? Fucking instant infinite. That goddamn bastard. Fucking, I didn't tune in. I'm not tuning in this live and listen to this man talk about no goddamn surgery. Right, that's what he thinking. I didn't tune into this goddamn live in order to goddamn shit. To goddamn listen to this motherfucking surgery. My doctor's final words to me. I've watched every YouTube video. Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Right. Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, nah, exactly. Like, guys, just stop and just think. Like, just stop and just think. Guys, Angelo, we're in time distortion, man, and we're at the all-time high, brother. Angelo, before I even consider going on another rant, consider it. Angelo, just look at what they're doing to this market, and Jello. Look. You should actually be thanking me that I went on that rant, bro, because look, we've done absolutely nothing. Look, bro, we've gone nowhere. The market's at the all-time high, They're just goofing off here, bro. And look at ES. So, like, it's like, there's no real direction here. Look. Brother, we're on the same candle as we were at 9:30. The exact same candle. This market's done nothing. So we don't want to blow our accounts on a Friday, Angelo. Where's he been all morning? You did. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Michelle, yeah. I don't know where he's been all morning because I just started this, maybe just tuned in. So maybe just tuned in the wrong time, but I just started this rant at the right here because I said left 50 macro, we took this here, and I started this rant here 30 minutes ago. So maybe he just tuned in. So maybe he's not trying to hear that. Yeah, Angelo's like, bro, what the hell is going on here, man? I'm not trying to hear this stupid ass sob story. Give a damn about no damn morphine and you crying, motherfucker. He does not give a shit. He's like, man, I don't give a damn about this motherfucker crying. Press that damn button. Enter to a $2 million position right now. Go. So I can be entertained. You blow up your account so I can be entertained. And then what's gonna happen is if you make money, then I'll go, oh, okay. He must know what he's doing. But then if you blow up the account, then I'm gonna go, man, that motherfucker don't know how to trade. Why the fuck did he press that button? So it's a lose-lose situation for me. It's like, if I make money, then you'll go, well, damn, he making a little bit too much money for me, then that's probably not something I can do. But so let me go bother somebody else. And then if I lose money, then you'll laugh in my face and you'll go, man, that motherfucker don't know how to trade. Fuck him. I knew I shouldn't have tuned into his live. So it's like I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. People trying to get their money back from trying shorts. People trying to get their money back from doing all kind of weird ass strategies. But this ties into what Ray Ray was saying. Guys, listen. People try to master trading without having an instructor. But so Ray Ray was saying, my doctor's final words, I've watched every YouTube video. Guys, this goes to the people that are trying to find weird ass strategies from like Reddit and like all of these weird places and X, and then like they wonder why they're blowing up their account. Just tell me this thing. Would you want your doctor that was getting ready to put you to sleep to say, hey man, don't worry about this. I know I'm getting ready to put you to sleep, but I'm gonna do this surgery on you, and trust me, I watched a lot of YouTube videos. So, trust me, I I I I saw a lot of threads on Reddit, and trust me, I back tested this, I started to piece together some things. Or would you want him to have gone to school, been instructed by somebody, and then and then for him to have back tested it, and then for them to have gone through the journey, and then to have learned from someone that's proven. That's what a lot of y'all are trying to do with this trading stuff. Like a lot of y'all would try and stake me out to try and save $11 a month or $29 a month for Discord. Like a lot of y'all were trying to stake me out for that instead of paying $11 a month to learn. Like, and then like y'all wonder why y'all blowing up the accounts. I made $400 in a day. Should I push towards a higher number or take my green day? I got a question, Evan. Is it a 50K account, Evan? What prop firm? 50K? Apex? Is it Apex or is it Eval? Top Step. I think that you should walk away for the day, Evan. I think that it's 1 o'clock and we're at the all-time high, and I think that there's squeeziness, and I think that you should walk away. And I think that you should maybe switch to paper trading, and I think that you should maybe, so even trading all-time highs is sort of kind of building bad habits for the paper trading, but you need to try and still trade that paper trading account like you would your normal Top Step account. So you need to try and look for weight and exercise patience and try to look for trade setups out of that. That doesn't mean switch to paper trading. You just start randomly buying the top and shorting the bottom. He says, I am, and it's making me FOMO. Up 500 on paper. Okay. Anthony says, trade borrow 100. Yeah. $400 is not bad. Listen to me. Listen to me, Evan. Do you understand that? Do you understand that for $400, when you're copy trading, let's say you're copy trading 20 accounts with Apex because you do the EVA Instant Pass. It's 90% off right now, and you do EVA Instant Pass. Do you understand that you only need 10 of those days in order to make 40,000? You only need 10 of those days to make 40,000. I think that you should get into a habit of being okay with taking $400 or $500 days and walking away. That's what I think you should do. I'm being honest with you. And there's at least 20 trading days in a month. So technically speaking, you can make $80,000 a month off what you just did just now. I think that should be your new mentality, Evan. And I think that you should scale your Top Step up, build up some buffer, put some money to the side. And I think that you should exercise your discipline. And I think that you should transfer it over to Apex after a certain period of time. That's what I think personally. You will be surprised how fast your life will change with making anywhere from $200 to $400 a day consistently for 3 or 4 months. Kidder says, I'm 200 away from my daily goal. Yeah. So let's wait for a solid setup. Latanya, how are you doing? Are you still active in here, Latanya? How's the eval going, Latanya? Did you take the 1150 macro with us or no? I don't know if she's listening or not, because a lot of people just be tuning in from work. Evan says, I'll try Apex starting on Monday. Okay. Maybe try and get a payout first. Or if you want to do eval instant pass, cool. You can instantly pass them, cool. But just put them off to the side. Continue to work with Top Step, Evan. And let's get a payout. Let's get you a payout, Evan, first, okay? Let's try and get you a payout. So Evan says, Kidder says, I'm 200 away. So today's a pretty decent day for everybody inside Discord. Good job. I have a question for Discord. Is anyone down today in Discord? Is anyone losing? Be honest. Is anyone losing? Did anyone randomly have to take a loss today? Are you down so that I can start to strategize with you? Only up $300, Anthony says. Round that up, about 300. So you up 300. That's not bad. That's not a bad day, Anthony. I'm not gonna lie. What we got? Okay. Down 230, Rye says. Okay. What was you down on? What was your error, Rye? Just letting the Insider family know. I already made my daily goals. 748. I'm still here in the cut though. Murdoch, you should be at a payout request at this point in time, are you? Talk to me, Murdoch. Rye says down 230. What'd you do? Right. Murdoch should be there. So Murdoch is actually going to beat us there. How many accounts you got, Murdoch? You copy trading 2 or 3? I can't remember. 2. Okay. What's the account balance, Murdoch, so you and I can strategize together? What's the account balance you're at? Guys, Murdoch's been killing it inside Discord. Cud says Green Day. I've learned that I always used to fight the market, thinking it would go my way, but learn to start following it. Yes. You have to understand what this market's trying to do and where they're trying to go. You will never win trying to fight this market, ever. That was something that I had to learn the hard way. You will never learn by fighting this market. It just won't work for you. I'm sorry. At what action do you consider it a reversal? I consider it a reversal whenever they sweep a major liquidity zone and they shoot it up like this and then they come down like this and they create like an imbalance or something like that. That's what I consider. But it has to be like a major objective that they've completed. Or else why would I think that they're going to reverse this market? That's why I sent this out inside Discord. Guys, I didn't give no downside targets for this pre-market plan. Michigan consumer sentiment at 10. Expect them to make new all-time high at 28 here tomorrow. And this is screaming to be swept. Expect a new all-time high break. Expect a new all-time high break, daily time frame distortion until Powell. And pull back in the range tomorrow. But they're not pulling it back in the range because there's a higher drawn liquidity on ES. And that was the same thing with yesterday. There was a data wick high yesterday and they took that out. And when they took this out over here, they never went higher. This was sent out 2 days ago. This right here was what they took out the data wick high on ES. And I said this is immediately on the table for CPI. Chances are they shoot us up to target this. I'd say it's a 70-75% chance. Guys, it doesn't give a fuck about that. They don't give a damn about no data. So like you need to understand that. So like I went through 3 phases. I went through the phases of not knowing what the fuck the news was, to then caring too much about the news and then trying to predict what the market was going to do off of the news. And then like my nirvana moment was when I understood that it really doesn't matter what the fuck the news does or what the fuck the news says to an extent. Then I started to understand that they're going to do whatever the fuck it is that they're going to do regardless. So like it's weird because I went complete full 360 circle. Like it's like a 360 circle. Cause now I know like, well, it doesn't matter what the fuck the news does, but I'm still aware of it, because if it is bad or good enough, then they cannot ignore it. But if it's close, then they'll just continue doing their objective. It does not matter. So that's just what I'm thinking. So, and I just keep on updating this as time goes on, because I just keep on understanding that there's just a clearer, higher draw liquidity. The only reason why we have not dumped is because this market has this round perfect hold number right here that you see on your screen. 6,600 even right now is the all-time high on ES1 on the continuous contract. This market does not like round hole numbers. And like, I know that it might sound stupid to you in your brain, but it's true. Like, I honestly cannot explain it to you. But that's why you're gonna have to trust what I'm saying because, well, you don't have to trust it. Like you've seen me call this out day in and day out, nonstop. The people on inside Discord are obviously understand. That's why they're here, or they're here to understand. But they've seen it time and time again. That's what they're doing. So they, as in this computer, this algorithm. So like that's what it's doing. So that's why I said that these pullbacks in here, like they're going to have to prove it to me that they're going to do that. That they're seriously not going to do that. And then that's why I also said that them pulling this back, like if they dump this down into here, like if they just did this shit and just kept this here until the end of the day, that's the most bullish thing that they can do to this market. So you better hope that they take this out if you want this market to even somewhat begin to reverse next week. Or else they're just going to take it out on Monday. They're just kicking the can down the road. The all-time high will not be established at this perfect top right here. So everyone that's buying that bought puts in at all in this range here, they're about to be underwater again. And you don't want to be shorting the all-time high and the all-time high. Anyone here as well. That's why it's the all-time high. There's no levels to go off of. It's in price discovery. You don't know what the fuck these people are doing. They could do anything. So that's where we're at. District says thanks. Thank you for tuning in. So they're going to have to do something like that in order for me to think that, like, they're going to have to cause some mayhem and some destruction in order for me to think that they're not going to go any lower. Like this shit right here, I don't trust them. But then I also don't want to short that because they could still continue to dump this. I don't know where they're going to not pull back to. It's the all-time high. No one knows. That's why at all-time high, it is immediately you are immediately delegated to taking it piece by piece. Because if you don't, then you're just going to be guessing. You're going to be buying the all-time high, and then they'll dump it on you, or you'll short the all-time high, and they'll just keep going up in a straight line nonstop, and they'll keep liquidating you. So if the short or the long isn't clear, then guess what is clear? To do nothing, to analyze, and then to have modest TPs. That's why we had a modest TP of right here. So I got out right here, but I said that, but I explicitly said you better be out right here because the market can start to hurt you right here. Because at the time, there was a 1 and a 5 minute SIBI right here. So they tapped into that, and then they came back and they gave this entire move. So they actually would have stopped you out right here. And then what they do? But you wouldn't have known that they were going to come up in here because you would have been scared. Even me, I would have been nervous because it's at the all-time high. They could dump this. But what did they do? Because you didn't have a modest TP in place, because you're not taking it piece by piece, they just started taking it higher. Now they're going to continue on about their merry way. That's why those rules are there inside Discord. That's why they're there for a reason. They're there to navigate you. And then it's your job to understand trade setup ideas from that. That's your job. To take trades within your risk parameters. Murdoch says 28.64. So you're already at the payout, Murdoch.
Hell yeah. Bro, I appreciate you, man. Like real shit for this knowledge now. Some real shit.
Yes, sir.
Real.
No
Like
problem,
all this
bro.
shit. Like people, y'all need to listen, bro. Like real shit. Like we talked about that before we even started. This 1K to 50K. Like I sit there and voice note, you can play it. Like I gotta take this serious, bro. Like this is y'all life. At the end of the day, he's showing y'all, but at the end of the day, it's on y'all. You feel me? To take the initiative and take the step. You don't want to do this. You feel me? Because he can only lead you to the water, but she can't make you drink it. You feel me? Think like that.
Murdoch, I appreciate that, my brother. I really do. You know what I'm saying? I seriously do, my brother. Man, look, and I'm so proud of you on this journey, man, that you've been on, brother. Real talk, Murdoch. So I gotta sit down and I gotta think about whether or not that you should take that payout and whether or not that you should just put just $1,000 in your pocket and then continue to stack days. I gotta think about that.
All right.
Hold on real quick. Just give me a second. Yeah, Murdoch, I appreciate that, my brother. Was that it? Big jump, Jesus. What you mean? Was that it? Was what? What was it? Was what was it? I didn't take any trades today yet because of the L's yesterday. I won't take a trade today unless ES hits that new all-time high again and dumps. I've been with the Discord for a week now, and I'm learning from my mistakes. Good job, Brookster. Proud of you. Good job, Brookster. Are you in an eval, Brookster, or a funded Brookster? Just hit TP 850 on paper. What's wrong with that, brother? Eval, okay. Nothing wrong with that eval. You're learning. I like that. For you, you need to you need to treat that eval like it's like you know like it's like a serious. Send that 1050 for the day across 3 accounts. Good job, WP. Great job.
Like, I really got 3 accounts, but I ain't really been fucking with that tick trader
Tick,
because
yeah.
that Project X shit, I ain't really, I got that on ice right now. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I
Exactly.
ain't, I don't really, till I get that trade copper connected and everything, and do it like that to trade view. I ain't gonna
Right.
miss.
Why didn't you like Tic Tac or whatever?
And also, I ended up getting the wrong broker, bro. Instead of getting TraderVate, I ended up getting Project X, bro.
Yeah, I get that for sure.
So in order for me to trade that account, through TraderView, I gotta connect Ninja Trader demo to trade trade sync, and then trade a Project X like that through TraderView. That's the only way.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
But
Well, Murdoch.
I am gonna purchase the trade syncer when I do get this cash out. The only reason why I didn't, I just bought the Replicano
Hmm.
Lifetime for the machine. That's the only reason why I didn't get it.
Hmm.
Honestly.
Murdoch. Murdoch. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Murdoch. This is what I think you should do. You're allowed to go $500. You're allowed to go $500 into the drawdown. So I think, so I could be wrong, but I think that you can. I think that you can take a funded account down to $2,100. I think you can take it down to $2,100. Um, I think from Apex. So if your balance is 2864, then that means that you can take a 700 something dollar payout. It's like almost like a $750 payout per account. I think that as your first payout and as your first reward, I think that you should pay yourself. I'm being honest with you because I think that that can then fuel not only I think that that can not only fuel not only your ability to then purchase more evaluations immediately. Why? Because they're doing a 90% off sale right now. But then that'll also bring you far past break even with Apex right now. So like for everything that you so from everything that you've done with Discord in here, everything that you've done with the accounts, it will for sure put you into the green. So you can check that box with that. And then you can also get that psychological boost of, man, you know what? Well, you know what, man, you know what? I finally got paid. And and it's like my hard work is starting to pay off. And I think that you should take that. And I think you should take that $1,500. I'm just being honest, Murdoch. That's what I think, brother. And
Yeah,
and
I'm listening.
yeah, and that'll only and so like so yeah, like will your trailing drawdown be $2,100? Yeah, so like technically speaking, you got $400 less to play with, but I think that that's worth it, and I think that you should continue to manage your risk accordingly. So
Yeah,
instead of
because like when not to cut you off, but when I get in the trade, and it's crazy because my drawdown when I do get in the entry, like no more than like I say about $90, I probably like get a drawdown on, and then I get my push, and I then there get my little take profit that I'm looking for, So that's pretty
right,
much how it would go.
yeah, so yeah, man, but $2,100 is still plenty of enough room in order for you to play with. So I'm gonna be honest, that's what I think that you should do. So if you're already at 5 days of $50 or more in profit, if you're already there, which I'm assuming that you should be, you need, or if you're close, then you need to just try and make just another day with $50 or whatever the case may be, and then you need to then take that payout.
So go to micros.
Um, if I was you, if I was you, for the time being, I would take the same trade setups and I would do micros. And instead of you making $700 like how you're doing, I would be okay with making like $150, $200 in a day, like maybe like 150 bucks in a day. But however, the moment that you surpass $60, $70, I would like I would immediately trail that stop, or I would cut the trade, and then I would stack however many days left until you get to that payout, and then I would secure either a 1,500 or a $2,000 payout, and then that'll bring you far back to break even, and then I would take advantage of this Apex 90% off sale.
So in
In order,
order to get that 2,000, I gotta have what 5,000 in my account.
no, no, in order, no, no, in order to get a $2,000 payout, a total is going to be $1,000. So you only need $3,100. So you only need like $300 more for you to get
Okay.
$2,000 total. But for you to get $2,000 per account, you have to get that account to $4,100
Okay. So both accounts gotta be at 41.
to get a $2,000 payout. But
Got you.
I but I think that for you, the most important thing is for you to guys. The most important thing on this journey is to get yourself back to break even. Because once you get yourself back to break even, and then once you get into the profit, then you can start. Then you leave survival mode, because you're always going to be in survival mode as long as you don't have a payout, or you take a payout and then you blow all of the money, like tricking it off, doing whatever it is that you're doing. You're always going to be in survival mode. So once you remove the survival aspect of it, it becomes a lot easier and it becomes less stress free. I'm just being honest with you. So that's a huge portion of cracking this code here, because that's going to be the hardest part. And then you have to take it, and then you have to piece it together, and you have to take advantage of it whenever they take, it's like whenever they do sales. So you have to see beyond today. So like for example, if you know that we're going to be doing eval instant pass in like another 2 or 3 more weeks, then for example, you need to be stacking up your money, because you know that they're not going to do no 90% off sale like 2 or 3 days before the eval instant pass. You know that they're not. So you got so you're gonna have to prepare ahead of time. So you got to
It's a
stack your money,
90%
take a
off
payout,
now.
and then get your money beforehand, and just have the discipline to have the account sit there, and then you do the eval instant pass with us, and then you get the accounts, and then you activate the shit. And then guys, this is like a game. It's like a business. Like it's like a chess game that you have to play. So like that's why I'm being your guide along this process, because most people have not navigated this and they don't know how. So
You said it's 90% off now.
that's what Tim said. Tim said save 90 or something like that. That's what he said. That's what he said.
I thought it was 80.
I don't know. Tim said that he put like save 90 in and he said it came up. That's what he told me. That's what he told me. Yeah, that's what he told me. Okay. I paper trade and back test my L's too. My PA is at 26.27 at 3 days. What I recommend you doing, Mike, is I recommend you continue trading like how you're trading, Mike. That's what I recommend. And I recommend that, I recommend that you take only solid plus setups. So I recommend that since we're at the all-time high up in here, I really think that guys, if you're at the first time of getting your payout since you joined Discord, congratulations. I'm happy for you guys. Your next thing is not survival more so. It's more so they need to force you in order for you to trade. Like it has to be a B or an A quality setup. And then you need to get those accounts to a payout. So Mike, I have a question. Is it one account that's at a PA or is it 2 or 3 do you have? Is it like how many? 1. Okay. Mike, I personally suggest that you continue trading how you've been trading. And then you get that account to at least $3,100 so that you can take about $1,000 payout. $1,000 or $1,500 since it's only one account. The only reason why I'm telling him, Murdoch, to do that is because he has 2 accounts. So he can take a $1,500 or $2,000 payout. That's why I was telling him that, about a $2,000 total payout. That's why I was telling him that. Mama Trey says, man, I missed some of this convo. Sounds invaluable. My goal is to copy trade 3 to 5 Apex user micros. You can accomplish that instantly with the Eval Instapass, Mama Trey. That ain't nothing. Can you go over that plan for when to trial and small profit, target goal, etc., maybe in a class? What you mean to trial and small profit, target goal, etc., maybe in a class? What you mean by that? Shoot, I forgot to do the the class this weekend. We have to set up the time for this weekend. I'm gonna do that today. I'm gonna send that out. Rye says yes. Save 90 is 90% off on Apex. Nye says, yeah, I think it's 80, but I'll try it.
Yeah, it's only 80% off right now, bro.
Try save 90. Try to put save 90 in and let me know. And let me
I
know
just
that
tried
works.
it. I just tried it. It's 37.40 for this.
For real?
So it's, yeah.
So what was Tim talking about? Mike says one. Okay, says okay. He says okay, sounds good. Mama says trial, not trial. Oops. Trail. Oh, trail. Are you talking about trail stops? Okay, trail and profits, yeah. Like I want to do base hit scouts copy trades across a few accounts. That works better for my 9 to 5. Okay. Since I trade Asian, I consistently get about 150. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let me think about that for the next couple of minutes, and I'm gonna get right back to you. But if I don't let you know within the next 10 minutes after I make this point right here, just respond back to me, Mama Trace, because let me think about that. Timothy says, I've never seen this person actually trade. Oh, John says, did you blow your PAs yesterday? Transparency. If you click the above link, you'll see the last loss I had on stream like this was a month ago. Same day, same scenario. I broke numerous rules and did not learn from it. Happy that you all did not over leverage like I did. We will bounce back. I will have to increase my overall cost basis for the 1K to the 50K withdrawal challenge by an extra $300 to $400 to cover the accounts I lost today, which was yesterday I sent this out, due to stupidity and taking D quality trades. No excuse. In hindsight, it began with how my morning went with the rhythmic error, and I let it cloud my judgment. No excuse. So I was rushing trades yesterday, and my judgment was clouded because I did eval instant pass with everyone in here, and so everyone else passed the evals instantly. But I tried to do it on Rhythmic, and Rhythmic had an error. So Rhythmic had an error yesterday, and it blew the accounts yesterday. And then I sent them a message, and I sent Bullinox a message, and they said Rhythmic experienced disruption for some users. The technical outage has nothing to do with Bullinox. Instead, it affected all prop companies using Rhythmic as a data provider. So that sent me, like, guys, if you guys want to stream with me when I was live streaming the Eval Instant Pass from Discord, guys, you could tell like I was fucked up mentally a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's not a coincidence that like I ended up losing. And then the last time I lost was a month ago. This is what this was. So this was my reflection from a month ago. It was last time. Last time a new all-time high was established. So the same thing. So I didn't necessarily learn from that. I made that same mistake. So yeah, I blew like 3 accounts yesterday. Why don't you have a daily loss limit? Losing $2,500 on PAs is crazy. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. I do. I do. What's crazy is this is, honestly speaking, I took about, for me, 2 losses in a week is crazy. But I took 2 or 3 losses. My third one blew the account. But I took 2 losses on stream, and I was damn near almost at break even again. I was getting ready to do another one, but I over leveraged on the trade. And so like that's when I knew that my mind was messed up. So for me in particular, I'm going to explain. So I'm going to explain my logic to you, and hopefully it makes sense to you, John. For me, it works like this. I do have a daily loss limit, not a daily, but I have a hardcore stop in place of about $750, $800, about $800, $900 per account, because I'm ineligible for a payout if I surpass that in one trade with Apex. So my first loss cost me to lose like $800 and like $900, something like that. Then like I got it back and I was down like $500, $600. And then like I took another loss and I was down like $1,400. And then like I took another loss again that caused me to lose $1,000. But that was because I over leveraged and I over traded. It was like I over leveraged when I shouldn't have, which was the transparency update. But the reason on that is why I do that is because of this, John. I do something that you guys don't do. I don't trade evaluations. I do eval instant pass. So I take advantage of the 90% off sales and like I just get them in bulk, and I instantly pass the accounts because I don't spend my time trading them. So I think to myself, so to me at this point in time is more valuable than money considering I know how to trade. So if I'm down $2,000 on an account, I would rather devote that to another account. So like I would rather devote that to another set of accounts. But that's just me now. I'm not telling people inside Discord to do that, but that's just me right now, if that makes sense. Because I know that all I have to do is just to make it's just to essentially get close to passing the evaluation, or essentially get close to get to the same goal that I would to pass the evaluation as I would, as I would on the funded account stage. So with that being said, I know that like if I do that, I'll make 30 or 40,000, and then it pays for an unlimited amount of accounts. As you can tell right now, as you can see, I have them just sitting over here on the side waiting to be activated. So I'm doing a 1K to the 50K challenge. So I just have them just sitting here just on the side. So Apex banned me initially from being able to do this. They did that, but I know how to get around that. John says, I understand that. What about the people following your trades, and probably blew their accounts as well? They didn't blow their accounts yesterday. You want to know why? Because before I take every single trade, I give a grade quality. And I also tell them to not over leverage. And then that's also why this is not an alert service. It's not an alert service. So they get to exercise their own judgment before they enter to the trade. So like if I say, hey, this is a B quality trade, then they know it's a B quality trade. If I say it's an A, then they feel more confident. If I say, hey man, like this is a C minus, or this is a C minus, it could go either way. Then they go, man, you know what? I'll wait for the next one. But then they can also take trades that they feel as though are B's or A's, depending upon their risk management. And then I also send shit like this in here, like yesterday. And I put this shit in bold. Oh, excuse me, you can't see that. Hold on. I put this shit in bold here. Every entry tomorrow should be half size, with it being CPI. Volatility will be heightened. If you follow your trading system without breaking rules for 90 days, you will change your life. I put that in here. So they would read this and then they would know that. So they follow these rules. So they didn't blow their accounts yesterday. I took that risk personally. Now, there were some people that took losses, of course. They were, of course. No one's perfect. Yesterday was just our day. But that's why no furus want to trade live. That's why they don't want to do that. Because there's going to be a lot of criticism, and then they're trying to feast off you by selling you a $2,000 or $3,000 a month course. That's not what I'm trying to do here. So they also would have known this as well, the data wick highs and all of this shit, but I'm not going to reread that. I've already read that twice today. So they follow this to a tick, and they have this in their minds, and they're aware of what's going on. You see, so Timothy is upset, and he's saying, I've never seen this person actually take a trade ever. Well, he can see my P&L in real time, so I did take a trade, and we all profited inside Discord off of that. But he's upset because he's upset that I'm not doing this. If all-time high breaks, we automatically take it piece by piece on stream. Algorithm will be forced into price discovery, and ES will be moving weird. Piece by piece with modest TPs will be the only way, everyone. So they're reading this information, and so we know what the fuck we're doing in here. They don't know what the fuck they're doing out there. I'm not saying Timothy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So I'm just saying that this is third person here. So I'm not throwing shots at Timothy. Any pullbacks will be fake outs, so new all-time high during New York can be established later. So like we know what's going on in here. So this market's moving very weird right now. So we don't want to be a part of that shit. So that's why people are getting upset, and people from TikTok are going, what the fuck is that dude doing, man? Just press the fucking button, god damn you. Shut the fuck up. Like that. But this is weird. Why would I want to be a part of this? Look at ES, look. Why would I want to be a part of this? It's called discipline. You have to exercise discipline when it comes to this. So most people are blowing up their accounts trying to short this shit and try to trade this shit, and we're just exercising caution. That's it. And we'll get to the money in here. He says, how do I join your Discord? You got to pay for the $11 knowledge and community page. It's in my bio. And I intentionally have it separate from Discord. on purpose. So you can't access Discord without that knowledge of community page because I don't know what you know and what you don't know. But I do know that what's inside there, you'll learn how to master. You'll learn how to seriously understand trading. It'll be your fundamental basis. And if there's something that you don't understand, I'll direct you to that. And then you can join Discord to then, to get the models that I've back tested inside here, live trading, free classes on the weekends, that whole nine. You can do that from there. And then you can get the pre-market trading plan, those things. And it ain't no but $11 a month. You're gonna make that back in one trade. I'm serious. One trade. So from just being in here with us. So that hopefully that answers the question, Captain Key. I mean, not Captain Keys. Captain Keys and John. So they know and they understand this is not an alert service in here. I am not tethering you to me. When you sign up, Captain Keys, you will see it. It will literally say, this is not an alert service. You will master trading from in here and you will learn how to trade. If I was trying to make money off you guys, I would just sign up for an alert service. I would. That would be the easiest thing for me to do. So that way I don't got to talk to none of y'all and y'all just give me your money and I don't have to trade live in front of y'all. I would do that. This is the hard thing. Sitting here in front of the world and being and being open to criticism and then calling this market out day in after day in after day out, after day in after day out. And then people critiquing every single move that you have and trying to dissect you piece by piece is the hard part. But I do this for a living, so I got no issues with it. And I'm very transparent about what I do. Win, lose, or draw. And I got nothing to hide. So I got no issues with it. But that's just it. Do you trade in the evening? I do not. If I can't get everything that I want out of the New York session, then I just walk away from my screen. I use Asia and London to gain a better understanding of what they're going to do during New York. Like, for example, them not pulling this shit back at all, really, during Asia or London, I'm sorry. Like right here tells me that they were just going to go higher. So I use the entire Asian and London session here in order for me to understand, hey, you know what? I know for a fact that they're just going to go higher. Them not taking this out during Asia or London gave me clear incentive that they were going to shoot this up during New York. So that's how I started to understand the liquidity as far as the pre-market trading plan. I'm serious. The next major draw on liquidity is right here, but they might not do that today. They're probably gonna say that they're gonna say that for next week. So I am actually using London session right now to understand that this right here is the next area that they're gonna sweep right here. Next week. They're gonna come for that. So that's what I do. It's like if I can't get nothing during New York, where the New York session is king, then I don't want to be trading in the evening. I'm being for real. There's a guy that well, the only trader that like I'm seriously partnered with that he trades Asia. His name is THA Trippers, the Trippers. You can follow him. He's live for about anywhere from 90 minutes to about 2.5 hours a day during Asia. NQESGC says, when you're in the public eyes, you never win, unfortunately. Yeah, that's true. It's crazy. Because if I were to force this trade in anywhere at all in the last hour and a half, I would have been stopped out. I would have been in time distortion here, or shit, heaven forbid, I would have traded any like this clusterfuck in here. Look at this. Like it's like if they would have dumped on my head, he would have been like, man, that dude don't know how to fucking trade. Fuck is he doing? And then like if I would have pressed this button here, a lot of y'all would have been like, there's no setup there. You're just being impulsive. What the fuck are you doing, bro? You're just being impulsive. You don't know how to trade. So yeah, you're right. It's like damned if I do, damned if I don't. So that's why I stopped giving a fuck about what people think. And like, I don't care about being right or wrong. And that's why I'm right most of the time. Because I only care about making money. That's it. The people that care about being right or wrong, they're very upset right now because on a shitty CPI, we pumped into all-time highs. And then on a hot Michigan consumer sentiment, we're at the all-time high now, and we're not going lower. Because they care about being right than they do about making money. This market is clearly telling you it's not trying to go lower, it's trying to go higher. But you care more about being right, and you care more about trying to short this shit than you do about making money. And then you care about being right more so than you care about making money on the flip end by constantly pressing buy and sell button instead of sitting here waiting for it to tell you what it's trying to do. And then once it tells you what you're trying to do, then that still doesn't mean you take the trade. You wait for a pullback and you wait for confirmation so that you can manage your risk. And then you enter the trade. But until then, you're just forcing it. And if you've been in this game for anything longer than 60 days, then you will know that forcing your way on this market will never end well for you. You might get lucky, but you got lucky. That can't be repeated. You got lucky. Like how I said earlier today at damn, what time was that? A damn 10 something. I said that they're trying to come here. This right here is where they're trying to come to. I said this earlier today. And so until they dump this with serious ferocity, I just don't believe them. See, people don't understand how greedy this programming is. And there's people right now pulling their hair out trying to figure out who the fuck is buying this. It doesn't matter how many buy orders come in. It doesn't matter how many sell orders come in. This market's going to go here regardless, with or without you. It does not matter. I'm up 2K. I launched at 2 a.m. Good job, Bubs. Good job. Great job. You launched at 2 a.m. in the morning? What time did you buy? So you bought here. Okay, so you sat through all of this. So you bought at 2 a.m. Where was that? Where's 2 a.m.? So you bought at 2, so you bought here. Oh, no, you bought the high right here. So you said you bought at 2 a.m. So you sat through the 300 tick move? Wait, 1 a.m., he says. Oh, so you sat through a 300 tick, 250 tick, not 300, 250 tick dump. Once we swept that low, he says, oh, okay, so you bought at 4 a.m. Not 1 a.m., you bought at 4 a.m. Yes, okay, good, okay. Once we swept that low, he says he's bought. Oh, okay. Okay, not bad. Good job, Bubs. Did you long that? And have you been up since 4 a.m. in the morning? Sorry, Eastern time for you. Okay, yeah, no problem, Bubs. It's 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. Wait, where are the Asia and London sessions? Yes, listen. Bro, that right there is not something that I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to enter into a trade at 4 a.m. in the morning and be up monitoring this shit through this. Bro, it is 2 o'clock, bro. What kind of caffeine are you drinking on, Bubs? He says laughing. What kind of caffeine are you drinking on, bro? How you have the balls of steel to be able to, bro, I would be exhausted mentally. Do you understand, bro, that you damn near bought the all-time high on that mini little in liquidity sweep? You had no idea what was going to go on, and then you held it well. Hopefully you got some rest, Bubs, and like when you got under profit, you just moved it to break even, and you just let it run. Hopefully that's what you did. But if you were actively staring at your computer, burning God knows how many kilowatts of electricity. With that computer screen run, your computer is tired, bro. You need to turn it off, bro. It's tired. He said, I fell back asleep. Oh, yeah, I know he was tired. I know. You burn all of that damn electricity and those brain cells, bro. I'm serious. That's why I do what I do. That shit gives me a headache. Bro said I fell back asleep. He was tired. I knew he was tired. How you think I know that, bro? I knew your ass was tired. You sitting there training at 4 a.m. You put that buy in there, you was scared as shit. You was so scared, you just scared yourself to sleep. And then you woke up and you was like, huh, huh, and you was up 2,000. You was like, oh shit. Yeah. Slicko says, where the Asia and London session lows starts EST. I'm assuming that this is the low right here for London. And I'm assuming that this is the low right here for Asia. So I'm assuming that he long whenever we swept Asia low right here. Whenever London swept Asia low when he did that. What time do they start and finish? I don't know. You might have to look that up. I think Asia starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Guys, what y'all need to be going off of is that y'all need to be going off of Eastern Standard Time. Your chart needs to be on UTC4. If it's not, then guys, this market is not coded to go off of Central Standard or Mountain West or Pacific Standard Time. Whatever weird time zone you're in. It's programmed to go off of Eastern Standard. I'm just being honest. Shirley said, no, that's crazy. Yeah, I know. He's tired. I know he's tired. That's why he said he fell asleep. I can copy trade the top step. Should I get another eval, he says? Let's try and get that first one to a payout. I can copy trade through. Oh, no. You said you were on an eval, Evan. That's what you said you were on. You said you were on an eval. Evan said he was on an eval, I think. Evan still learn. Evan, I think that you should learn on that eval. Wait, Evan, is that a Top Step eval you're on, like a combine, or is that a funded account? I copy trade through it. Time zone hater, Ray says. What time zone you in, Ray? Mr. Big Shot. You in Cali? I gotta keep my eyes on you. Or you in Mountain Western? I gotta keep my eyes on those Mountain Westerners. I'm just teasing. But where you at though? What time zone you in? What issues you have with Top Step? I'm new to them and have an eval account. I do hate that I can't use TradingView to take my trades with Top Step. Oh yeah, that is right. Yeah, nah, that's my problem with Top Step. Top Step is forcing you to use Project X. I don't want to do that. So if you're trying to copy trade with Project X, you're gonna have to use Trade Syncer. They'll do it. And then you can trade through TradingView with Trade Syncer, but you're gonna have to have a lead account. I don't want to be placing trades only on Project X. Why would I want to do that? That's like me trying to use wealth charts on Apex using their platform. Why would I want to do that? Guys, I want to make my job as easy as possible. So I want to trade on TradingView. It's the easiest platform to use, and it's the most universal. What would happen if my chart? What would happen if I have my chart on CST? Change it now. Don't worry about what can happen. Change it right now. You need to be going off of Eastern Standard Time. That's what you need to be going off of. I'm just being honest. Because you want to know why? Because when you look at news, it's going to confuse you. Because when they say Powell talking at 2 p.m., you're gonna like in your brain, you're gonna think, oh my goodness, 2 p.m. my time, Central Standard, 2 p.m. my time, and then like you're gonna miss it, and then you're gonna enter into a trade, and you're gonna blow up the account. Or they're gonna say Michigan Consumer Sentiment at 10 o'clock, which is Eastern Standard Time, and you're gonna think 11. I'm sorry, and then you're gonna think your time, but it's really 11. But it's really but it's really 10 o'clock but it's really 9 o'clock your time. You're just gonna be confused because this market is coded off of time, and the time is Eastern Standard. So it's best you just change your chart right now to UTC4 so that you don't get confused. I've been telling Jay in here, Jay187, that for weeks now, and Jay keeps on missing eval instant pass because he lives in California. So Jay has missed eval instant pass for 2 times in a row now because he lives in California. So like when I say, hey, I'm live streaming at 8 o'clock for eval instant pass, like in his brain, like he just overlooked it. He was thinking like 11 o'clock. So he woke up, and then like we all passed our accounts and people are screaming at the top of their lungs because they're happy. And he was unaware. He was like, what the hell is going on, guys? I missed it. Now he has to wait another 3 weeks, but it's okay. The only one that counts, Central. Ray Ray says, yeah, the only one that counts, Central. Everyone always thinks that they're the ones that count. He says, oh, Brookster says, okay, I would hate that. So that's my only gripe with Top Step. But I still think that they're good, but that, and then considering I can't do eval instant pass with Top Step makes me stay away from them. Even if Top Step had eval instant pass capabilities, I would still go with them because I know because then I would just use the web-based trade copier, and I would still trade on TradingView. But they don't have that, so I can't do that. Neff says, "Sup, Unc? Short hair, Unc? What's up, man? What's up, Neff? I'm just chilling, man. You in class? How's it going, man? How's your day going, bro? They're not doing nothing. Shorts here, Unc. What's up, Unc? And they're not doing nothing, man. Do they have a minimum of 2 days to pass? Yeah, they do have a minimum 2 day to pass, which is nice. Yeah, bro, but that's just an illusion in order for them to get you to stop eval instant pass. That's all that is. That's just what I'm reading. That's just what I'm reading. I really don't care about the days to pass. I care about like once I know how to trade, what's my probabilities of me getting to a payout? Like, how can I recoup my investment? That's how I look at these platforms. I go, how easy is it for me to recoup my investment? That's how I look at this. And with Top Step, it's just a little bit more challenging for me personally with how I do it. If you're trying to get stupid rich doing this, like fast, Apex is the fastest way to do it. It just is. Not unless you got 4 or 5 Top Step accounts and you're copy trading them, and then you enter into trades. And I don't know if it's Top Step or TPT, but let's just say like you do some shit like this with Top Step, like you get like a liquidity super like of like Asia lows, and you long it here, and like you move your stop to break even, and you just let it ride for like a full day, and you make, and you make 0.5% or 500 ticks, and then like you withdraw all of the money that same day. Now, I've seen people do that. Like I've seen people literally make $15,000 per account on Top Step, and then they withdraw all of the money because Top Step does not have a trailing drawdown rule. So like break even, so like you can actually change you can change your trading style with Top Step a little bit more. Whereas with Apex, like if you let this shit run up, so like with Apex, like if you bought this here and like you let it run up here and then they come back against you $2,500, you're gonna blow the account. You can't do that with Top Step. I'm sorry, you can do that with Top Step. It's end of day drawdown. So you can let it run indefinitely and make a shitload of money. It's just a matter of what suits your trading style. Captain Key says, any trade setups? You tell me. You tell me what you thinking. You tell me what you thinking. What have you been seeing so far? Look at just look. What you thinking, Captain Keys? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being mean. I'm being serious. Like, what do you think? So that this is an interaction here, and this is also for Neff too. For Neff, when he says shorts here, what you thinking, brother? So I can buy a stock and let it sit for a bit, then sell it to get my money back. Theoretically, yeah, buy low, sell high. So if you buy it, then you want it to go up, and you sell it for a higher price, and you make the difference. That's called profiting. Thinking things are a bit slow right now, he says. Yeah, I think so too. But I think that this right here is where they're coming to. So anything else in the meantime, I think is fool's gold. And I think that they're just churning people out. That's my guess, though. I'm just being honest. That's my guess for right now. So we got to exercise patience through this weird stuff. Guys, I told you this market's going to be moving weird. It's at the all-time high. Of the all-time high. It's in price discovery mode. It's trying to discover its price. We're on the same candle as we were 4 hours ago. Since 10 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock right now. We're on the same candle as we were at 2 hours ago. Exactly 2 hours ago. 4 hours ago. We have done nothing. I mean, we made at least $1,000 on that 1150 macro, but other than that, we ain't really did shit. That was here to here. That was it. That's really all you need in order to make a shitload of money in this. You really don't need much. Gotta find a way to get me NinjaTrader to stop throwing errors so I can use the Instapass. Driving me crazy at the moment. Okay? Well, Ray, we gotta you got the screen share so that we can try and get that set up. Ray, I got a question. How many computers you got? You only got that one, or you got another one? What you got? What's that 24106? Am I missing something? It's like a wall. It's nothing more than a 5-minute sibby. That's all that was. But they're eating this up. 2 desks, 2 laptops. So you got 2 desktops and 2 laptops. We should try and set NinjaTrader up on one of those other computers to see what happens. Maybe we should try that. Maybe we should give that one a try. Or maybe have it set up on. Oh, so you got Apple? Both. So you got. Okay. So how many PCs do you have that are not Apple? That are not Apple. So 3. So you got 2 desktops and 1 laptop that's not Apple, and you have 1 MacBook. I'm assuming. Is that what you're saying? Because you only need 2. Is that what you're saying, Ray? Because let me try and shatter 2 laptops. 1 Apple desktop. There's 2 laptops and 1 Apple desktop. The computer that's giving you the code right now, that's a laptop, correct? Is that a laptop? Yes. Okay. What we need to do is that we need to try to. What we need to do is that we need to. We need to try to. We need to try and set up NinjaTrader on the other computer. So turn off the documents thing like I did that one time and try and set up NinjaTrader on the other computer. That's what I think that we should do. And then we need to see if that works. Did you ever try that? Remember we reinstalled, just came back. Yeah, I remember that. But that was from that one computer though. I was talking about doing it again from the other computer. Just trying just to see it from the other computer. Just to see. I will try. Try that one. And we can try and give it a try again maybe sometime this weekend, you and I. You know I got you. You're my boy, Ray. You're my boy. I got you. This right here is the drawn liquidity right now. No problem, my man. No problem, Ray. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Hey E,
Talk to me.
check out that little paper tray I did drop.
Hmm. Man, bro, that's crazy, bro. That right there. Let me see that. Yeah, no, that's crazy, bro. That's a hell of a trade, boy. Bruh. Dude right here. You got a Discord server or something like that, man? Let me sign up. That's crazy.
Like what?
That's crazy. They bound to dump this. I think that they're coming here first. Lisa. I don't know if you've been tuning in, Lisa, today so far. But all day I've been saying that this right here is the only drawn liquidity above. Because why? Because I mean it's just algorithmic psychology. Algorithmic psychology. This market does not like perfect round hole numbers, and they made the high of day yesterday 6,600. So they're going to take everybody through the ringer that thought that the market's been going up for 5 days in a row. Let me short it, And they're going to do that until they decide to do this. So until they take that out, I don't believe any downside move. It's 2 o'clock now. It's 2 o'clock in here, and this market's hardly moved all day. Believe it or not, we're only up 0.08%. But this right here is what they've been waiting on. So they've been teasing you. I think that this market is going to start to release a shitload of energy whenever we smash up into here and we shoot it up, and then we start to come back lower. That's what I think is going to go on. Until then, we don't want to really jump off sides just yet. I'm being for real. Because I don't want to get in the middle of them before they complete an objective, before they complete a major objective. That normally doesn't end well. So they're probably going to take out this liquidity again over here on NQ and shoot this higher. That's why you don't short all-time highs, because they can stop at any given moment on the dime and just keep going higher. They don't have to go lower. It's price discovery. It's called price discovery for a reason. It's price discovery for a reason, guys. We got to be smart. They've been dancing us around in here. I think that they're going to give us another opportunity to play this market. One more today. But we got to be smart on this. I think they're going to give us another opportunity very, very soon. Hold on, stop. Let me put an alert right here. Cause I'm gonna run to the restroom. Now maybe go get some water. I'm gonna put that right here. That round hole number right there is what this market has a magnet on. And if you're getting ready to try and get in the way of them trying to make hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars in spread, I have a your account is not going to thank you. Hold on. Now here's the deal. Now here's the deal, guys. They're clearly targeting that. So when they take this out, that does not mean that you put a limit order right there. A sell. That does not mean that you do that. What that means is this. So we're going to outline a game plan here. This game plan is this. They're going to complete this objective here, and then they're going to take out this perfect round hole number that I'm circling right now, 6,600. That is driving this algorithm crazy. It is frothing at the mouth at that. Why? Because there's a lot of orders right there. There's a shitload of people that shorted here, and there's stop losses right there, which means that it's orders. It can't see buy or sell. It just knows that there's orders there. So it's frothing at the mouth right now. In order to generate shitloads of money and spread. So I'm going to explain to you what's going to happen. they're going to shoot this right now, and possibly hell and pandemonium is going to break loose, and they might do it in a god flush candle to the upside. That does not mean that you short that first candle. What that means is that you wait for the dust to settle, and you wait for something like this to happen. You wait for them to shoot it up into here, hanging out, and then give you a deep flush, creating an imbalance, and then you can manage your risk off of that imbalance on a pullback. As such, like that. And then you can start targeting lower levels of liquidity, because now you're thinking in your mind, well, you know what? They've at least completed a major objective, so now I want to begin to take my chances. But you also need to understand this very important part. VIX is ridiculously low, so you need to understand that. The other part that you need to understand is this, which is also very, very, very important. Every short trade set up by day and price discovery is automatically going to be downgraded a letter. Just every short is just wearing price discovery. So shorts have to be short-lived, and they also have to be short-lived. But then you also have to have confirmation. But then that also doesn't mean that you buy the all-time high randomly, because they could just dump it on your head. But shorts are for sure a little bit more dangerous, so you need to understand that. All right, so right now this thing is frothing at the mouth, and they're teasing this right now. This right here is where they're trying to come to. Ray says perfect double top. They're at the all-time high, Oh, not yet. They just barely took it out right there on that one candle, Ray. They might even take this to 6600 SPX, to be honest with you. Right here too. This is scream. So there's actually two draws of liquidity above. This is screaming this market's name. That one, but however, this more so. They took it out. Yeah, they did. This one more so was what's screaming the market's name more so, because this is a perfect round hole number. They don't got to come to 6600 SPX till next week. So I'm not even worrying about but if they shoot us up in the here, and like if they tease it, then yeah, I think they're going to shoot it. It all depends on how hard that they decide to liquidate these people right here on this swoop. Right now. That's what's hanging in the balance right now. Because a lot of people cannot possibly understand how two shitty sets of data news is causing this market to go up. But it doesn't matter. They're just trying to fill these orders here. They'll worry about being right or wrong after they've made their money. So you need to understand that. 1LE says, I see a short opportunity, he says. I do too, potentially. But I don't see a short opportunity until they take this out. I'm just being honest. Until I take 6600 out on ES, I don't see it. Or they're going to have to dump this so freaking hard down here and it be close to the end of the day, to the point to where I'm thinking that they're not going to do it today. So it's just one or the other. So that notion alone has kept me from being a participant in all of this weird shit here. Outside of the 1150 macro, which I know is bullish, 85% of the time, that was here. That was the only reason why I took that trade. Other than that, this is just all some weird clusterfuck shit going on here. If that makes sense. So that right now is what we are waiting on, and that's what I am waiting on, and that's what I have been waiting on, and that is what I will continue to wait for. So they could just do this until 359, just do nothing. Well, then I just know that they're going to come back for it on Monday. It's just that simple. They're in the 150 macro right now, so they have the authority to shoot this now. So you got to be cautious on this. Gotta be a little bit careful here. This is dangerous if you're trying to short this right now, because there's two major objectives above head right now that I'm seeing. Yeah, bet that Murdoch. Yeah, bet that Murdoch's starting to get on point. Like legitimately. Like seriously on point. So, Kidder says they made a new 30-minute Bissy. I don't know if we look at those or not. I mean, it's just a matter of what you decide to back test, like what you personally back test. So, if you've back tested it and if it helps you, like looking at 30-minute Bissies, then yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. You know, if that's what you like looking at, yeah, nothing wrong with that. They did where they make a new 30-minute at? I don't see one. Am I tripping? Where you see that at, Kidder? Where you see a 30-minute Bissy form at, Kidder? $24,113. There is no 30-minute Bissy here, Kidder. There is none. Where's it at? Look at my chart. The only 30-minute Bissy is this. Here. Those all we
Yeah,
got.
that's the one I'm talking about right there.
Oh, right here? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know if that was. I thought that was new.
No.
Oh,
You
okay.
know.
Then never.
You know, and I was it. Oh. Man. God, these people aren't joking.
It did reject off of it too for like 25, 30 ticks.
These people are fraud. This program is, this algorithm is frauding at the mouth. It's frauding at the mouth like the people with Trump derangement syndrome. 24,105, then blast up, Juliana says. Says 24,105, then blast up. I could see that. But as you can tell, we're in price discovery mode, so it's not even coming down here to test this like I would normally would. On a normal day, and we aren't at the all-time high, this right here could have been a play for them to target higher. But as you can see, they pulled it back into nothing, and then they just shot it up. And now they're going to shoot it again. So we don't know. That's why I'm saying, like, all-time high is dangerous because we don't know what the fuck they're trying to do. It will, but it's covering another FVG on the 1 minute. Oh, you know what you're talking about, Juliana. I like that. I see. I like that. Look at the little fucking crest. To hold that bitch for like 3 months. Is Jack still in here? Jack, are you still in here? Jack from earlier. Our guy Jack. On TikTok. Still in here, Jack? One LE says, I see a short opportunity earlier. What short opportunity do you see? Hold on. I got a question. I got a question. Now, not the people inside Discord. I'm sorry I can't. I'm sorry I can't do this. Oh, I can't do this. I want to do this. But people inside Discord also as well, so that I can grade you in real time. Forget everything that I said before. TikTok alert. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
I got a question. I need you to answer this for me. If you think that this market is going to shoot up, I need you to put up. If you think that this market is going to go down, I need you to put no, I'm sorry. Yeah, up, and then if you think it's going to go down, type in down. Or if you think it's going to pump, put pump. If you think it's going to dump, put dump. Or if you think it's going to do nothing, you can put nothing.
Man, that thing about to go up. It's trying to kill me.
Up. Charmaine says
it's trying to kill him.
I told y'all with y'all liquidity, I was being quiet on it for a reason, man. I said, watch this. I waited. I patiently waited. I said, watch this. I got my bro on the phone with me. We over here watch. I said, watch this. I muted everybody. Nobody knew nothing. I said, okay. Right. I said, now look, bro, you see what they just did, right? I said, watch it go and try to kill me. And why when I turn on the mic, I see you in a super nice green, looking like you sat on a pillow or something. I say, he done caught this. I looked at the screen. I say, you caught it. I'm telling you, bro, I'll be the liquidity. I'm telling you, I better follow. I ain't telling nobody nothing. I'm just going to make the moves. Everybody eat.
That's crazy. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, so Nye says pump. Brookster says down. Okay.
It's going up. Y'all can get in there and get some money.
It was low-key difficult there, not gonna lie. Yeah. It's at the all-time high, Vixel. At the all-time high. It's always gonna be weird at the all-time high. That's why trading all-time high is the hardest to trade. Because you don't have nothing to go off of. It's in price discovery mode. So I have a question. TikTok, I need to wake up. Juliana. Maybe not Axel Michelle because she always participates. Juliana. Matt says sideways. Captain Keys, what you think? Day, what you think? Jazz, what you think? Shiloh, what you think? Charmaine, what you think? Up, down, pump, dump, or sideways? What you think? Or sideways, what you think it's going to do? D.O.B. Guys, I want to know what you're thinking. I'm serious. And then let's compare. Home Goods, or us, what you thinking? Arise, what you thinking? Pump, dump, or sideways? Chris Stride, what you thinking? Eduardo Ortiz, what you thinking? Mishap Bashiba, what you thinking? Canny, what you thinking? Connie Will, A Jess, what you thinking? Alex, optimistic, pessimistic, what you thinking? Ika, Angel, I Gonzalez, Ortiz, Anya, Lopez, Bianca, Vixdale, Cloud, King Lou, Click, Ryan, Fernando, Caesar, Investing Stocks. Can't have a name like that if you don't pump or dump. What you thinking? Or sideways. Jerry, Beautiful, Beauty Curvy, 1LE, Bebe. What you thinking? Ronan, Dion. What you thinking? So that I can read you so I can see what's going on. We're gonna see. We're gonna find out. And I think we're gonna find out sometime soon here. Need another pullback and I'm jumping in. Okay, District. You go by the all time. Okay. Four tops at 658.54. Screaming.
Bro, I think that thing gonna go like 24-2. Like it's already at 24, man.
Okay.
That thing is moving.
I like how
That
Matt's
thing
starting
is
to think.
moving, bro. It
I
won't
like-
stop.
I like Matt. I like how Matt's trying to think. Okay. Alex says up after it takes out the 5-minute FVG. Okay, so he's looking at this. So this little 5-minute FVG here, he wants to take this out. Chris says down. Okay. Optimistic says up. Jazz says pump. Vic says it's going to the moon. Up after his 24-105. Juliana says. He said, everybody go long. I'll be your liquidity. King Crypto kills him down. He's hilarious. Chan says pump. Porter says it's going up. I see that 15-minute busy. So she changed her mind when she saw this 15-minute busy form just now. I have two of whatever Murdoch's having. Cheers, Murdoch. Pump. Yeah, I like Murdoch. Now it says pump. Okay, so we got a
I'm
15
getting out
minute.
as soon as it get anywhere down there. We all got in that, bro. All right. Lord, please help me.
Oh, you shorted. So King Crypto shorted.
I shorted it when it was supposed to have been kept going, and the thing said no. Psych.
Oh, okay.
Psych. I knew you was going to do it.
Yeah, King Crypto. So.
Yeah, that's what it said. It talks back to me. I'll be hearing it talk back to me.
Yeah, I know. We'll drive you Lulu. We gotta buy the Lulu. Shit me. That's why I keep scrolling down. I keep on looking at that damn Lulu, praying to God it's gonna go higher. But this is not going up. Women aren't buying leggings anymore. I don't know what's going on. That used to be a big thing for them. People been trying shorts all morning losing, District says. Yeah, this market tends to sniff out dollar cost averages of DCAs. I've said this before as well. This market tends to do this. What it does is this market does like once every like 2 or 3 weeks, at the most. But as of late, been every week and a half. Where like they'll manufacture a scary event in the morning, and then or make you think something, and then they'll reverse it and then turtle soup it and then close it at the HOD at the highest point of the day. They tend to do that a lot. So that's for the DCAs, like the people that are like see something and they refuse to admit they're wrong. So like they'll short here, and then like they'll pray because they'll be in 20 contracts like right here, and they'll short again here, and then they'll be out luckily right here, and then they'll make a little bit of money. But about every 2 or 3 weeks, this market does something like this to where it'll manufacture just like how I said, it'll manufacture an event to the downside. And then like they'll just keep on squeezing it nonstop like this to the upside like this. So like they'll get people to short it here, and then they'll add again to their short here, and then they'll add here, then they'll add here again, and then they might see this, and then they'll think that we're going lower, so they might even triple down even right here. And then we add right here and right here again. And then before they know it, they're in like 20 or 30 contracts. And then what's going to happen is the market will shoot up, and then it'll liquidate them, and then it'll fill their orders, and then it'll come back in the range. I've said that numerous times here. You have to understand this
Yeah, I
market.
appreciate you for that, bro. That's the only reason why I didn't double down yet, because I seen it keep going. I was like, well, I might just see if it's going to go as high as I can take it, and hey, and let's turn around. But yeah, it didn't give me enough to double down, so I'm just waiting right now. I'm in distortion with everybody.
Hitash says, are you funded by Apex? Yeah, I am, man. I am. Are you funded by Apex? Bianca says up. Not bad. Taking my first Apex evaluation Monday. Good job, Hitash. Okay, tune in with us, because I trade with Apex and I follow Apex's rules. Good job. I'm proud of you. Proud of you on this journey. What strategies are you using? What strategies are you using in order to try and be profitable going into your first evaluation? I got a question. That's a serious question. What are you using? Using trend line, support and resistance, using RSI? What you thinking? What are you trying to use to define your edge in particular? What are you using in particular for your edge? Edge, guys, edge means how you plan to take advantage of the market itself. Like, what is your positive edge on the market? Because if you don't have an edge, then you can't profit. So what are you using? That's what I mean. I learned from Casper SMC. SMC, what's that? So I've heard some things about Alex, about Apex not paying out. Also, I use ICT combined with support and resistance. Okay, I like that. Okay, I like that. Okay, I'll leave you alone. I like that. Me too. I do too. I don't necessarily trade support and resistance, but I look at it so that I can understand what people might get blown up at. But I like that. Casper SMC. Okay. Casper SMC. Okay. Liquidity sweeps versus liquidity runs. So we talk about liquidity. Okay. Why is it when I search his name it says Casper SMC fraud? Why'd that come up? But I'm just looking at the benefit of the doubt though. Because a lot of people think a lot of people are frauds. Well, there are a lot of frauds here. You gotta be nervous. So I'm trying to scale to 20 accounts, targeting 600 a day for 12K a day. Okay, you're trying to scale to 20 accounts, eh? I think that you should understand trading first before you think about scaling 20 accounts. I'm gonna help you out. This is coming from a guy that has cracked the Apex code. So where you're trying to get to, I've been to, and I understand that. So the things that you're trying to do, I was there a few years ago. So they banned me for being too profitable from Apex, but that doesn't mean that I know how to get around that, so to speak. So I'm gonna help you out. I think that you need to learn how to trade first on that one account. Don't worry about trying to scale up. I think that you need to learn and master your edge, whatever that may be. And I think that you need to seek out the knowledge and keep it simple. I'm gonna just be honest with you. That's what I think. Okay? And then what I think that you should do is once you understand how to trade, I think that you should then come back to us. Because I'll show you how to pass the Apex accounts instantaneously where you don't have to trade them. Why would you want to trade 20 accounts individually and then get them all the way up there when you can put that work directly to a funded account? I'll do that with you. How's that? So learn first and understand, and you can stay and watch for free if you want to. How's that? But then after you practice on that evaluation account, and once you feel that you can get to a first payout and you've taken your time, then I want you to come in here with us and I want you to eval instant pass with us. And then you can pass it instantly. You can turn the Apex accounts into funded accounts instantaneously. How's that? That's what I think you should do. All right. You see your screen? I know how to pass the Apex accounts instantaneously. That's not a gimmick. I'm being 100% honest with you. That's what I think you should do. But I don't think that you can do that if you don't know how to trade. Because it doesn't matter how many accounts you can get. I'm just being honest with you. That's what I think. I'm only telling you that because you said that you're getting ready to start your journey now. I would not have told you that if you said that you didn't know about what you just said. That's what I think you should do. All right. And so we have that over here inside Discord. And we trade live over here. And it's right over here in this section. You see this right here? Right here. This is Eval Instant Pass right here. The step-by-step instructions. Right here. That's what I think you should do. In this section right here, it'll help you out. But you got to learn first. So continue to seek out the knowledge. That's what I say. That's what I recommend for you. Okay, so I made 9K last week off of 2 confluences with a simple strategy. Okay, good job. Proud of you. Let's try to replicate that. Keep it going. Proud of you. Proud of you, proud of you, proud of you. Let's keep that going. Let's try and keep that going. Good job. Great job, actually. So is Apex fraudulent? No, they're not. Why? What makes you think that they're fraudulent? See, people think that Apex is fraudulent because of their rules. So people want to have the ability to make 50 or 100,000 a month in withdrawals, and then they want to do it how they want to do it. And then when Apex tells you that you got to follow these rules, and then when Apex enforces the rules, then people get upset and people get salty. I don't think they're fraudulent. I don't think so. I'm just being honest with you. I don't. I think that they're operating under the strict rules that they have. So they're going to Apex is going to force you to become a professional trader. So you got to learn how to manage your risk with Apex. So like you can't enter into a trade and then hold until the account blows and you enter to a trade and you're down $2,900 and you're on your last 100 and the market reverses on a whim and then you go green and you profit $100, but then you risk 3,000. That's not gonna fly with them. So you can do that shit with Top Step, but that's not gonna fly with them. Rules like that. And then other than that, that's it. They really don't have too much else. They're right here again. They're teasing us. We're coming right back here to here. They're so close to this right now to where it is almost a certainty that they're going to take this out at this point in time. What's most the rule they enforce? Is it the consistency rule? Every prop firm has consistency rules. If not, then people would just full port news and then make hundreds of millions. They make millions because you would just hedge it and just full port the news. And then whichever account goes in the green, you just withdraw all of the money. So that's how they regulate the gamblers and the schemers and the frauders. Everyone is going to have consistency. So, but what it is they have a profit consistency. So if you're up a specific amount, then you can't risk how much money that you've made, and then they have a trailing drawdown. That's it. I would probably say it's about a 99% certainty they're going to take this line out right here. So that's why we're looking at. We're not going to trade ES, but I would probably say it's about a 99% certainty. About 99%. Because nothing's absolute, right? Shit, I could stop talking right now and fall over. It's about 99% certainty because the all-time high is at 6,600 even, and this thing is frothing at the mouth to take that out. Now, so that's it. They're not fraudulent. But I will tell you one thing though. If you make a specific amount of money from them, they will ban you from being able to purchase evaluations. They will do that because you're too profitable for them, and so it's just not worth their risk model. So they will do that. But you can get around that, and I'll show you how to do that from, like if you're in Discord, I'll show you how to navigate Apex. You got to be inside Discord, but I'll show you. But, and so they're going to send you the same letter that they sent me. But you need to worry about that later. So don't get scared now. You need to actually worry about making a shitload of money from them first. I'm just being honest. Do that first. So how much did you get banned at? Off of my main account, I probably made about 350,000 off my main account. But in the meantime, I created a shitload of other accounts that were banned prior. I sent that out inside Discord, but so I'm not gonna pull it up right now. But yeah, I showed the email, and then they'll ban you. But you can get around that, as you can tell. I got banned before, and as you can see, I have more accounts again. And so, because and then I just do eval instant pass. So I consistently know how to get around it. But yeah. So they'll do that. So eventually they'll ban this account that I have right here again. Eventually. But it's not that hard. I mean, hey, come on, man. Not yet. They're here almost. They're almost here. Right now. They're right here. 99% certainty right here. They're here, guys. So this is what we've been waiting all day for. It's 2:30 now. They're here. You are him. I'm trying, Jack. Jack, you remember earlier this morning when I said that this right here is where they're coming? You remember that, Jack? Surely 6,000 rejects. He said, Jack, they don't gotta go lower, bro. Jack, I think that when they shoot this shit through here, that they're then going to begin to digest, and then they'll decide what they're gonna do. They're here, Jack. Look. Remember when I said that about 3 hours ago, Jack? Remember when I said that? Look at that. Okay, guys, listen. They've done this now. Guys, they've done every single thing that we said inside Discord. Look. Look. Guys, I gave 0 downside targets. Expect them to make a new all-time high on NQ, and 585 basically is being screaming to be swept. Expect a new all-time high break and a pullback into range tomorrow. So, guys, they've done this now. So the only thing left on the table for this is this. And then daily time distortion until Powell next Wednesday. And then this market to begin to shift afterwards. Considering tomorrow's Friday and we had all-time high, I think we should take this piece by piece and take B and A quality trade setups only. They're here. Okay, guys, we got to try and figure out what they're going to do now. Okay. This right here is what's next, potentially. But they don't have to go there today. But this right here might be what they're going to scare people out to. 6,600 on SPX. That's next. We'll put an alert here. Where can I find Discord link, he says. Oh, shit. What was that? Excuse me. It's in my bio. It's $11 for the knowledge and community page, but you cannot access Discord without that. Why so? Because I need to know that you know how to actually that you're gonna have the right fundamental and the right basis. You're not gonna master this market by doing what everyone else is doing, like support and resistance and trend lines. That's why I asked what you were doing. So it's $11, and then Discord is on page 1. It's the knowledge and community page. I mean, it's on the knowledge community page 1. It's $29 a month for Discord to join us. And you can trade live, and we have live free classes on the weekend as well. I don't charge anything more than that. So I already make enough money doing this. But I get to keep the scammers, schemers, and the frauders and the pumpers out. I bay for that price for right now. and then you can join with us and be here with us. But they're here now. So yeah, the link is in my bio. It's my link tree. There's a photo of a guy named, it's a cartoon character, and it says Knowledge and Community page. It's a WAP page. It's $11. You pay, you join, and then you can join on page 1, and you can understand the knowledge. And even if you don't know what a candlestick is, it will show you, and then you will learn how to have a serious baseline understanding of trading. And then you can master trading from all of the models that we have that's inside Discord. But you'll at least know and understand. And then there's a lot of things on that page that even if you're a high level trader that you're gonna have to understand, like liquidity, understanding liquidity, all of those things. How I do what I do, how to make $5,000 to $10,000 a day doing what I'm doing, all of these things. It's just a fundamental, the baseline understanding. Or you can subscribe for 3 months for $27. Who gives a shit? It's $27 every 90 days. You're not gonna give a shit about that when you're making $1,000, $2,000 a day from Discord. You're not gonna care. I'm gonna be honest, you're not gonna care. $27 every 90 days. What we got? Bedhead has a question. He says, what's he say? What are your thoughts possibly? What are your thoughts on Take Profit Trader? I gotta look at their rules and their regulations. But if I can't do eval instant pass with the firm, then I personally don't want to be with them because I just value my time. And so I know how to trade, so I just want to do eval instant pass so I can get to the payout as soon as possible so I can just churn it. Because I'm just trying to make a shitload of money damn near as soon as possible because my time is worth more. But Take Profit, like, I'm assuming they don't have a trailing drawdown, I'm assuming. So, and then they have daily payouts, so that might suit you better. It's just a matter of what suits you personally, because I personally don't need the money on a daily basis at this point anymore in my life. So I don't mind waiting a month for a $40,000 payout, or 2 months for $40,000, because then it'll average out to $20,000 a month, or even 3 months, and then I hit, then I go 40 and 40, and I'm up to like 30,000 a month over the last 3 months. I'm okay with that at this point in my life. It's just a matter of what you feel comfortable with. CPI bad. Ladies and Lulu is in short demand. Yeah, I know, man. Collectively, I can say we are funded through Apex. Yeah. We are funded through Apex. All of us are. You do Eval Instant Pass. Good job. What are your thoughts on Take Profit? Okay, I just read that. The thing is, it's going up and down all day long. Just that up and down is subjective, yeah. What's your thought process on possibly starting a back test live? Thought about going live for a while. What you mean, Bedhead, starting a back test live? You mean like back testing like right now? Like during the live? What you mean? I'm open to a lot of different things. What you mean? Guys, just because we broke the all-time high, that does not mean you start targeting shorts right now. You have to wait for them to give you a reason to short. If they don't, then you'll just blow up the account. So this right here is where they're coming to next. Streaming, and no. Like afterwards session is closed, I always wanted to start streaming. I would like something like that. So you mean like during like Asia session, like because the market's slow, like we just like back test like the previous day, or like we start back testing like weeks before, or like we start reviewing trades? Like what you mean? I gotta text you my number, brother, so we can chop it up on the phone about that. Cause I wouldn't mind starting like something back testing. Yeah, just back testing our strats and shooting the shit in bet, bro. Yeah. I'll be down to do something like that with you, for sure. I'll be down to do something like that with you. For sure. As long as the people inside Discord can benefit from that as well. I would like something like that. Ray says that would be awesome. I think so too, but we got to figure that out. But we also got to manage it too, Bedhead, because I don't bet. I'm going to be honest. I don't want, I would love that. You heard me. I said I would love that. But I wouldn't want to be live from 9 until 4:30. Stop, get something to eat, and then wake up and then be back from like 7 and be on again from 7 to 11 or 7 to 12. Yeah, I would lose my mind. He said, "LOL." Look into it eventually. Wouldn't be a business venture or anything. And max like one. Okay, good. Yeah, yeah. Max like maybe like an hour and a half or something like that. Yeah, 90 minutes. So yeah, I agree. I'm down with that, Bedhead. I'm down with something like that. I'm down with something like that. We can do something like that. We can do that. We can do that. I would love to do something like that. Because I love learning. I truly think that learning and seeking out knowledge is really how you seriously succeed in life. Like if you're closed-minded, then how can you expect to grow? It says, I just figured back testing is very important. Might as well show everyone how important it is. No, it's very important. It's extremely important because back testing, I used to not think it was important until I understood that back testing is what gives me the confidence in order to enter into trades. Because guys, how do you guys think that I understand the behavior pattern of this market? You think I'm just guessing and I'm just right like this almost all the time like this? No, I'm not. It's because I've back tested years worth of data. And I used to think that it was useless until it started to help me. So now since I've back tested it, I start to understand how this market behaves and what it's more than likely going to do. And then it just puts me in a better position so that I can understand how to cross the road a little bit better. That's it. You forgot about this old one's question. Should do a class? Thank you, Mama Trace. No, come on, now stop that. Should do a class for small account holders or base hit type traders. I was interested in how you were breaking down using the MNQ contracts and when to trail price points, etc. Okay. Thanks for that reminder. So for the small account holders, this is what I think. Great question. So for the small account holders, this is what I think. I think, are you talking about small account holders as in like live accounts? Is that what you're talking about? Oh no. No, Bedhead, you didn't interrupt. Bedhead, she asked that question like 2 hours ago, and I told her I explicitly told her, I said, remind me, please, because I'll forget. So you didn't interrupt, brother. You good, bro. I was rambling, so she got me back on track. I love Mama Trade. She got me back on track. You didn't interrupt, Bedhead. Both and live fun. Okay, so, great. So this is what I think. I think that there's really no such thing as a small account for a funded. I think that as long as you have a 50K account, I think that your personal goal per day should be for you to strategize and for you to make anywhere in that range from $200 to $250 to about $500-$600 a day. And I think that you should just try and repeat that process and then over the course of time take a payout. That's just what I personally think. And I think that you should scale up to the point to where you then get multiple accounts. To the point to where you will then be perfectly fine with walking away with a $250 a day. Because you have multiple accounts. So it's no skin off your bones. So you're not trying to make $5,000 per account. So you can start to eliminate that greed factor. That's what I think that you should do. So I think that while you're learning and understanding how to time this market, I think that taking trades entering between 3 and 5 MNQs is perfectly acceptable. That's just what I personally think. And I personally think that you should start to take off about 75% where this market can begin to start to hurt you at. That's just that, and then obviously move it to break even. Or move it to break even whenever you get surpassed like 25, 30 ticks or so, or at the formation of an FEG that confirms the direction of where you're going. I think that you should then move it to break even at a minimum and then start to trail it out. That's what I personally think. So I think that you start to trail it out whenever, for example, like if I bought this here and if I got an FEG forming, I think that I should start to trail it towards this FEG. So, in order to then target, some internal or some external liquidity. That's what I personally think. Just the type of trader who is trying to get a little something, something out of the market and roll. Yeah, that's what I think that you should do. You know what I'm saying? Just being honest. And it does not take much. It does not take much. It does not take much. For example, this move right here was 100 ticks. That's $500 off of one mini. If you capitalize off this move off of 5 MNQs, that'd be 250 bucks. And that's just one trade from long in here and then being out over here at the sweep of this little internal. Well, this is all-time high, so I guess you could consider it a small external. And I think that's what you should do. So, like, if you only trade in one here, then that's $500. So you can actually trade one mini and still be good. Do you understand that in order to blow this account on one mini, you have to be wrong to the tune of 500 ticks? Do you know how large 500 ticks is? Like, you would have had to shorted this bottom here, shorted this bottom of this bottom here, and then held this entire move up here like this to have blown that account on a one mini trade. That's one mini. You would have had to have been that wrong. It takes a lot to be that wrong. So that's what I think that you should do. So 5 MNQs, maybe 10, so that you can start to scale out versus just being one mini. You can't scale out on one mini. It's either all or out. That's what I think that you should do, Mama Trades. What you think about that? Him is here. No, you're him, TJ. What's going on? What's going on, Nate Dogg? How you living, man? You all right? So yeah, Mama Trade, just try and structure something to where you can start to target some internals. Having something like this, like multiple BISIs as confirmation with a higher draw of liquidity that you think they might target, and you wait for a pullback. So maybe like a 1 and a 5. So like you, for example, guys, and this don't got nothing to do with any models. This is just taking the day piece by piece. So like you might wait for a pullback into here, and so like you might long this 1 and this 5. So like like, hey, if they inverse this, then guess what? I'm wrong, man. And then like you'll then target like how. So then you'll target this like how Murdoch did right here, and then you'll target this, and you'll be out here. And like if you win 1, that'll be $500. But like if you win 5 MNQs and you only want to risk 5 MNQs, then it'll be 250 bucks. And like if you do that once or twice a day, then you're done. I mean, like that's just what I would do. And like I would just get to a payout, and then what happens is on that first or second payout, then what they'll do is like it'll just make it easier on you. So you'll be okay with taking $200 or $300 if you got 10 accounts, because you're talking about $3,000 off 5 MNQs, if that makes sense. So you just gotta get to break even and then just remove that factor. That's it. It's $249. I've had huge days, but I've become really consistent with $200 moving Asia, given my work schedule. Yep, I'm figuring, do I keep this approach and just work to scale accounts? Yes, that's what I think you should do. Until your schedule starts to change. That's what I think that you should do. And I think that you should continue to learn with us and then continue to do that and continue to scale and just stack days consistently. That's what I think you should do. And then once you do that, then if you want to take a peek during New York, then you can do that as well. That's what I think. So continue to understand that around your work schedule. That's what I would do personally. Because you have to be consistent on that front. I've gotten this on my live, so withdrawn from my live. Now transferring approach to funded. Okay, yes. I'm going to try this next week. I was not doing this at all, Brookster says. What were you not doing at all, Brookster? So I don't think that I confused you. What were you not doing? Double tap, yeah, double tap, guys. Double tap the screen. So the people that said they were going to pump this, I think they were right. Because that's what I thought that they were going to do too, right here. This right here is what's next. But they're right there. I would probably say it's about a 95% certainty that they take that out. 95% certainty. $95%. Run up them bands, get them rich. Yep. Following entries and exits on FVGs. I think, Brookster, that's how you strip trading down to its chrome. Because I was getting too much head fog with the ICT. So even ICT shit gives me a headache. Now, I still understand how to trade it, obviously. You know, you're sort of kind of new here, but everyone has seen me trade that and scale and structure trades and do all of this and do all of that. But for me personally, it gives me a headache trying to understand that. So I just understood it down. I just stripped it down to its chrome and its understanding of, okay, this is where they're going to go to fill orders. This is where they're not going to go. Then if they're going up or down, then I wait for a pullback and this and that. And then I wait for multiple levels of confirmation with either a 1, 5, and a 15. And then I pay attention to where all the 15s are, because like you'll start to notice that this market tends to respect 15-minute bissies, as you can tell. Look, even from today, we tap to this 15, we bounce. We tapped here again, we bounce. We tap this 15 here, we bounce. Look at what they're doing. And then like I just start to get out where the market can begin to hurt me at, which is what I did right here. Look. So, well, I got out here just to be safe. But I told everyone, I was like, get out right here, because at the time there's a 1 and a 5 minute here. And look what happened. It dumped and it rejected. But that doesn't mean that this trade wasn't still valid. So ICT would have still held onto this trade. But I don't want to be sent through a trade for damn 2 or 3 hours. But that's just me. Because I realized that I don't need that much in order for me to make a shitload of money doing this. Guys, ICT is trading, guys, and ICT is making $10,000 per trade off of like two minis, 2 or 3 minis. I don't need 600 ticks. I realized that I only really need about 30 or 40 ticks off of like 2 minis a day to make $10,000 a day off of understanding how to do the eval instant pass. So that's all that I need. So I read the market like ICT and I go, well, this is all that I need, so I'm not going to be greedy. Why do I need to make 10,000? Now I can, but why didn't they do that? And then also, doing that is very challenging with Apex because of the trailing drawdown. So you have to understand that, if that makes sense. Because if you buy this here, then they shoot it up and then they dump it and you lose $2,500, you're gonna blow the account. So because of the trailing drawdown. Now, guys, look, they're here. They tapped into this level, which I said with a 95% certainty. They have no more further upside draws on liquidity at all for the rest of this day. I fully expect them to pull this market back in the range. Now, so it is, but however, unfortunately, it's 3 o'clock. So we have an hour left in this day. And we're at the all-time high. So again, just like how I told everyone else, they have to give you a reason as to why you think you should short. You don't just hop into shorts randomly at the all-time high. Why? Because they could just squeeze you out. Look what happened. Guys, if you saw this candle right here, and if you saw this red dump, and if you said, oh shit, we finally got to this level that he said, let me short it, stop. You're going to blow up the account. Like Axel Michelle's is she's literally in her sleep thinking that, hearing that. Stop. You're going to blow up the account. I'm serious. Or your cash account or whatever it is that you're trading with. Hopefully you do eval instant pass and you can get them instantly, so that maybe they don't mean as much to you because you keep churning them out. And you actually know how to trade, but they didn't give you a reason. So they didn't give me a bearish imbalance here in order for me to go, I think that they're seriously going to start to target lower levels of liquidity. So even right now, even on this full liquidation sweep in here like this, I still think that they're just going to go higher. And now what that is, I don't know. I don't know. No one knows. But they're going to have to show me something here. But I'm not just going to short this shit right now. Why would I do that when it hasn't worked at all in the past for everyone here? Why would I do that for? So I'm not going to, because every single, guys, right now on this candle, every single short in the history of shorts that has ever existed across all of these indices is currently underwater, and they are all losing. On this one candle right now. Do you understand that? You don't want to rush to the side of the losers. Every single short in the history of existence is underwater. I don't care if they're 2 years out, they're losing. I don't care if they're tomorrow out. Clearly, they're getting ready to go to zero. But they're cooked. Every short done got murdered. I made 2 bands on Top Step. Good job, J5. Where the ladies at? TJ, you don't get me banned from TikTok if I say that out loud. ICT the man, Miss TJ says, yep. You made 2 bands on 2-Step. J5. 2-Step. A 2-Step. I'm just teasing, TJ. Oh my God. All right, guys. There's no more draws on liquidity, so they had taken this out, but they might want to come up a little bit higher just to seal a deal here. So I can remove this because they've already tapped in this so far. So they've done that. J5's laughing. Yeah. All right, guys. So if we scroll up, there are some people that said Chris 615 said we're gonna dump. He said down, so we didn't go down. Whoever said down, you might want to work on the psychology a little bit, but it's okay. We're all here to learn. Now, the next question is this. I need everyone to put inside the chat. Now, what do you think they're going to do? Do you think that they're going to pump it and go higher past 600 SPX? Or now do you think that they're going to start to reverse this market? From right now at this moment, what do you think? I'm not going to say pump because we've been going up all day. So do you think up or do you think down, or do you think that they're going to do this? Which is sideways. What do you think? Because everyone that said down and they didn't understand the higher drawn liquidity, they got that wrong. What y'all think?
When I get out, the trade is going to dump.
Oh, so you still in it? You still in the short?
Hey, yo, I'm over here with my bro looking at this trade, and we've been testing it. I said, I'm going to go ahead and go cook me something to eat. I said, they going to eat on me. I'm going to go cook something to eat while everybody else eat. That's what I said. I told everybody to go long, right? That's what I said. Go long. I said, I'm in the trade. Go long. Bro, hey, Dre, what happened? Talk up, Dre. They got to hear you, man. We live, bro.
And it's going up and up and up and non-stop, man.
I said, nah, stop, man.
Non-stop. I told Dre, I said, Dre, as soon as I come on to Bomba Clyde trade, man, tell you, watch it dip away like a little pig now. I'm tell you.
Yeah, shit. Better says shit gets confusing. Market structure shifts. Choose. OB, BB, FVG, IFG. Almost always needs to correlate. Yeah, can't keep up with it. Better. I'm showing you, man. That shit gives me a headache. I don't want to be doing that. Nye says a reversal is coming. Chan says time distortion.
Yeah, it's gonna be distortion until
Ray
I get out.
says side. Okay, let's see what everyone else is thinking. Jack says down. Okay. K2 says reverse. Sideways plays, Juliana says. K2 says been going up all day. Jazz says reverse. Jack says time distortion or dumb. Keep going to flush 0 to TE time way sideways, Shiloh says. Okay, Shiloh's trying to understand it. K says sideways. Rai says consolidate, which is time distortion. K2, I thought it was going down so many times today and I kept losing. Might come back down to this 1 minute FVG and go back up. No tell it. He's laughing. He says. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. K2. Hopefully your name isn't K2 after that drug K2 that people in prison keep smoking. Cause that K2 will mess with your brain. Hopefully you're not smoking that K2, because K2 is synthetic marijuana. He said no. Okay, good. Yeah, bro. K2 will destroy them brain cells. So I was just concerned for you a little bit, brother. Anyway. I don't think that you necessarily understand the drawn liquidity, my brother. Be honest, because you maybe necessarily didn't understand the dangers that was going on since here. Since I started this live stream, what did I say? Right here. That is too perfect. A lot of y'all don't understand perfect, and a lot of y'all like to put limit orders in random weird places. This market does not like perfect, so it was bound to take this out. So if you kept on shorting that, then you weren't understanding the liquidity above. You weren't understanding that. But even if you did understand that with NQ, what you failed to understand is this. This is a teaching moment. What you failed to understand was this. You did not understand that no matter what happens with NQ and no matter how bearish NQ was looking, if ES has a higher draw of liquidity during New York session, it does not matter. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. What that means is this. That means that if ES has a higher draw of liquidity, it is going to force NQ higher. And I think that you misread that. And so anyone else, when I asked this question 2 hours ago, when they said dumb, before we took out 6,600 on ES, they didn't understand that. And then also they didn't understand that SPX was trying to take out 6,600. So SPX, ES, so SPX, ES was dragging SPX higher. And then SPX dragged ES higher and SPY higher, because SPY is just copying this and this. They're all operating under the same computer here. So that's what happened. I'm getting rolled by this market. I can't see anything today. What you getting rolled by this market for, 1LE? How are you getting rolled? You need to join Discord, man, so that you can understand what's going on in here. What's going on? How are you getting rolled? What was your mistake? Did you try and short this market when there was a clear draw on liquidity above? Were you not paying attention to the dangers above on ES? Were you not paying attention to those dangers, 1LE? Because those were dangers. They gave you no reason, and that's why you should short this market. And we're at the all-time high, so why would you want to buy the all-time high without confirmation? So you need to have modest price targets. I was looking at NQ. Where was the liquidity above? The liquidity above was this, brother. It was established yesterday. Right here. You see that perfect round hole number right there? This algorithm does not like perfect. So this entire move was just engineered in order for them to take this out right here, 6,600 on ES. That was that. And then on NQ, the liquidity above was the all-time high right over here. This, guys, I'm going to explain to you exactly what happened piece by piece. This is why I set no downside targets today for the trade plan. Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. expected to make new all-time highs tomorrow. Why? Because they teased it yesterday. So that's why I said it's screaming to be swept. I set no downside. Guys, you've never really seen me set no downside targets. I always say downside. But today, this was just screaming, so I just left it alone. Expect a new all-time high break and a pullback in the range tomorrow. Daily time distortion until Powell. So you need to understand that. So that's what's going on as far as that's concerned. So that's what's going on. So they wanted, so I'm going to explain to you the thought process on what this algorithm was doing. It wanted to take out the all-time high here and take this out here. It wanted to do that. So it wanted to smash this level here. So they took it out and they took out the all-time high. What was the number on that? 24,068. So they wanted to take it out here. So when they did that here at like 10:30, so that was the draw on liquidity in order for them to do that. Then it switched from NQ. And then it switched from NQ to ES. We were processing this, guys, we were processing this in real time. If what I'm saying is not the truth, someone in Discord can talk, they can talk at any given moment. They will say, no, bro, you did not say that shit. Remember 5 hours ago when I said, oh my goodness, they just took that out. Now the only draw on liquidity above now is ES. So I switched to ES and I said that this now is the next draw, this right here. So they want to take this out. And I said, anything that they do now, I don't believe them. So it now switched from NQ to now ES. So NQ was just hanging around here. It was just doing nothing with no real aim, but it's in price discovery mode. Then when ES took out 6600 and refused to be perfect anymore, then it switched over to SPX, because remember what I said before that? I said, well, hey, if they shoot us up into here and if they're close to this, then they're going to target this next. And then that's what they did. And so then I said, hey, they're going to come here on a 95% certainty, and they did. So now since they tapped into that, there is zero reason at this point in time for this market to go any higher. So they have now officially completed their objectives. Now you can start to consider something, like if you want to start to seriously start considering shorts. Now you can do that. But before then, you were jumping the gun and you just didn't understand. I'm just being 100% honest with you. So even right now, shorting it right now would be jumping the gun, and that would be a little bit dangerous because we have not even had a bearish imbalance form. However, with that being said, considering they just completed multiple major objectives, you might be able to consider taking your chances on a short. So I'll consider that possibly, but they haven't even given me a bearish imbalance to even manage my risk off of. So I would essentially be shorting this right here and just be jumping the gun. So if I took a short trade right now, it would be a C. It would be about a C minus as of right now. As of right now, it would be about a C minus. But that might be something that I might be willing to take specifically. So now speaking, I am now considering shorts, but we're at the all-time high of the all-time high. So you get a random green liquidation shoot out of absolutely nowhere, randomly here. So you got to be cautious here. So now they now have my attention now, as of right now, for a short. Is there a time I could trade ES over NQ and vice versa? I think that's what I missed. How much to join that insider Discord? It's $11 and the link is inside my bio, but that's the knowledge community page. It's a knowledge community page. It's $11 and it's $29 a month for Discord. You'll see this in my bio. And then I think that it'll at a minimum help you from saving your accounts. That's what I personally think. So everything in me is telling me to short this right now, but they haven't given me confirmation to the downside yet in order for me to consider shorting this. Like they don't have to go lower. They could just keep squeezing this nonstop here. There's absolutely no reason on as to why they should even consider pulling this back. God knows what they have planned. We have this 1 minute BISI here. We have this 1 minute SIBI that just formed just now. We have this 1 minute SIBI that just formed here just now. That is it. $20 to get the insider notification. It's not a notification, brother. You're going to learn how to master trading from him. This is not an alert service. It's $11 and it's $29 a month as well. About $39, $40 a month for both. So, and then you can't have Discord without the knowledge page. because I'm going to redirect you to the knowledge page if you like if you're struggling or like if I think you need to understand liquidity. It's the baseline understanding, and I update it from time to time. And that's why it's only $27 every 90 days. It's like that on purpose. Because once you become profitable, you're not gonna care about no $27 every 90 days, bro. I'm just being honest with you. I'm being 100% for real with you. I'm just being real with you. They now have my attention for a short play. They now have my attention. They have now garnered my attention. So I am currently watching this. NQ is now starting to diverge away from ES now at this point in time. However, it's at the end of the day right now. So they might want to do one last hoorah and shoot this up into here before they reverse this here. But NQ is now starting to diverge away from ES because ES is trying to go higher and NQ is not. But ES is right now is at this 1 in its 5 minute busy, so I'm a little bit uncertain about this. Trying to fuck around with this. So I did that on purpose. If you were considering shorts at any point in time before then, you need to reevaluate your understanding of your draw on liquidity. It has nothing to do with bullish or bearish biasness. It just simply has everything to do just with, like, you just don't understand where they're trying to go to make money. I'm just being for real with you. Is there a time I should trade? No, it's not a, well, we have time hacks inside Discord that I've back tested and proven. That was the only trade that we took. It was the 1150 macro. What's the green and red block indicators? Those are nothing more than FVGs. There's nothing else on this chart. There's nothing else on this chart other than FVGs. That's it. Nothing else, nothing more. This chart is bare. This is stripping trading down to its chrome and just understanding how this market moves. Nothing more, nothing less. So they have my attention now for shorts as of right now. So possibly on the next pullback, I'll potentially consider a short. I will potentially consider one. Possibly. They have my attention now. I now believe that this market will now start to pull back in the range at some point today. I seriously believe that in my brain. But this is the first time all day to where I have believed this now. I'm just letting you know how I think. Thanks, bro. How do I find it? It's right here. Now, my settings indicators are inside Discord, but it's FVG, IFVG, Nephew Sam on TradingView, man. So glad I found you. I'll sign up this weekend. Thank you, Arise says. No problem. I'm trying to help you. Now, holy shit. Look at that. If you've noticed now since they've completed the objectives that I said, this market is starting to change its behavior patterns. Guys, this market has a behavior. It's just that most of y'all just not understanding what's going on. This, like I said, if you are thinking that this market is bullish now, that is a problem. That is guys, they have tapped into they have exhausted all of their upside cards now. For all intents and purposes, they are now going to start trying to target lower levels of liquidity now at this point in time. So on the next pullback, I will seriously be considering a short. If they just go down a straight line, just go down a straight line without me. But I'm not going to chase this. They just inverse that 5 minute. They're probably going to bounce it up this 1 minute, and then I'll consider a short on a decent bounce. They're tapping into this 1 minute now. They're probably going to bounce this slightly, I would assume. But if they dump it further, that just gives me more confirmation that they're from what I said. So I'm not going to chase this by any means because we're at the all-time high. The all-time high, and VIX is low. And they're liable to bounce it because this market's in price discovery. So you have to understand that any short is automatically delegated to a trade lower in price discovery. to a grade lower. So that's why you have to wait for confirmation in all-time high to short. So that's what we're doing now. As you can tell now, look, this market's not behaving like how it was before they took out those levels, like I said earlier. It's completely changed. This so far in my brain, this is no longer considered a bullish pullback anymore at this point in time. I'm just being 100% honest with you. I just don't think so. VIX is low, so they're slowly creeping us down here, and they're making this confusing and hard for you on purpose. If they dump this too far down in the straight line, like nonstop into like, let's just say that they flush just down here into this 5 and this 15, then I'm not going to short that. Then I'll consider taking a long scalp. It's just that simple. So either I consider maybe a possible long starter position right here on a normal day, or I short it on a pullback up into here to manage my risk better so I can target lower levels of liquidity. It's really, really just that simple. I'm just being honest with you. So I hope that they bounce it off this 1 minute BISI here so I can short this. But this market has shifted its entire behavior. It's not behaving like how it was earlier. Like, I can feel this. Like, you can feel it. It's not the same. Are you on paid or funded? I'm on a fund. I'm on multiple funded accounts with Apex right now. And we're in Discord trading. It is inverse that. Oh, goodness gracious. What was that? What is this? Slow. Nothing. They're going to flush this at some point in time and then pull us back here in the range. What's up, Legato? How you living, man? My boy. What's the word, man? Just chilling, man. A little bounce back day from yesterday. What's the word, man? They're going to bounce this market. So now you have a decision to make. This is the decision that you have to make. Everybody, listen. Whenever they decide to bounce this market, you have a decision to make. You can short and you can manage your risk now, considering that they've completed a major objective to one of these bearish imbalances here. Or, which I think honestly is really the best option for you, considering that they've completed all of the major upside objectives. Or you can buy this pullback now and then be out where they can start to hurt you up here. But you're risking this downside move here because they've exhausted all of the upward draws on liquidity. So you're going against what they've already done. So you're late to the party. So we waited all day for this. So for example, if they bounce this up into here, I'm going to short this here. But if they don't, then fuck. I'm sorry, they just don't. I would say rejection if it goes up would be at least a B plus. I would say right now that if they bounce this up into here, that for at least 25 to 30 ticks or so, that is about a B plus trade. And I think that so far today, even that 1150 macro that we made money on, that was about a C plus. I think that so far today, considering that we're at the all-time highs, that this is going to be the highest grade of the trade that we've had all day today. But they need to bounce this right now and come up into here. That's just what I personally think. And I think that right now is going to be the B plus trade of the day. The only reason why I would say that this is not an A plus trade, based off of them completing multiple levels of liquidity above, sweeping liquidity above, is because we are shorting the all-time high. That is it. And so it could very well just invalidate this and dance around for 5 minutes and then dump because it's at the all-time high. So you have to be cautious of that. So you have to give this trade some room to play out, if that makes sense. That's just what I'm thinking right now. And I think that long in this right now is about a C quality trade right now, but you got to be out up in here at a minimum because they just completed multiple objectives above. That's what I think. And you've seen what I think. So if they just, so guys, listen, look, like if they just do this sideways for like 5 minutes and then they dump this, then we just can't participate because they didn't give us a pullback. Because we would just be chasing this move at the, we would be chasing the low over here at the all-time high here. Not unless you enter into like 2 micros and then you're willing to add on 2 micros. They need to, at a minimum, tap into this 1 and this 5 in order for them to even consider reversing this market, like upwards to bounce this. This right now is next for what they're targeting. That and then maybe this 15-minute SIBI down, and this 15-minute BISI down here. That and this. I want them to bounce this market right now. If they bounce this market without touching this 1 and this 5 here, I feel extremely confident in a short. But I need them to fake people out, that the one that are chasing this, and I need them to bounce this up into here like this so that I can short this. That's what I need, and that's just what I'm gonna wait for. Now it's getting closer to 350. I mean, the 350 and then 4 o'clock. It's the end of the day. So we're running out of time now here. We're running out of time here, unfortunately. And they're just inching us down here. So like they're going down in a straight line without us. As you can tell from where I said, now this market has started to shift. Now look at what's going on with this market. They have not even bounced this shit or pulled it back not one time since I've said that. They're just going down. Sideways down, sideways down, sideways down. You wanna know why? Because they've completed their liquidity objective. They filled the orders above. So why would they go up higher anymore at this point in time? That is why you have to understand the liquidity objective. This is a perfect teaching lesson on as to why I am telling you guys that liquidity is the most important thing that you can understand. That's why I'm telling y'all that shit. You need to understand that. They just slipped 6,600 on ES. Excuse me. Oh boy. They're tapping into this 1 and this 5 now. It's 325. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 So, so just because you can call this market out here, guys, here's another teaching lesson for right now. Just because you can call this market out, that does not mean that they give you an opportunity to take a trade. Because as you can tell, when I said now, I think that they've shifted, and they did right here. And look what they've done. This is the first time that they've done this all day. That does not mean that they can give you an opportunity for you to take a trade, unfortunately, because you got to be able to manage your risk off of it, and so that you don't chase it. Because we're at the all-time high, so they could do anything. So now this is what I'm thinking, and this right here is a very important lesson on as to why I don't give a fuck if they go up or down. Because if they just go down here in a straight line, and like if they flush this and if they take out, so like if they flush this and if they take out this and this liquidity here, and if we tap into this 1 and this 5, this 1, this 5, and this 15 here, I will seriously take my chances on being able to make 25 to 30 ticks off of a potential bounce here. So I don't care if they go up or down here. I do not. But I care if they do this sideways, then you know what? Then I just don't want to participate. As you can tell, guys, this market has completely shifted its tone. So from what I said 20 minutes ago, when did I say that? 20 minutes ago, I said if you were thinking about buying this on a pullback, at that point in time, I said you need to stop. You're gonna blow up the account. That's dangerous. Tony says, "Can I still hop in? Hop in what, Tony?" Yes, sir. Told you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The sell. No. If you're asking me if you get hop inside of a cell, and if you don't know what I'm saying, and if what I'm saying does not give confirmation to you in your brain, you need to learn a little bit more, Tony. I'm being honest. So if me perfectly outlining this and walking you through this step by step and me explaining it to you, if you were still saying, hey, do I still hop inside of a cell or not? What's going on? You don't need to be trading. I'm being honest, Tony. You've been showing up for like a few days here, and I respect that, and I appreciate you for showing up. But Tony, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, brother. I'm being 100% for real with you. If what I just said about a pullback and not going caring about up or down, and then I'm shifting this entire thing, and you waiting for a pullback in order to enter to your trade to manage your risk off of, and this and that, and then you're understanding why I'm not in the trade and this and that. If you're doing that, and if you still ask me that question, you need to pay $11 a month for the Knowledge Community page. I'm gonna be honest with you, so that you can learn. And then you need to pay $29 for Discord so that you can master trading, so that you can understand what's going on, and just log on with us. Buy an Apex eval for like $17, and then practice on that eval. Or if it's $35, practice for $35, so that you can learn how to trade. So that way, when it's time to do the real thing, you can take advantage. They're intentionally, so right now what they're doing is intentional. This program, it is intentionally bleeding people out. So this is what I expect. I expect them not to give anyone an entry here. And then there's probably going to be a huge FU candle down into here like this to suck up some liquidity, and then they'll probably slightly bounce this because it'll be the end of the day. So expect them to try and reach out and to grab some liquidity. This right here is next on the table, like how I said. But I will consider to take my chances whenever they sweep this here. But you got to be cautious here. They're not giving anyone an entry or pullback. This right here is the next liquidity right here. The top of this 15-minute busy. That is the next internal that they're trying to target. And they're just going down here in a straight line. Guys, this is not something where you guys, you would have to chase a short at the all-time high in order to participate in that. So a logically sound trader that understands reasonable, sound discipline just missed out on this trade here. I'm being honest. What we got inside Discord? What does Mama Trade say? Mama Trade, oh wow, I appreciate that. Mama Trade says, this is the thing I was talking about earlier. The value here for me is not about the signals, but the market discussion. You talk about it in a very accessible way. Before joining, I would have been chopped and screwed and blown on the way to these targets. You have helped me find and understand targets, making a better and clearer decision maker. I would say the rejection of the, okay. She says this, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's all that I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to help you guys. That's it. I just wanted to hop back on here and tell y'all I love y'all. Smart trading today. Don't become the liquidity. Have a good weekend, he says. I agree. I agree. Yes, sir. So, with that being said, they just targeted this liquidity here. But I don't want to try and catch a falling knife, so to speak. Not yet. Not just yet right now. Hold on. So this was this liquidity grab that I mentioned earlier. But we got to be cautious a little bit here. Hold on. It's tapping to this 1 and this 5 right now. So I might want to try and consider taking my chances right now, but hold on. The only reason why I'm not considering this position right now is because VWAP is right here. And I know how they like to flush VWAP. So this has nothing to do with ICT, but this is just me continuing to exercise caution because it's the end of the day. So I think that if I enter to a position right now that they're going to flush this VWAP and then they're going to bounce this, if I know anything. That's just what I personally think. But this right here was the zone that I was referencing right here. So this right here is what I was waiting on. This liquidity sweep right here is what I was particularly waiting on. But hold on. That right there was it. That right there was it. That was what I was waiting on, and that was what I was referencing. So hold on. But they just flashed it on ES, so hold on. Hold on. I am going to consider a starter position right now for about 25 ticks on a pullback after this. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this 1 and this 5. This 1 and this 5 here. This 1 and this 5. That's interesting. Look at it bounce from that 1 and that 5 like that. It's the end of the day. So listen, this trade I'm getting ready to take, if you're green on the day, I would probably say keep it green. But this trade I'm getting ready to take, I'll probably say it's about a C. It's about a C. So hold on. Hold on a second. This right here is the next immediate drawn liquidity right here. If they flash this, then I will consider a position. But I need for them to flash this. That right there is what I'm looking at. If I know anything. So what is it you're waiting to see? I think I just said that. Should I buy? Huh? You looking for a short now? No, KK. Thanks, Aunt. Tony says. Back to the opening range. DJ says. Hmm. They're still pulling us back here. I don't know if I like the reaction of that Sibby. Yeah. I don't know either, Bedhead. I don't think so. But this right here is what I'm looking at right here. So I'm going to be playing a potential liquidity sweep here. I don't like that I don't like that reaction either, Bedhead, but they're going down here in a straight line like this. And they went without me here. So I'm watching this. So the quality of this trade is going to be about a C. We also have the 350 coming up, and lately it's been a little early. Yeah, he says. Yeah. So they're right here, this VWAP here. I don't know why they would not just do that. Why would they not do that and flush this? Like I said, I'm watching that. I'm watching this. This is systematic. Whenever you see something going on like this, this is full-blown systematic. Like they have a clear agenda in mind, just like how they did earlier, but to the upside. Now they're doing it, and they're not even giving you a chance to participate. Look at this. Just down in a straight line, not even giving you a chance to participate. Look at that bullshit. They just teased it. They might give you a fuck you candle to the downside first and then reverse this shit. This is fully systematic. 340. If you want to salvage your Friday, and if you don't want to have a bad Friday, I suggest you don't even consider the trade. I suggest that you walk away. So I'm forewarning you right now. The only reason why I'm considering this trade right now is because they've gone down in a straight line, and it's because I think they're going to flash VWAP and then bounce this shit. That's just what I personally think. And so they've done that. That's just what I personally think. They're now tapping into this. They're now tapping into this 1 and this 5 here. That's just what I personally think. So if you don't want to do that, Discord, do not take this trade. I'm telling you right now. But if you want to enter into it half size or this and that, and then take a chance on this bounce, that's fine. You can do that with us, or with me, rather. So they're right over here at this VWAP, but they haven't flushed it yet. But they're tapping into it now. They tapped into this 1 and this 5 here. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. What do you think about this, Bedhead? What do you think? What do you think about this VWAP over here on QQQ? I think that they give me one candle to the downside and flush this, and then they'll consider bouncing this. That's what I think personally. So they flushed it a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. So the next liquidity right here is this at 1034, the 1034 root candle. That's what I think. They just took that out just now. 24.73, he says. Would be a nice buy entry, depending upon the reaction of that. So they just tapped to this 1, this 5, and this 1 here. And they just swept that liquidity there. So 73. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I wonder. Here's VWAP over here on NQ. Just keep on updating these as they keep going. Great job, Mama Trace. Great job. Look at this full-blown liquidation break to the downside this time. Look at this cluster. Whew. Man, if you don't understand liquidity, boy, they're going to get you. Wow, that's impressive. That is highly impressive, dude. I swear to God, that is highly impressive. I think that that's just impressive right there. Okay. They have my attention now. That nasty work on NQ. Yeah, it is. It is. That is very, very nasty. Very, very, very nasty. That's nasty right there. That is nasty.
Order filled.
I went long. 2 contracts. I think that they're going to bounce this at this point in time.
Order filled.
Fuck. Okay. I walked you through what I was doing. Okay. I'll probably say I'm going to call it a day. That's money, dude. Yeah, not bad, huh? Not bad. Holy shit, look at that bounce. Guys, if you've noticed, my B quality trades, they happen almost immediately. And then my A's are like fucking insane. Did anyone take that trade inside Discord, or did you not take that trade? Did anyone take that? Took the same, Shiloh says. Okay. Let's see what we got. Did anyone else take that trade inside Discord? If you did, if you didn't, hey, even if you say, hey guys, look, I swear to God, I still think they're gonna bounce this shit. I think this is bullish. Guys, that's also why you're inside Discord, because TikTok, that shit heard, guys, they heard that shit 10 seconds late. And that trade right there took about 20 seconds, 15 seconds. Damn, Twin, I missed that. I'm outside right now, he says. Sorry, Twin. Twin, I was walking everyone through this trade from start to finish. This trade is actually still running right now. What we got? I'm gonna screenshot that. That means what? Look at that. Wow, look at that. I took it, Monique says. Good job. Let's blow the horn. Great job. Great job. Let's blow the horn. Okay. I took it, Charlotte says. Nub says I took it. 25 ticks, Charlotte says. Okay, didn't take it. Looked heavy for my liking. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, bedhead, but I figured that they were just fooling this entire time. So they just wanted to catch people off sides, and so they wanted to then target. I figured that they were going to target this, but then like I said, then I updated and I said, hey, they're going to flash this, guys. This is what I'm talking about when I say I'm ICT discretionary. ICT does not give a fuck about VWAP on QQQ. He does not. So ICT taught me liquidity, but I take it to another level. And I look at liquidity from QQQ. Now he did say he's looking at other charts. He did say he's doing that. So he said that if you're not looking at other charts, like some of y'all was probably trying to piece together shit and y'all not listening to what he's saying. He actually said he's looking at 20 other different charts all at the same time. But I'm not gonna do that. But I'm at least look at QQQ because clearly this is what they were trying to do. Remember when I said that they're gonna flush this and give us a candle through here and bounce this? I said that that's exactly what I thought that they were gonna do. So I just took the trade on what I figured that they were going to do. Right? Now, it was the end of the day, so we had to be cautious about that. Otherwise, that's a B plus trade, in my opinion, based off what they've done. And I'm just talking about for 25, 35 ticks or so. But you really only need like 2 of those a day, as you've seen, in order to make $500 a day. And then if you're trading 20 accounts, like how I could very well be doing, but I'm walking everyone through how to crack the prop firm code. This is a $10,000 a day off of 2 trades and waiting all day in a shitty market at the all-time high. And you just rinse and you just repeat. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to do that necessarily because I'm trading 2 minis. I would probably say you need to start out trading 5 MNQs or 1 mini at the most, which is 10 MNQs. But even then, though, you could still make $250 to $300 a day, and you stack it, and then you get to the point when you feel more comfortable to then increase your size. But the only reason why I'm trading that with this size is because, I personally know what I'm specifically looking at, and I'm willing to take that chance because I have the patience. Most people don't have the patience because they'll long this shit up here, and then they'll short this shit down here when we finally get here. Or they'll look at this and they'll go, hey, this is a pullback, let me buy because pullbacks have been working all day. But they don't understand liquidity. They won't understand that. Can you explain what a mini is? You'll learn how to trade futures for $11. It's in my bio. But a mini is a mini just stands for MNQ. So I'm sorry, NQ, which is a futures. It's a futures contract. It's called a mini futures contract. A micro is a tenth of the size of a mini. QQQ and Nasdaq correlated? They're the same exact thing. One's just an ETF and the other's a futures contract. So okay, I'll buy it. Don't buy it. Put your account on ice. If you just asked me what a mini is, and I just told you what it was, and you just said, okay, I'll buy it, why would you do that for? Don't do that. Do not do that. I'm serious. Do not do that, bro. Come on. Bedhead said, trail tight. Stopped out in profit. Trail stop. Not bad. Good job, Shiloh. Trail my gold play and got stopped out in profit because they reversed too. Happy with what the market gave. Good job, Mama Trades. Boom. $504 accounts done for the day. And good job, Bedhead. Hey. Good job. So what we got? Also took it. Oh, you took it? Good job, kidder. Great trade. Didn't take it. Look here for my life. Okay. Yup. Rye says. Okay, Rye. Back up to only negative 400 instead of 700. Okay. Good job. No, it might take it to 129. Okay. Good job. I took it, Monique says. Okay. Good job. I took it. NQ this time. 525 out. Good job, XO Michelle. Way to wait for the patience. Great job. I ain't tripping. Yeah, you damn sure not tripping, big dog. Where the trail at? Great job. Way to take that trade. Great job, my brother. I feel for the 0DT options friends on SPX. That move had to punish folks on that side. Oh, it always does. Wait till you seriously see that. Oh, it always does. It hurts so many people. So many people. Trail stops. Great job. Way to take that trade with me. Great job. Trail my gold play. I stopped there. Okay, I read that. $500 for okay, I read that. Oh wait, down 500. Okay, not bad, Nubs. You ate into it a little bit. Good job. So up 552 on the day. Wait, hold on. I thought you were down 500 on my eval. And down 500 on the PA. Okay, not too bad. 320 times 2, Rice says. Okay. All right, good job. Good job, guys. Not a bad day. Let's continue to bounce back, all right? Thank you, up 500 total trades on the day. See you in Discord. We'll see you in Discord, Arise. Links in my bio. You'll see it. $11 and just follow page 1. It's easy to read, man. We'll see you in here. We'll see you in here. We'll see you in here, my brother. One at least says, so now we should be looking at shorts because that 2 FPG was filled. I'm going to be honest, One Elite. I think that the rest of the day is done. I think that as I was orchestrating this trade for you and for everyone, like, if you didn't understand what I was looking at, then you need to pay for the knowledge community page. You need to be in here. You need to be asking questions. So when I bought right here, that was when you need to seriously be considering your position. I sat here and I walked you through this. I walked you guys through this trade from start to finish and to entry. There's no one else on this planet that is going to do that for you. And damn sure not for anything less than $5,000 or $10,000 a month. And then they're not going to trade live. They're going to send you out an alert and you just got to know what you're doing, hopefully. So that's what we did. So we precisely orchestrated this buy right here. Literally, it never went into the negatives. The moment I pressed it, it instantaneously worked. That's when you know that you have precise control. I'm female, she says. Okay, I'm sorry, Arise. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. You doing all right, sister? So I'm female. Okay. Excuse me. We'll see you in here. We'll see you in here, sister. You can join the family, sister. Arise, 2 money. Should I take this long? I just said that I think that the day is over with, man. I think it's cooked. There's 5 minutes left in the day. So guys, look, like I said, if you made money today, great job. Proud of you. If you lost money today, it's okay. It's all right, no problem. Let's bounce back, all right? Let's learn from it and let's take notes. Discord, I'm gonna see you guys in class. I might do this class for Saturday at about 9 o'clock, but I gotta see what my schedule's looking like. It's either gonna be Saturday at like 8, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard, or it's gonna be Sunday at like 8 or 9 or something like that. I don't know. One of the two, I gotta see. One of the two. But I'll let you guys know what's up. And I'll send out a poll for you guys. So if you blow up the account, it's okay. Learn from it. Let's seek out some knowledge so we can understand how to trade and how to navigate this market here. But life is very hard, and people don't hear this a lot. So I'm gonna tell every last one of you sons of a guns this. I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And I tell everyone this. I'm gonna be honest. So this is what I say. Listen, life is hard, and it's not easy to make money out here. With this, it'll be very simple, but you just gotta know and you gotta understand. But with anything else in life, it's not easy. So when I'm gonna say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I love you. I love every last one of you guys. I do. Okay, I love you, and whatever it is, whatever you're going through, it's gonna be okay. So Lord willing, and the Most High willing, we'll be here on Monday, and then we'll be ready to do it again. Monday at about 9:30, 9:35 on TikTok, 9:35, and then 9:15, 9 o'clock from Discord. All right. If you missed the eval instant pass, it'll be again in about like another 2.5 to 3 weeks. Use this time to learn and to take advantage of the knowledge and then to further your understanding. All right. There's going to be plenty of other opportunities, so it's okay. Don't trip. But we'll have free class this weekend for everyone inside Discord that wants to show up and ask questions, and then we'll be back testing. And then you can ask whatever questions that you have so that you can then further your understanding. Or if you just want to show up just to hang out, you can do that as well. but that's only for the people inside Discord. All right, free class. And then the link is inside my bio. It's $11 a month and then $29 for Discord. You cannot have Discord without the Knowledge Community page, because if you ask questions, I'm going to direct you to there. So even if you don't know what a candlestick is, you'll be able to master it. And then master trading. Then if you're high level, then you can join with us as well. Because clearly we got high level traders in here. We got people here that make $150,000, $200,000 a day. All right. So, and that's not an exaggeration, because they would call me out if I was lying. Anyway, with that being said, guys, I love all you guys. And you need to keep in mind, guys, you need to keep this in mind. You are not going, it is going to take you so much time in order for you to understand this market if you're trying to piece together weird trading strategies from Reddit and from the back pages of like Craigslist or wherever it is that you get your information from. And then you're going to blow up so much money trying to learn. It is best that you have an instructor, someone that knows and has patience and that understands and is willing to teach you. Because nothing ever in your life have you ever not had an instructor. You've never not had an instructor for anything. Even knowing how to wipe your ass, you had an instructor. Your parents or your guardians taught you. So what makes you think that you can navigate this market without an instructor? I'm just being honest with you. And a transparent one at that. That's the most important thing. And that's going to show you the wins and losses and how to manage your risk. And that's going to help you avoid these pitfalls. We navigated the all-time high perfectly today. Great job. Yesterday was an outlier with CPI and all-time high. So what have you ever had an instructor in? Never not. Driving the whole nine. So, I mean, whatever it was. So, I mean, you wouldn't want your doctor saying, yeah, he's yawning and he goes, I found some shit on Backpage or on Craigslist or on X. I think I'm ready to do your heart surgery, sir. You would look at him like he was stupid. You'd be like, where the fuck did you get that information from? That's how I look at people that go, man, fuck that. I don't need no education. I'll figure this out. Okay. You'll either spend 5 to 10 years trying to figure it out. I know that 10 years of my time is not worth that. I know that for a fact. So you'll either do that or you'll pay for it on the back end through the experiences. But when you blow up the money in the account, you still got to learn, because this market doesn't give a shit about any of that. It only cares about whether or not that you're willing to learn right now. So with that being said, there's some of you that's going to listen to me and then you're going to nod your head and you're going to go, holy shit, that does make sense. I wouldn't want a high paying job not having an instructor. And I've never not had an instructor or someone that can explain it to me. And I've never not taken classes on anything that I've never not learned of anything that's valuable. Not even my job. I had to go through training with that too. He is right, huh? But fuck that. I'm gonna still buy. I'm gonna still do that. Like how I had a guy earlier. I'm not shitting on him, but he said, "What's a mini?" And I told him what a mini was, and he said, "Oh, I like that. I'll buy." And he has no idea what he's doing. He's just gonna go buy. Like he just does not know. But he's gonna pay for it on the back end. But could you imagine if he just decided to just devote a few dollars to learning and to understanding and to being a part of a group to where they're going to teach you? He would save so much money. But that's just one of the examples that I always get here. Like I will tell people what this is and they'll go, oh shit, okay, well, I'll buy, but tell me how to sell. And then I go, well, let me teach you how to learn, sir. And they go, no, I don't need that. Just let me buy. And then they come to me and they go, man, all my money's gone. What happened? And I go, sir, like you tried to circumvent the learning process. You can't escape that. You have to learn. And you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, guys, you can't do that. So anyway, with that being said, I love all you guys. It's 4:00. I hope you have a great weekend. Free class for everybody inside Discord this weekend. I'm going to send out a poll, so please be on the lookout for that, and please vote for the poll if you want to show up for the class, all right? Love all you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Another green day. If you haven't joined the family, then you're in the red. Let's go. Thanks, Exo Michelle. Yes, ma'am. Yo, I enjoyed this, my man. Look forward to rocking out with you, Optimistic says. Thanks, Optimistic. Solo says, I'll be there. All right, we'll see you in there, Solo Mars. Chris says, amen. I agree. How much for the class? The class is free. Solo, D Mars. If you're inside Discord, it is free. I'm not good, bro. I promise you. I promise you. I know how to make $10,000 in like 1 or 2 minutes. So I'm not going to charge you for anything extra in here. Just show that you want to learn and just be a part of this community, and just it ain't nothing but $11 a month and $29 a month for Discord, and then you can show up to the free classes and shit. I promise, I will make sure that you succeed in here, but you got to be willing to learn and be willing to take it slow and step by step. So it's free for the people inside Discord, no extra, because unless you're willing to pay me $15,000-$20,000 an hour, I'm not gonna do that. Because if I'm sick and if I don't want to take a class, I'm not gonna take a class. Because but if you pay me $500 an hour or $1,000 an hour, then I have to show up at that scheduled time slot. So I don't want to work for nobody. I do this for a reason, because I don't want to work for nobody. I want to do this to help you specifically, and that's all that I'm trying to accomplish. So if I don't want to do it, then I'm just not gonna do it. All right, I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being 100% honest with you. I'm being for real with you, because no one can make me do anything that I don't want to do at this point. At this point in my life, and I'm 29 years old, so no one can make me do anything that I don't want to do. That's why I quit my hedge fund. I started it and I quit because I was working for clients, and I didn't like that. It was cool, but I didn't want to do that. Now I do what I want when I want and how I want it. And if they don't give it to me how I want it, then I walk away from my screen. It's just, and now I get the chance to really help hundreds of people on a daily basis. And oh my God, I love it. I love it. So anyway, guys, anyway, I appreciate you, Brother Solo says. What strategy use? I see discretionary, Exo Daniel. I see discretionary. A few other things, but primarily revolves around liquidity and understanding the concepts of how this market is coded. If you're trading some trend lines and support and resistance lines, and the RSI and all those weird things, ask yourself this: if 99% of traders are doing it, but 98% of them are failures, why would I want to do what they're doing? That's some food for thought for this weekend. I'll see you guys in the free class inside Discord. I'm gonna send out the poll. Please vote. Like I always say, see you guys on Monday. Lord willing, Most High willing, we wake up Monday morning for live trading though. Again, see you guys. All right. Hit me up if you got any questions inside Discord. Just DM me. I got y'all. I'm sorry. Did I miss what time class is? I'll send out the poll now today, and you vote on it. I will mention you. I'll mention you inside Discord. You'll see it. All righty, guys. Bye-bye. Be safe. Shoot that number over. Yeah, I'm going to DM you right now, Bedhead. All righty, guys. Catch you later. See you guys. Okay, here we go. Man, look at this. Got Discord. Look at this, guys. I'm at TikTok. Look at this. Look at this. Expecting to make a new all-time high on NQ tomorrow. 585 is going to be swept. Expect a new all-time high breaking a pull in and then pull it back in the range. Look at what the hell they did. I'll see you guys for class. Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Peace, brother. All right, Jack. Peace, brother. See you on Monday, Jack. See you. All righty, my man. We're going to do it together, me and you. All of us. Love all you guys. Bye-bye.